right now this second, but you're going to look at it and go, wait, I'm a first-round quarterback. I can beat out Ryan Fitzpatrick. Like, I'm going to be more talented than him. But even not, like, it's going to be like, okay, right. There's not that pressure also that I need to be out there right away. I can learn from a Ryan Fitzpatrick and learn the NFL a little bit. So Washington certainly is a situation with the way their team's set up and the quarterback position set up that if I was coming out, I'd like that.
We're not limited to first round either. It can be a quarterback taken in any round, any rookie quarterback. I'm going to go with the Panthers just because I don't believe Sam Darnold is the long-term answer. It's just the guy they've fallen in love with for now, the best available option after they tried several other things to upgrade dramatically. I get a chance to develop. Whether I'm the 8th overall pick or later in the draft, I got a chance to develop. Let Darnold do it for now. Team's gradually getting better. Brady may be retired by the time I'm the starter, and I can step in and I can show what I can do, and the bar will be low because I think we're going to see more of the same from Sam Darnold. It's not going to be enough for him to be the long-term answer.
All right. I mean, that would be risky to me a little bit. I'd be a little scared. I mean, I'd be scared that the team turns it around in the next year or two, and then he's the quarterback, and then you got to deal with that crap. That would be my fear. All right. Man, there's some good ones to pick because, like, man, I wouldn't be mind being drafted by the Bucks, right? I mean, okay, yeah, that talented team, and Brady's 1-2 more years. I'm going to go with the Patriots, though. I'm going to go with the Patriots. Hey, there's a need for the position. I think, I think it'll probably be the last year of Cam Newton in there. They're going to try to build around you if you are drafted by the Patriots. You're going to be coached well, and, of course, they've already improved their roster greatly. So I'll go with the Patriots as my last pick there.
There's several I can choose from here. I thought about the Lions just because I don't think Jared Goff is the long-term answer.
Yeah.
And the bar is really low. I just don't see a path out of what we've seen for the last 60 years, or at least for the last 30 years. Not yet, at least.
Yeah.
I'll go Steelers.
Yeah,
just
I like that.
This is Ben's last ride,
right.
And I know they're probably not going to take a quarterback, but he's going to be less standoffish than he would have been in past years once he gets over the fact that they didn't use that pick on a guy that's going to make them better this year. But you got a chance to get ensconced, and you got a chance to take over in 2022, Chris.
I hear that. The Steelers were one of the teams I had written down as well. It makes a lot of sense, and, of course, they got a defense and everything like that, too, to go along with it.
It's Christmas Eve, Michael Holly.
Christmas Eve is all about the anticipation. And then the next day, they ain't really talking about the toys they just got. That was a fun night. Just the stakes. I mean, this is Casino Royale on steroids.
We can't believe nothing Kyle Shanahan says at this point. He talking up Jimmy Garoppolo. They ain't paying this man $25 million. Trey Lance is going to start.
Okay.
Microphone was muted. My bad. Sorry, dude. Anyways, what I was saying, the power went out last night, and so now my board that I was using is just completely gone, so that kind of stinks. So, no, I'm not going to start over because that's way too much work. It's going to take forever. So I just got to find a different board that kind of makes sense. I think NFL.com might be decent enough, I guess. I don't want to listen to videos, though, at all.
Daddy! Jaguars.
All right, Jaguars it is. They've got a prospect list, but can I sort by guys that are gone? No, and they only give you 24 at a time. This is so garbage, dude. How is it so hard for you guys to make a decent website? It's crazy to me. It's so bad. You guys are so bad at this. I'm not asking for much. Yeah, it's gonna go fast. All right, let's see what ESPN's got. A little more mic volume. All right, where are we at here? Let's do... There we go. That's good enough. I'm at an in-law event, and we'll probably get so-and-so by the wife, but I'll try to check in here like I am now. Dude, you did your job by showing up, all right? If she's going to complain because you're checking your phone during the draft, that's, you know, she gotta go ahead and get over that. As long as you got a good attitude about being there, dude, I would score points just for not complaining. But that's me. Yeah, they're taking forever. Well, it will, Colin. It'll start going faster. What has ESPN got for me? Best available. How about that? There we go. So this is ESPN's list of best available. We'll use this today. So far, they got Jabril Cox at the top. Obviously, I'm a fan. Chris Rumph is actually really fantastic, or at least I like him a lot as a pass rusher. I already mentioned Tylan Wallace. Let me see if I can pull this up here. Oh, you know what? I don't have... Let me pull this out by itself. This is going to take me a minute. Again, my power went out last night, so everything is kind of gone. I got to kind of start from scratch, and I just got down here at right about 11. So, you know, I got to do better with labeling these things. That's what I want. And then we want remaining players. Boom.
Pick it in.
Pick us in. All right. I'll slide this up here. There we go. Again, the quality of the camera right now is complete trash. Does that make it a little better? It does not. See what we can do about whatever we can do. I'll just get myself a little bit out of the way because I don't need to be all up in your face. Such and so on, especially with such garbage quality like that. There we go. All right, so this is what we got, folks. And I can probably hone in on this a little bit. We don't need it to be quite so crazy. This one. Come on. There we go. Let's do... Does that help? Bear with me. Kind of looks stupid. Oh, because I did top. I meant left. That's what I meant. Jeez. That's a little better. Now we want to stretch that.
Look at all the guys the Jaguars picked.
That'll work. That'll do, pig.
Look at all the Jaguars picked.
Let's scroll up a little bit. There's Jabril.
Those are all the guys that the Jaguars picked.
Oh, yeah. I think I am going to slide that a little bit because my things are covering that up a little bit. Left will do 400. That's a little better.
Okay, we know. Okay, we know now. Okay, now we gotta. Okay.
All right, so here's our list. Here we go. A lot of good players, man. A lot of good players. Kyle wants Jabril Cox. Brambo says great. David says hello, everyone. Go Pack Go. What do you think, Cullen? Go Pack Go.
Yeah. Go back. Go. Go.
Michael says, hey, I'm not saying she is boss like you imply. I run stuff here. I'm just saying I will get good. Oh, my wife's the boss. I'm just saying. I usually, so long as I can have a good attitude, she's all right with me checking my phone. I'm not the boss. I thought I was for like maybe 3 years in. Then there was another 2 years of like trying to fight for it. Like I realized that I'm not the boss, and I'm upset about that. And I feel like I need to try to assert myself. And then like the last 2 years, it's just been like, you know what, you run stuff, and I'm just gonna kind of be the manager. You know, you're the owner, I'm the manager. I keep things in line, make sure things that you want to run your way, run the way you want them. And that's just the way it is. And I tell you what, my life has been so much better once I realized she runs it, and I don't care anymore.
Here we go.
I just grill and watch football, and life is good. Jaguars pick. Jay Tufele. Nice. He's a good player. I like Tufele out of USC. I think a lot of Packer fans would have been happy with him. Jabril's still there. Again, a lot of good names here. I don't dislike this list here. But Tufele would have been a fun one for the Packers. Real cool because everything's happened so fast. I didn't even get a chance to really look at stuff. I didn't hear Brian Gutekunst's even interview before I did the podcast this morning. If you haven't checked it out, please check that out. Chris, thank you. Oh, no, that was yesterday. Well, thanks anyways, Chris, for liking the stream if you're here. Appreciate that 14 hours ago. But it was cool being able to listen. Basically, if you didn't hear it, I had mentioned on the podcast, it's possible Amari Rodgers was only like, three or four guys down, and they're like, we got to get back up and get him. He said that's exactly what it was. The difference is he wasn't 3 or 4 guys down. They were basically 1A and 1B on their big board, and they decided that they would stick with the center, just because, I don't know, they kind of just rolled the dice. But as soon as they picked Myers, they were like, we got to get on the phone, we got to get up. Mike with $5, dude, you're my hero, man. Good morning, let's go. Morning tacos. I'll go make a morning taco. If you're going to give me $5, I don't know if I have any, all right, I don't know if I have any tortillas, but I'll get creative. I'll get some bread. I'll make some white people tacos with some white bread and ground beef with just a little bit of salt, and just call it a WPT, man, white people tacos. Let's see. Where's the best available list? We can't have that. Is a Purple Monster Day. I wish, dude. I didn't have any time. I got tiny little splash of coffee that was left in the pot. Otherwise, I think it's down to unless the wife is planning on going to the gas station or anything, she can grab me a Monster. I still got nothing. Maybe after the draft, I got to do it so I can be ready to rock and roll for the podcast I'm going to record tonight for tomorrow. But we'll see how it goes. But anyways, yeah, it was a pretty cool story to hear that basically as soon as they made that pick, they jumped right back on there trying to get back up. Yet the other reason why that's pretty interesting is because a lot of people are going to say that they overpaid, and technically they did if you just look at the value of the pick. They gave up a 4th-round pick when it was worth about all right, pause. Jet select. Michael Carter, running back, North Carolina. So that's the other guy I was saying is a really good, grades out unbelievably well, really talented guy, but he's just kind of the number. Oh, no, that's not him, right? No, he's a safety, not a running back. Never mind. It was the other Did the other North Carolina running back go yet? And what is his name? Anyways, so the bottom line is they thought that he was a 2nd-round value. So in the Packers' mind, they gave up a 4th-round pick and got fantastic value because they got a 2nd-round pick out of it. Oh, he is a running back. What is going on? Why did it say safety and then they showed the wrong highlights? Anyways, stupid ABC is off to a great start here, making me look dumb on my own stream. But so it's kind of weird because they gave up too much to move up too little, but in their mind they moved up. They got, they would have been able to give. They would have been willing to give up more than that to move up higher than that to get this guy. If that makes any sense, I'm gonna stop talking because I don't know how to make that make more sense. Mike's having keto egg tacos right now. I had a little breakfast bowl. I just kind of threw this in the microwave and then ran downstairs. It's fine. It's something. Brian says, delivering mail as you keep me up to date. Nice, dude. So I know a lot of mail carriers. A lot of people in my wife's family. My wife's mom, my wife's uncle, the guy I worked with's dad. But yeah, I will try to get, again, is that from your sleeping bag? Getting it all over me, dude. Yeah, I'll do my best to try to make sure I announce all the picks. We were having some problems with the TV earlier, but I think I got the bunny ears just in the right spot. Mike says, with lots of good, wholesome Wisconsin milk, of course. Nice. Falcons are running the pick up. Still got a lot of good guys here, man. I got to refresh this. Tufele's gone. Can I sort this? Oh, I can. We'll do this in a second. Here's the pick. Darren Hall out of SDSU, cornerback. So, again, not really high on the list, so that's kind of cool. Colin, Giannikis wants to know if you guys won your football game.
Yes, 60-12.
60-12, he says. And you got a touchdown, right?
Yes.
Nice. There you go. And then Riley had her soccer game, but it's kind of just, they played like sharks and minnows and just kind of fun games like that. She's in a group of like 3- and 4-year-olds, so. But yes, she won, absolutely. Panthers pick is in. There we go. Now we're rolling. Let's see. Michael says, should have brisket on the grill by now. 5-hour process. Could be ready for dinner. Man, I wish. I wish so much. I would love that. I want that so bad. I can't wait. I can't wait to be doing that kind of stuff. All-day grilling sessions. So excited. Speaks McGee says, I've eaten so much food the last 2 days, it's draft time. Yeah, I gotta cool it, man. I mean, you know how you start taking liberties like, oh, it's the draft. You can be kind of crazy. You can do whatever you want. Have a little pizza before dinner, you know. But yeah, I gotta get back on track. So today's been pretty good. I had my little bowl. That's about all I had today, and then I'll eat the leftover meat. Good to go. 60-12. What are they coached by Belichick? It's what? I think the oldest kids on the team are what, 7, Colin? Is it 6 and 7-year-olds?
6, 5, and 7.
5, 6, 7. Okay. And Colin's 6, so he's in the middle of that range. But he's just on a good team. I mean, it seems like most of the kids who are pretty fast and whatnot are on that team. So they generally are blowing everybody out. Grayson says he's smoking salmon today. First attempt.
We won every single game.
They have won every single game. So I have to take out on speed dial. Do you have it on a plank, like a wood plank or anything? Because I see a lot of people doing that. I think that'd be kind of cool. Or how are you doing it, I guess? Just wrapping it, or what are you doing? I'm smoking a rack of ribs right now, says Gianna, because that's like my favorite, man. Ribs are like my favorite thing. I'm just saying, there are days where I would probably choose ribs over a steak, depending on the steak and my mood or whatever. But I absolutely love some delicious ribs, man. And plus, there's like different styles. Like I said, I grew up in Chicago area, so I'm probably used to a certain kind of rib. So I was actually just researching ribs, and I found out there's like a Chicago style. So I'm not as familiar with other styles, but oh my goodness. You know, my dream in life would be to travel the country and just like try different barbecue. I keep saying I'm going to do that whenever we take trips down to like Florida. I want to stop at all the barbecue places, but So exhausted. Such a long day of driving. Like, let's just go to the hotel and get pizza.
You're like, just go to the hotel.
Michael says, people actually eat salmon. Who knew? Salmon is also on my top. So steak, burgers, salmon, and ribs are probably, I don't know what my fifth one would be, but those four are top five for sure. Love salmon so much. Like, I don't like cold salmon. Like, cold seafood stuff is disgusting. And I'm kind of picky about seafood, what I eat, and pick is in, got it. But man, just salmon is it's so like soft and like buttery. It's just amazing. The intramuscular fat. By the way, if you guys have a link to whatever happened with the Eagles, I was listening to some podcasts and they never actually said what happened, but apparently there's a video of like a scout flipping out and getting angry when they made their pick. Hit me up with that in the comment section. Also, please like the stream, follow the page, hit the like button, subscribe, all that stuff. Here comes the Titans pick. Dez Fitzpatrick, wide receiver out of Louisville. I'm not sure who that is. Also, we can go through here and kind of comb through the top at each position. Where is Dez?
Oh, he's one of the...
Where is Dez Fitzpatrick?
There he is.
All right, watch him. Tell me if you think he's pretty good. He's not even on this list, is he? Is he a tight end? Wow. Dez Fitzpatrick. Did I miss him? I don't remember the name. It doesn't sound familiar.
That's him.
I know. I'm trying to find him on here, Colin.
Oh, Bears next.
The Bears are up next?
And they already had their pick.
Oh,
no,
okay.
the Browns. They already have their pick.
Oh, it doesn't bother me, though. That's
They
for
had
sure.
their pick already.
This is actually kind of cool because you can see what they've done. Does it show their
It's over there.
best available, best fit they've got with Cleveland on the clock? That's kind of cool. Pick is in, it says. Does it show who they picked? If you could just add that little thing. It says they picked wide receiver, corner, and inside linebacker. They're saying best fit for the Cleveland Browns is Davion Nixon. Best available, Jabril Cox, obviously. But watch for Davion Nixon here. We'll see if he goes. GPK says you need to get some good sushi. I'll try it. That freaks me out. I don't like vegetables, and most of the sushi things are vegetables. So I would try like salmon and rice or something just to try it, but I really don't think I would like it. I'll try it. I do want to try it, but I don't know. Superman says, let's go. Superman back in the house. Glad to see you guys. Got a good amount of viewers for day 3. It's early, and I know people are doing stuff, and also a lot of people don't always get Superman. Yeah, Superman's here. Don't always get as big of an audience on day 3, but I'm pleased to see you guys are here with me today. Salmon nigiri is magic. All right. It could be a typo, but I'm going to Google that. See what that is. What's salmon nigiri? All right. Oh yeah, salmon. So that's what I was talking about, right? It's just sushi with salmon and rice. Salmon sushi. I'll try it. I'll do it. Look who it is. What? No, it just says selection. Brown's pick is in, is what it says.
No, but they already did the pick.
Did they? Oh, yeah, we got it. That's right. They do commercials with the picks now in the third round. So James Hudson is who they picked. So they did go, they went offensive tackle, James Hudson, for the Browns. Yeah, let me know if you see something, Colin, like the names pop up like that, so we can announce it. James Hudson, offensive tackle out of Cincinnati, going to the Browns. Have you watched Chef's Table Barbecue? Snow's Barbecue, close to Austin, looks absolutely incredible. I'm pretty sure I've seen Chef's Table Barbecue. Let me Google that real quick just to see. Chef's Table, if that looks... Is this on Netflix? It is, so I think I have seen... Oh, yeah, it's got that old lady on there, right? Tell me if you see a name or anything. Yeah. That, what's her name? I don't know, that old lady that's been doing it since forever. That looks awesome. Oh, Tootsie. And I think there's a bunch... Oh, yeah, I watched this episode, too, with, what's his name? It's so cool seeing these guys that have mastered their craft. The guy that does, like, whole pig and stuff. I don't know. I have seen. I don't think I've seen all the episodes, but I have watched it. It's very, very cool. Snow's Barbecue, close to Austin, looks incredible. It's probably one of the two that I've seen, but let's check it out. You got a name? Not yet, huh? Joseph Asai was their last pick in the third round. We'll see what they do here. Snow's Barbecue. Well, that might... I don't know. Oh, yeah, that's Tootsie. Okay. Yeah, I definitely want to check that out. That'd be so cool. Where is... Where'd you say that's located? Close to Austin? My daughter and I really want to go to Texas sometime for a vacation. I think my wife is kind of iffy on it. I mean, it's hard to go anywhere but Florida because it's like you got to have something fun to do. And it's hard to beat, SeaWorld, Disney, the whole 9 yards. I know there's stuff to do in Texas, but I'm just saying it's tough competition.
Daddy?
All right, let's look at Snow's Barbecue. Let's see where it's located.
There we go.
All right. So, yeah, it's near Austin, kind of between Austin and Houston. Looks like it's a little bit out in the boonies, but it's kind of the general area I'd probably want to go. Would like to check out Galveston, even though everyone says it's kind of disgusting out there, but at least it's the ocean. James, okay, we saw James Hudson already, so we still don't have the pick. Bearded Buck Outdoors, Jacob says, my buddy said he's able to hunt sandhill cranes where he is from and says it's amazing. It's supposedly called the ribeye of the sky. Sounds disgusting, but I guess I'd try it. Still don't have the pick for the Bengals yet. If the Packers had this pick right now, who would you take? 100% Jabril Cox. And again, I don't know if the Packers want him, but I thought it would be a cool pick in the second round. We are now in the fourth round, and Jabril is still there. Obviously, the Packers and everybody isn't quite as high on him. And again, he's a one-trick pony. He's just a coverage guy, but I kind of don't care, I mean, he's good at it. Again, I like Chris Rumph. Tylan Wallace, I doubt we get him. If we doubled up and got Tylan Wallace, that would be just insane. Because remember, Amari's kind of a slot guy, so Tylan on the outside of, and again, I doubt they would do it, but if you had Tylan and Devontae and Amari, what? Yep, I know. Let me know if you see the pick. Here we go. Head coach. Cam Sample. Is that Tulane? Yeah, big dude, right? I generally don't like these guys. For some reason, like Tulane and I think there's one other school. They're smaller schools, and they always have these like 6'9" players, and I can never get into it. But whatever. I don't know why. There's like the Chiefs got one of them, I think. Tano Passanio, maybe. I couldn't get into that one either. I think it was Passanio, but I'm not sure. I always tell you guys my dream is to be able to do this football stuff full time, but my dream is to be able to just travel and have like barbecue, kind of like the One Bite. Everybody knows the rules for pizza or whatever, but it's just barbecue. I could still do the podcast. Both hot and cold smoked salmon are really good. I can't get into cold. It just freaks me out. It's like, why is it cold? It's.
Wait, Daddy they didn't even show anything of the Bengals. All right.
This is the Bengals guy, I think, Cam Sample. Lions pick is in now, so that's what we got next. Did Dylan Moses go yet? That my pack next pick if he's still there. I think I know what you're trying to say. I believe he is. I don't think he went. I'm not surprised he's falling. I know he fell quite a bit. He had a terrible 2020 is the problem. Dylan Moses is second on this list. But, I mean, he obviously had a ton of talent because he was easily a round one guy, and then whatever happened in 2020, he just fell off. So there's talent somewhere. Lions pick is coming in. They think Tylan Wallace might go here. St. Brown, wow. Amon-Ra St. Brown, that's Equanimous St. Brown's brother, who's a Packer. So a Green Bay Packer player's brother. That's who that is.
What?
Yep.
Why did they pick him?
Ha. I don't know. So I'm sure a lot of Packer fans were excited about him. You got, where do they have Amon-Ra? Or do they update this and just took him off the board?
Number 8.
They're on top of things.
That is number 8.
Are the Lions on the clock again? They are on the clock again. So they took a wide receiver. So now they're saying safety is the next best available fit. And they've got Mr. Jamar Johnson as a projection.
That they're not on the clock again.
Yeah, they are. They got 2 picks in a row. I don't know. It just happens that way sometimes. Moses is still there. Dude's always hurt. Superman says, "Come on down." Where am I going? What, Texas? Are you down in that area? I know there's a whole bunch of Texas guys that were on here. It would be cool. I'd love to go to Texas, man. I think it'd be cool. A lot of places in the South, I think, would just be very cool. It's kind of a laid-back atmosphere, great food, real. It's like comfort food, and they don't care that it's not healthy. You know what I mean? Like, you go other places and it's good food, but they want to like try to be like, oh, it's healthy and it's gluten-free, and it's like, yeah, but does it taste good? Like, that's all I care about. I feel like down south is like, dude, I put extra butter on it because it makes it just like a little bit better. I'm going to shave 5 years off your life, but trust me, it's worth it. And it is, 100%. So Penei Sewell, Levi and Wuzurike, Alim McNeil, Fedi Milfonwu, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. That's a pretty good draft, dude. Pretty good draft. They're pretty... What's up? Pick is in again, yep. Doot. One dude even grills lettuce, for crying out loud. Who grills lettuce? Who would do such a thing? Did I miss how far a 5th would move us up? All right, let's take a look at it. That's a fair question. Doot, ding.
Look.
Yep, no names yet, but they're saying those are the needs that they have. Although they just took a wide receiver, so I don't know if that's still a need so much. Switch this to Green Bay. So our next pick is 142. We have 2 5th-round picks, so if we traded our next 5th-round pick, it would get us as high as about 124. So around 124, unless they go crazy and give up both 5ths, but I really don't want them to do that. I mean, I'd be happy if they didn't trade. We already lost one of our 4ths, but if they're okay with just 1 4th, 1 5th, and just kind of go down the line like normal, again, 120, around pick 124 is when we can start watching out for that, and we're only at, what, 113-ish? Yeah, 113, so... Got a ways to go before we can even expect the Packers to start making moves. And if they do, they gave up quite a bit. And, there's always 2022 stuff, depending on how much they absolutely love somebody, but whatever. Michael says, I wouldn't call him injury-prone. Probably talking about Dylan Moses, I would assume. What? Doesn't look like it. Superman says, great barbecue here. Again, assuming we're talking about Texas. Lupe says, run defense is poo putty. I don't know either. How about Brevin Jordan? I like Brevin Jordan. I do. I'm not over the moon about him, but if I had to pick, like, who was your favorite tight end in this group, outside of Tommy Tremble for the blocking aspect, I kind of like Brevin. I don't know why. Lupe says, One Bite Pizza Reviews is the most genius idea ever. It's Portnoy who doesn't even need a good idea. He's already got Barstool. Yeah, it really is awesome. It is awesome. And he gets so many views on Facebook. He's making so much money just to go stop in, have a pizza, take a bite, hand the pizza to your group, and I would love to be able to do that for something else, though. Whether it's, barbecue, burgers, steak seems pretentious. Be fantastic. Be great. Would love it. Lupe says, I wanted St. Brown over Rodgers. I think he was listed higher than him, but yeah, St. Brown's pretty good, man, and it's pretty good value because he was expected to be kind of a early third-ish guy. Mike says lots of defensive line options here. Let's take a look at the defensive line real quick. See what we got. So Davion Nixon, still available. Again, not a huge fan, but he's there. Marvin Wilson, another guy that fell a ton, but he's got some talent. Tyler Shelvin, I like a lot as a big old nose tackle. Marlon Teopolotu is another real big nose tackle. A lot of love for Bobby Brown. Okay. Here comes Sheila Ford. Derek Barnes, linebacker out of Purdue. So, I've gone over these names so many times, I can't remember if it's like I really like the guy or if I really dislike the guy. I know I looked at him. We can pull up some PFF stuff. I'll get a little reminder.
Number 55.
DERR. Let's take a look at Derek Barnes here because I can't remember.
Speedy.
He is speedy for sure. So yeah, so his coverage grades have been horrible, which is the reason I did not like Derek Barnes. Because if you get a 245, he actually is a very good tackler, Colin. That's astute observation. That's the one thing he does right, but his coverage is not where you want it to be for a guy that size. But, you know, whatever. So, not going to cry over that one necessarily. Pick is in for the Falcons. Michael says, EQ I'm not even excited about. Why get excited about the Lions getting his brother? That's fair. I mean, his brother supposedly is better, but who knows. GPK says, come to Hawaii. We won't lie to you about it being healthy. I respect that, absolutely. And I believe that, definitely. What is some good Hawaiian food? Like, I don't want to be stupid and say pineapple, because I know that's stupid. But I feel like poi is a thing, and I don't even know what that is. What is, like, strictly Hawaiian food? Or just, like, what category do you guys eat a lot of, I guess? I don't know. I could Google it, but let's interact a little bit. Jason's in the house. What's up, man? Thank you very much again for being a subscriber on YouTube. Really appreciate that. He says to open a draft value chart. I don't know what you're referring to. Here comes the Falcons and Arthur Blank. Drew Dahlman, offensive center out of Stanford. So, not killing me on that one either. Superman says, Galveston, Texas has some good seafood and Cajun. That's another thing I want to get in on some Cajun food. I know it's kind of like Mexican food where there's a lot of stuff in there that I would probably be kind of picky about, but it just looks good. You know, like a gumbo has a ton of ingredients that I'd be like, oh, that's kind of gross, but I still want to eat it. And it just, I don't know, it just looks like good food. Like do a shrimp ball. Gotta get the shrimp ball. You ever seen that guy on, he does a lot of TikToks and stuff. Put that on a cracker, dude. Amon-Ra St. Brown is more of an outside receiver, while Rodgers is a Cobb-like slot, says Jason. Tommy Togiai did 40 reps on the bench. Not that that means much, but could be a DT option. I've been a fan, Lupe. Again, I think the biggest issue I have with him is just that he hasn't played very much, which means he could just be a sort of a role player. Maybe he just came out situationally, but you get a situationally dominant guy, you know, as later you get in the draft, the more I'm okay with that. Jason says, so clearly the Packers wanted a slot, and I'm very happy that they did, because it seems like they haven't really liked that spot so much and haven't put a lot into it, but I just think it's incredibly valuable to just get that guy that's just going to get you a consistent 5 and just get a ton of receptions and just, you know, just a PPR monster. GPK says, poi is mashed up taro. Guess what? That helps me not at all. Not at all. You're gonna have to work with me on that one, man. The heck is taro? Jason says, my pleasure. My hero. Google Helena's Hawaiian Food. That place has been around since the 40s, and they're bomb. All right, let's check it out. I might even bring it up on the screen. Tell me if you see any names flash across there, Colin. I don't know. Take a wild guess. Something looks like a name. Oh, wow, that does look pretty old school. Let's pull this over here so you guys can see what we're looking at. So here's Helena's. Get this out of my way. Babow. Look at that. What do we got there? Right on the bone, just like some short rib or something. It's got the marrow inside. Let me guess, you eat that, right? Boom. That looks good, man. I mean, the meat looks good. I'd eat the meat. A little bit of rice. I don't know what any of this stuff is, but I'd eat it. I don't know about the rest of that stuff, but just destroy some meat. Oh, here we go. A little bit of pork. I dig it. I dig it. A little mac and cheese. Yes, sir. This actually looks not terrible, but I'm not sure what it is. All right. I can dig it. I can dig it. Hi, Riley Grace. You gonna watch the draft with us? Yeah. Okay. You wanna have a seat? Here's your chair.
Is that name, Daddy?
It's the Cowboys. You want that? Colin's using that. I should try to make a spot for you guys if you're gonna hang out. You sit in your seat. Come here. You guys can switch spots if you want. No, not right now. You're not gonna switch. Sit in here first. Oh, stop. Then go upstairs. All right. Yeah, go get your own stuff. Have a little party. You can get some chips and some snacks or something if you want. Bring them down. Have a little party.
Yeah.
Okay. Dylan Moses had 80 tackles in 2020. Why slam dude? If he's there, which he won't be, I would do a cartwheel down there. All right, so let's look at Dylan Moses, because this was one of the more interesting things. I mean, you got to acknowledge he fell for a reason. He was considered a lock first-round pick, and then just everyone's like, no, this dude's trash. So let's look at it. Oh, come on. Is his name not spelled right? He spelled Dylan Moses' name. That's right. Why are you being difficult, man? There he is. All right, so his grades, 2017, 79. 2018, it went down to a 67. 2020, it went down to a 56. So he never even was an elite prospect at Alabama. He was good, like real good in 2017, decent in 2018, and then just bad in 2020. Extremely good tackler. All right, here's a pick for the Cowboys. Oh, the Cowboys got Jabril Cox.
Daddy, I got some lollipops.
Oh, great.
Why did you say?
No, all right, I'll have a lollipop. Thank you very much. All right, well, Jabril Cox is gone, and the Cowboys got him, which stinks. But yeah, so his only real asset has been run defense / tackling, although his run defense grade went down through the floor in 2020. Yes, ma'am. I mean, again, 2017, 2018, his pass rush was fine. 2017, he had good coverage, and after that, it just went straight downhill. Basically, run defense is the only thing that he was doing well. What the heck is that?
A hole.
There's a hole in your sucker. These do not taste good at all. Yuck.
What's going on?
All right, so that's Dylan Moses. He's got 60 tackles, 17 assist tackles, 8 missed tackles. And again, he had a good tackling grade. Yep, there's Jabril flying around. That kind of stinks. As far as pressures, 8 on 77 attempts, which is really pretty bad for a linebacker. Usually you're at like, I don't know, 20, 30, 40%, and he's at like 10%, so not a great year for that. Coverage, 27 receptions on 41 targets, 272 yards. Gave up a touchdown, had 1 pick and 2 pass breakups. Giants pick is in. I mean, maybe the Packers like him, maybe the Packers get him. And, again, he's got some talent somewhere. Just Ellerson Smith, linebacker out of Northern Iowa, goes to the Giants. Thanks, bud. Perfect, just like that. Get rid of a couple of these tabs. I don't think I can eat this. This is disgusting. It's bad. You like it? You like the green one? It's good. All right, what do we got? So the Giants took Ellerson Smith. It's uncanny how the Packers are drafting players exactly 1 round earlier than they are expected to go. It's like they use it as a tool to ensure they get their guys. Just take them around. It's not a horrible thought, to be honest. I mean, you know, you don't want to pass up on guys that are better because you want to get the guy in the next round, but I get what you're saying. It makes sense. I mean, the bottom line is you don't want to wait, right? Like, oh, he'll probably be there. Like, nah, we're not waiting. Just go get him. The dish of purple stuff was poised, says Jason. What the heck is it, though? What did you say it was? All right, gotcha. Taro. Picasin? Got it. Taro is a plant. Colocasia, blah, 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 is a tropical plant that grown primarily for its edible corns. A root vegetable, commonly known as taro, kalo, dasheen, or godere. I'm not eating it. I don't know. That's fine, though, I guess. The green stuff is squid luau, pieces of smoked octopus, stewed taro leaves, and coconut milk. See, that's like I don't want to be rude. I don't want to go there and be like, "Oh, this is gross." So I'll probably just pass, unless it's like I get it privately or something.
Here you go.
Probably just sneak off and eat some poi in the bathroom. So Bobby Brown just went to the Rams. So again, a lot of you guys I know are big Bobby Brown fans. Defensive tackle starting to fall. Bobby Brown officially gone. Superman says, I think Moses was coming off an ACL. Superman says he's going to be a steal. Yeah, maybe. I mean, you know, that also is a question of why he didn't play as well. You know, I mean, you can't just assume he's going to get back to full form, especially when he really only had one really very, very good year and then 2 years of not being all that fantastic. But, again, you know that he's got some special talent. So I would guess he's going to go in this round, but it's also possible that teams are really just down on him and he falls to like the 6th or 7th round. Cowboys have so many linebackers right now. Did they draft a couple others? I know they had. I think they're losing a bunch. They're about to. One guy is officially gone. And like I said, I don't know if they're going to do Leighton Vander Esch's 5th-year option. I think they said they weren't going to. Chargers on the clock. Again, Davion Nixon is expected to be the pick, but obviously he's fallen quite a bit, which always makes me smile. That happened. There was another, like 2 years ago, there was a defensive tackle out of Miami that I just really did not like, and everybody was super high on him. He was supposed to be a 2nd-round pick, and I'm like, I don't get it. The guy's not very good. He ended up going like the 5th round or something, and now I don't even know if he's in the league anymore. Always makes me smile a little bit. I mean, for their sake, obviously I want them to be successful and everything, but I told y'all he wasn't that good. If Michael Scott was there, he would have said, that's what she said, like 80 times in this stream. Now you're going to have that subconsciously in my brain. Chris Rumpf goes to the Chargers, so I mentioned that's a guy that I kind of like, kind of a smaller, speedier pass rusher. Do you think the Packers grab a linebacker next? If I had to guess, I'd say no. If you're, I mean, it's hard to say, but they have gone needs, right? Everything they've done has been very need-based. What is the next biggest need? I guess linebacker could be in that line, and we are right in linebacker alley for the Packers. They love 4th-round linebackers. I kind of lean defensive tackle though, if they really like that. Could go. I mean, it could be a lot of stuff. Linebacker makes sense. Defensive tackle makes sense. Edge makes sense. Guard makes sense. Tackle makes sense. Tight end, I don't know. Possibly another wide receiver, but probably not. Running back is a possibility. Seems a little early for it, but it's a possibility. Quarterback is a possibility. Like was mentioned, if Rodgers does leave, we have nobody. We have Jordan Love and literally, well, I shouldn't say literally. Again, there's probably somebody. Let me look it up. Basically nobody. Let's put it that way. We've got no, there isn't. There's not even like a guy that we signed a 1 year, like just brought him back or whatever that was on the practice squad. We got nothing. Vikings pick is in. I think the Packers are fine with Barnes and Martin, to be honest. Lord knows they don't have high standards for linebackers. I don't. Oh yeah, Kene Nwangwu. Never heard of him. Running back out of Iowa State is going to the Vikings. I agree. I think the Packers are higher on the offensive line and the linebackers than I am. I would like better linebackers. And again, I'm not a huge fan of Billy Turner. I think the Packers absolutely love Billy Turner. Not high on anybody outside of Kamal Martin. I think the Packers like Chris Barnes and some of these other guys. I don't. So I could see them falling for that reason. I would like them to upgrade those positions, though. GPK says taro is really starchy. It's like mashed potatoes, just with a little more water added. I can get behind that. It sounds now I'm a little bit more interested. Jason says, I think defensive line is the bigger need, and many linebackers are coming off the board right now. There might not be a good linebacker at the end of the fourth. That's fair. It's always hard to tell, though, because according to whose board? I have no idea what the Packers board is. Levi says, let's go 3 straight days of hanging and talking football with Ryan. Yes, that's it, man. That's what we're doing. 3 days, killing it. I don't know if my updates here are working. Can somebody, I'm going to beg a little bit. Can somebody like anything? I don't think I get updates on likes on the YouTube stream, but if you're watching on Facebook, can you just hit like real quick? I just want to see if that's working, because I'm not seeing anything. You know what? None of my stuff is here. Why is none of my stuff here? Maybe it didn't save from last time. I'm going to bring those up. I want my stuff back. Add to this one. Add to this one. Give me my stuff. Got the Taco Fund. Babel. Oh, I grabbed the 2 of the wrong ones. So that's Taco Fund. That's the other one. Do. Oh, followers is what we want. Boom. Boom. There we go. All right, so we got that.
Daddy,
Yes.
they didn't even tell us where the Patriots got.
We didn't.
Right.
Did we miss one here? Let's pull up something else here so we can kind of see.
Daddy, should go.
Here we go.
No, the pick is in.
Yeah, I got you. I hear you.
They got.
So Ramondre Stevenson went to the Patriots, and Jordan Smith, pass rusher out of UAB, is going to the Jaguars. So we got that just in case we miss out on some stuff. So I'll show you this. I'll just leave this up for just a minute here, so you can kind of see what some of the picks are if you missed them. Let's see. FCA for today says, being a defensive coordinator, I can tell you, sideline to sideline linebacker can be a game changer. Sure wish the Packers to get on, especially if Green Bay runs a lot of 5-on-5 scheme. Just my opinion. I'm kind of with you, and again, it seems like they like guys like Chris Barnes. I don't know that it's super debatable that they have that they don't have that guy. It seems like it's pretty straightforward. The Packers do not have that guy, so it is a little surprising that they haven't tried to invest. But again, you can only draft so many guys. Bengals picked Tyler Shelvin, defensive tackle out of LSU. So that kind of stinks. It's another guy I like, but mostly just kind of a nose type. Professor wants to get things off to a roaring start here. He says, what's everyone's opinion on Aaron Rodgers thing? Personally, I feel he's kind of being a diva. I feel like 99% of Packers fandom are on board with you. The national media is about 20% thinking Rodgers is a diva. Probably not even, like 5%. 95% think the Packers have just been horrible. They refuse to get him a first-round wide receiver because they're so dumb. It's crazy. Tim says, back at it for day 3. Welcome back, Tim. Good to have you, sir. Jason says, if we are trading Rodgers, we probably could get a team to toss in a backup quarterback as part of the deal. That's fair. I don't hate the idea of Miami. Miami has a bunch of picks. I don't know how convinced they are that Tua is the guy. I mean, granted, they just got a Alabama wide receiver to pair with him with Waddle and whatnot, but I just don't know for sure that Tua's the guy. And so if they could throw in Tua, that would be kind of nice. And just have a competition between Tua and Love and just think probably between the two we got somebody. Just added like on the YouTube stream. Yeah, I don't think YouTube works, but I do appreciate the like either way. If you guys wouldn't mind throwing a like in there, that would be fantastic. Again, trying to get the video to pop up at the top of the list when people start looking for YouTube streams and whatnot. GPK says, I think most of us think he's being a diva. He's apparently got some personal beef with Goot, and it's all stemming from he's mad he wasn't consulted before the Love pick. And again, we're getting into, I don't know how much I believe anymore territory, but I didn't read the article. I just saw it before I came down here. Nagler posted a Yahoo article, and apparently within that article, Rodgers wants Gutekunst fired. I mean, it's so beyond. It's so beyond. I mean, if there's truth to that, they need to trade him immediately.
Number 29.
You think, or was that somebody else? I see him. It's just, I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, I'm to the point now where if this stuff is true, I'm upset that the Packers are still trying to repair this. There's no repairing this. You need to get him off this team immediately, and nobody's going to hate you. I mean, well, the media will. The Packer fans will not. Hey, Colin.
But
Tim wants to know how you did in your football game.
I was good.
You were good? All right. There you go. You heard it from Colin. Jason says, if we want a fast linebacker, check out Garrett Wallow from TCU. He's one of my linebacker sleepers. Let's go back here. Check out linebackers. Here's Garrett Wallow out of TCU. Let's take a look on the PFFs. Here comes the pick for the Eagles. Let's see what it is. You gonna tell me what it is? Zach McPherson out of Texas Tech. Zach McPherson, whatever. So, Garrett Wallow, 6'2", 230. So he definitely fits that prototype. 2020, this is a good call, by the way. 2020 was a little bit more of a down year. But I think I'm 100% on board with you right now. He reminds me of, he's like Jabril Cox light, is what he is. He's not a run defender. At 6'2", 230 is what he is. I think I said 220. His run defense has been terrible for 4 years. But outside of 2020, where his coverage did go down, 70, 86, and 82 were his coverage grades. Again, you got to establish what happened in 2020 and why. I mean, why were you bad most of the year in coverage? I don't know the answer to that, but he's only given up one touchdown in his career. Not much by way of interceptions or pass breakups, which is kind of surprising for a guy with this solid of grades and whatnot. Pick is in for Washington. Statistically, I don't really see it, but they love him as a cover guy. So yeah, I'm with you on that. If we're gonna get a sideline to sideline / cover guy, seems like Garrett Wallow is sort of a Jabril Cox light.
I like how underneath this thing.
All right, where are we at here? I know we don't know the full story. It's hard to fully form an opinion, but he wants to cry about this Jordan Love pick. Said he doesn't care because he will beat anyone out. And I thought about that too. And that's the right attitude, right? Like, I don't like it. And it's fair to not like it. Again, it doesn't help you in any way. And it doesn't help the team as long as you're on the team. It helps the team, but as long as you're on the team, it doesn't. So I understand being frustrated and not agreeing with it. But, again, like you said, your mentality supposedly was, I'll beat anybody out. And you did. You won. Packers have said, you did it, you won, we'll restructure your contract, possibly even extend them, I guess. I don't know if that's official or not. And have done nothing but commit to you and say, we're not trading him. He's our guy, 100%. He's not going anywhere. And he's going to throw a fit. So I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. If you really said Goot or him, I say buy Aaron. Hopefully Green Bay's front office doesn't dig in, get assets. Gruden would probably give up the farm and throw in David Carr. Yeah, I don't want him to get... I mean, Gutekunst has built this team. There's nothing more important, in my opinion, than a really good GM, and especially if you have a GM and coach combo, because really good GMs find talent, right? Really bad GMs sink teams, because even if you have a good quarterback, which, by the way, again, remember, he's not going to be around forever. So you got a good quarterback, and then you can't draft, and you're terrible at drafting. All right, tell me when the name pops up. And so now you've got Aaron Rodgers for like 3 years, and your team is falling apart because you're terrible at drafting. I'm not doing that. I'm just not. Plus, I mean, the toxicity of it. The fact that your quarterback just threw a fit, and we brought him back, and he got your GM fired. I mean, it's just, what a terrible, horrible, toxic... Why would you even... I don't know, again, he probably didn't even say it, but why would you even suggest that? Like, just leave.
Daddy, look. Daddy.
John Bates, tight end out of Boise State, going to Washington. Sean says, if the only option is truly fire Goot, then they better dump Rod. 100%. And why wait? Like, as soon as... I guess you don't want to be petty if you're Gutekunst, but, like, if word gets back to me and I'm Gutekunst that he's saying either fight... And I guess it's technically Mark Murphy would make that call, right? But I don't know how my response... If I'm... Let's put it this way. If I'm Mark Murphy and Rodgers contacts me and says it's Goot or me, I'm going to go to Gutekunst and I'm going to say, find a good trade partner because we're done with this. It wouldn't even be... There would never be a hesitation in my mind. I don't care who you are. You're threatening me and telling me either fire this GM that's done a fantastic job or I'm leaving because he drafted a quarterback. Unbelievable. Supposedly his new fiancée and his family are located in Denver. It wouldn't even... we're getting, again, into conspiracy theory territory, but... Hi. Pardon me. Oh, you got dino chicken. This is definitely my family. What was I saying? Rodgers has always been kind of... I've said this in the past. I had a friend in middle school, and I guess high school. His name was Matt. And he was just one of those guys that... He was a good friend, he's a good dude, but as soon as a girl gets involved, he will dump you in a second. And the only thing that matters is this girl that he met 5 seconds ago, and it's the most important thing in his life. I kind of get those vibes from Rodgers, right? He gets obsessed with these people in his life, and he gets overly obsessed with them, and he gets this big thing, and then it doesn't work out, right? So the last relationship he was in, he ran off and bought a house. I mean, they traveled the entire country. They traveled the whole world.
Oh, yeah. Peter's birthday is today.
What?
Peter's birthday is today.
Oh, Peter. Oh, yeah, your birthday party. Should find out when your birthday party is. And again, I'm not trying to be mean, like, do whatever you want to do, but, like, he gives up everything for these women. And he's obsessed, and he does everything for them, and he's always with them all the time, and then it doesn't pan out. And then he's with somebody else, and they buy a multi-million-dollar house. You barely know this person for a few years, and you buy a house together, and within, like, a week of buying a house together, you're done. Then you get involved with another relationship, who this girl introduced you to, and you run off with her, which is kind of messed up. And you guys are engaged to be married and within like a couple months? What are you doing? Why don't you learn things? So if you told me that he's trying to force his way to Denver, possibly because Shailene, who has already said she couldn't care any less about football, she doesn't know anything about it, she doesn't care, she put it in his ear, boy, wouldn't it be great if we moved to Denver? I'd really like that. That would make me very happy. You know, and again, some people have postulated, and this is all fake, whatever, it doesn't matter, but we're just talking here. About the fact that this seems so ridiculous that he's using these things as excuses to leave. I wouldn't put it past him. He wants to go to Cali. He wants to go to Denver. Whatever. What going? All right. Let me know when the name pops up. And he's using these things as I'm so mad. And the Packers meet his demands, and he's like, oh, yeah, well, that's still not good enough. Okay, what do you want? Well, Chuba Hubbard, running back out of Oklahoma State, going to the Panthers. Losing my train of thought. Well, forget the restructuring. I want an extension. All right, fine. Here's your extension. Nope. I'm not happy. I'm so mad, and you need to fix this. You fire good. You know, it's getting to the point where it's like, come on, man, come on. There's something else going on here. You don't want to be here. That's become painfully obvious, and it's so beyond believable that the Jordan Love thing is triggering all this. And again, this is a guy who's always doing different stuff. It's not just the ladies, right? It's his business ventures, and it's the travel, and it's Jeopardy, and it's hanging out with the Dalai Lama, and it's different experiences and thoughts and journeys and businesses and philanthropy. And he's just one of these guys that likes to be in everything and do everything and experience different things. And he's been locked into Green Bay, Wisconsin for 50,000 years. Maybe he's just over it. And again, if that's where you're at, that's fine. I've already said 1,000 times, if I had his money, I would take it and I'd leave and you'd never see me again. And sorry, love the Packers, but I'm not taking another hit to the head to win some football games. Like I got so much money, I'm just going to go enjoy my life. But at least just be honest. Just be honest and be like, look, I love Green Bay, but I'm ready for a new chapter in my life. I'm so sorry, but it just is what it is. I think we would all respect that more. This whole thing is just like, I can't stand you because of what you're doing. From 0% to 1%, what is the chance Rodgers plays another snap with the Packers? I've drifted below 50% that he does play. The only way that he does, I think, is if we find out that a lot of this is not necessarily true. There's definitely something going on, but a lot of these rumors, like he wanted Goot fired or all that, that wasn't necessarily true. And really, it was just a lot of negotiation about a contract, and they work out a contract, and we kind of fix all this. You know, he didn't reach out to players and say, I'm leaving or whatever. You know, it's still going to be tenuous and contentious, I guess is the word I was looking for. But it's so hard to find a path back. And if these rumors are true, then it's done. There's no way. But that's kind of the biggest question is, are these rumors true? And if they fire Gutekunst to keep Rodgers, I'm going to have a real hard time with this team. I don't think that would ever happen, but I will be very, very unhappy because that is ridiculous. I understand Rodgers is very, very good. I get that, and I understand, but give me a break. Cousins and Brady should retire or threaten to retire if they follow Rodgers' example. Exactly. And it's not just quarterbacks. I mean, Kevin King. Where's Kevin King right now? You know I haven't been super high on Kevin King, but guess what? Guess what Kevin King isn't doing right now? Threatening to quit or retire or throw a temper tantrum or I demand to be traded. I'm too good to be sitting here. You're going to replace me. You're going to get that. No, he's a big boy, and he's going to do his job, and he's going to try to win the job because that's what your job is. Whether you're a first-round pick or an undrafted free agent, your job every year is to step on the field and win your job back. Granted, Aaron Rodgers doesn't have much competition because he's so good. Most of these guys are so good you're not expecting to lose your job. But that doesn't really change the bring this back up for your viewing pleasure. It doesn't really change the dynamic that ultimately you have to win your job every single year. And Rodgers apparently is just unwilling. Even though he already won, he's still just unwilling to be a grown-up about it. Professor says, I think Goot has been a great GM. I agree. I really, really like what he's done. Again, not perfect, but nobody is. And I really think if you do a side-by-side comparison of hiring LaFleur, unbelievable, of his free agent acquisitions, rebuilding a team in 1 year from a 6-win team that is, all right, hold on, that is an absolute disaster, that is on the verge of collapse. I think after 2018, I really thought we might be headed for 20 years of darkness. Rodgers isn't dragging this team. We are so broken. There's no way we're coming back in 1 year. He goes out in free agency in the draft and hires a coach, and we're in the NFC Championship. People that think that Gutekunst isn't doing a good job are delusional. And then he's been killing it in the draft ever since then. We still have guys from last year that we've barely seen that we all kind of have a pretty good idea are going to be good football players. A.J. Dillon is going to be a great football player, and that was supposedly a horrific reach. He was like a 4th-round prospect. He was the second highest graded running back of all rookies last year.
And number 33.
So Kylan Granson, tight end, I don't know, Rice and somewhere else, went to somebody. I'm not sure.
Pick it in for the Steelers.
And the pick is in for the Steelers. Colin's got us up to date here. Colin's keeping me on track. You guys said I needed a producer, and I got one.
Dabba, ready?
Yes.
When I leave, you gotta keep track of it.
Yeah, that's true. I got to do it when you leave. Where are we at? I think Rodgers knows Love has what it takes after practicing with the guy. I've seen a few people say that. It would kind of surprise me, at least just because all the reports are that he's actually been kind of bad. But it wouldn't surprise me necessarily if he did have, for some reason, feel threatened, not just by the pick, maybe partially by the pick, partially by just knowing how the business works, partially by maybe seeing a little bit of promise in him, maybe some conversations, I don't know. Maybe that, hearing things, Colin, don't do that, please. Hearing some rumblings. I mean, obviously there's been a lot of tape on him practicing in the offseason. Of course, again, Rodgers, what is he doing? He's off vacationing and touring the countryside and doing guest appearances. What's Jordan Love doing? He's putting in work. He's out with a coach. He's studying film. He's talking to Matt LaFleur and getting down to business. And again, Favre did the same thing where he's like, I don't need to practice. I don't need to do these things. He didn't even want to show up to training camp anymore because he said, I don't even need it. And maybe there's some truth to that, but at the end of the day, I want the guy that's hungry. That's why I love Rashawn Gary. And I really don't care if he doesn't grow anymore, or even if he's off the team in a couple of years because he's not good enough. I will always respect Rashawn Gary because the effort he puts in, the heart he has, the passion he has, the loyalty he has to this team. I will always have massive respect for Rashawn. Now, if he changes his mentality, I'll change that. But I want to see a guy that's grinding. I want to see a guy that wants to be the best and wants to get where he wants to go. And you hear a lot of lip service from Rodgers about how badly he wants to win. All right, I got it. How badly he wants to win, how badly he wants a Super Bowl, and all these things. But what are the actions we see from Aaron Rodgers that prove that? Where's the film of Aaron Rodgers going out and Riley Grace? You're going to hit me in the face with that. Jalen Darden out of North Texas going to the Buccaneers. So that's a fun prospect right there. Why don't we get this out of here so this doesn't break, all right? Let's get this plate out of here. Do you guys want to go upstairs and play or something? You getting a little restless? There's no film. I mean, we see Tom Brady. You see Tom Brady out working out all the time. We know he's hungry, and that's the thing. When you have talent plus heart, you have Super Bowls, and granted defenses and all that stuff. Where's Rodgers' passion? Outside of lip service about how bad he wants it, it sounds like what he wants is for the GM to fix all the problems, and he takes no accountability for his own actions. And again, he did have a bad NFC Championship game, and he does have bad games from time to time. Although he generally likes to blame his wide receivers for when things are going wrong. But it's just, I would like to see a little bit more. I mean, I still remember Russell Wilson every single offseason. He would invite the wide receivers out and they'd work out together and they practice together and they do that kind of work. You don't hear that ever from Aaron Rodgers. You saw the wide receivers getting together, and I'm sure they do stuff, but when is he putting in the work? It gets frustrating, and listen, if you're good enough, I'll get over it. But if you're going to have this attitude and say that everything is everybody else's fault, I'm not dealing with it. It's just I'm not having it. You go ahead and do what you want to do. And again, if you want to leave, that's fine. But don't you dare turn this around and blame Gutekunst and blame the Packers for the fact that you don't want to do this anymore. It's absolute nonsense. It's a lose-lose for the Packers. You can't fire Goot. That message puts all the power on the players. Getting rid of Rodgers could cause a Texans-level cascade among the players. Yeah, it's troublesome, but at the same time, it's I see what you're saying, but he's the one forcing his way out. Robert Rochelle, cornerback, Central Arkansas, going to the Rams. I have to think that's it might cause a bit of a split. Some guys are going to be very pro Rodgers and not happy or whatever, but it's. I guess I don't know. I wouldn't expect guys to really sympathize too much with Rodgers, but at the same time, I wouldn't expect Rodgers to act this way either. Who knows? But and this is where you do hope that Gutekunst and his apparent lack of communication, whether he actually has a problem with communication or not, they got to step up their communication with the players and try to get them on the side of the Green Bay Packers and realize, look, what's the problem? All right, hop upstairs. Sounds good. I don't know. I don't know what I was talking about anymore. Oh yeah, you got to win back the players, I guess, and hopefully you don't have to win them back because they're not leaving. But it's just stupid, and I would not be very good at communicating to the players because my attitude would be, you bunch of idiots. We went to the NFC Championship game, and what I need is for you guys to play better, and what I need is better production, and what I need is for you guys to start caring more, putting in the work, than doing all this stuff, and a lot less complaining. And if you don't want to be here, then get out. Because this team is here for one purpose, and that's to win championships. And if you're not going to do that, then you can leave. And we'll find somebody who wants to be here, which, again, is why I respect Gutekunst finding high-character guys. And I used to hate that, and I still to this day hate the fact that the first thing he says out of his mouth is always the character. It's like, come on, just tell me he's a good player, and then mention he's also a good high-character guy. But at this point, with all this going on, find me the Rashawn Garys. And the fact that with all that stuff going on, Rashawn Gary came out. I mean, it sounded to me like a dig against Aaron Rodgers. I'm not going to lie. It really sounded like there was a contingent of anti-Rodgers players. And I kind of hope that's the case, because if he leaves, I'm hoping that it's like, good, he's gone, now we can focus on being a great team. Again, I'm making this up, but it sounded like he knows what's going on. And he came out and he's like, we're just getting started, and we're, it was reassuring to me as a fan to hear him say that. And I love that. Jason says Wallow, the linebacker we looked at, might even be there in the 5th round or later, which could entirely be true. We'll see. Professor says, you know what's crazy? Before the 2020 draft, I had texted my dad and sister about a month before, said, watch the Packers draft this quarterback named Jordan Love. It's funny because I actually mentioned it. I thought that I never saw it coming. Somebody mentioned to me that I had talked about it on the podcast. Actually, I think they said this didn't age well, and they showed me a podcast that said the title of it was I don't like Jordan Love or something like that, which is crazy because it's like, why would I even spend time talking about a quarterback? I didn't think they were going to draft him. But what I essentially had said was, and again, I don't even remember saying this, but apparently at some point I started to feel like there was a good chance we were going to draft Jordan Love, and I had mentioned that in the podcast. I could probably even find the audio and play it, but it's probably not all that interesting, I guess. But there were all kinds of rumors, and like they were connected and all these things. And at some point I was like, I don't know, man, it seems like it's starting to feel real. But by the time the draft rolled around and they picked him, I was like, I was not expecting it. So apparently I forgot that I thought that. Sergio says, disgusted with Rodgers' behavior. Packers need to trade him to Denver June 2nd. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm really worried. A lot of people want us to why am I not getting updates? That's so weird. All right, we got to pick real quick. Oh, Tylen went to the Ravens. That's kind of sad. I mean, I guess we weren't going to get him anyways, but that's still kind of sad. What was I saying? Oh, a lot of people are wanting him to just retire. I think they don't want to face him. They don't want him to play anymore, give him some kind of satisfaction. 100% absolutely not. I want the picks, man. Give me as many picks as possible, especially since, I mean, listen, if Jordan Love doesn't pan out and we end up picking in the top 10 and we got a stack of picks, we could possibly, depending on how it goes, I mean, generally if the top player is a quarterback and the first team needs a quarterback, then they're going to take the quarterback. But if it's a team that doesn't, right, if it's it could be the Jaguars again. If they have a bad year or whatever, they're not going to take a quarterback. So possibly they would take a bunch of our picks. We go up and get the top available guy. And if Jordan Love is it, we take all those picks and we just dominate. We just dominate everybody's face. I want the picks. Honestly, what Rodgers needs to do is go on Pat's show and give full discretion. Let us know the truth. I agree. I mean, at this point, I just want to hear something, man. Even if it's just, I don't want to be here, just man up and say it. And if that's not the case, he needs to say something because things are really spiraling out of control. Part of me was even wondering, the leak came out about Rodgers wanting to be gone, and the assumption was Rodgers and his agent leaked that because they wanted to put pressure on the Packers. Since then, the amount of negative press that has come out about Rodgers and his attitude has been staggering. It almost feels like that's like a countermeasure by the Green Bay Packers. They're leaking stuff like Rodgers wants Good fired. Rodgers says if things aren't fixed to my liking, then I'm leaving or I'm retiring. It just kind of feels like that's a counterstrike from the Packers a little bit. And maybe this is just some seriously heated negotiation, but his reputation has been absolutely destroyed. So, I mean, that's a heck of a counterpunch by the Packers. If it's like, okay, you want to mess with me on draft night, I will ruin your entire career. And they just dropped an atomic bomb Browns took Tommy Togiai. There goes another guy that I liked. Tommy Togi. Just a thought I had that the Packers maybe were leaking some of that. Which, again, could be real in terms of just a counter strike, or it could be completely fake, just to be like, you want to pull no punches, then I can play that game. And I respect that. I absolutely respect that. I'm not taking your BS, dude. Tommy, look at Tommy. He's a bad man. If they agreed to trade, this is from Jason, if they agreed to trade A-Rod, can they designate the trade as post-June 1st like teams can do with cuts? Apparently not. I saw Andy Herman had mentioned they could do that, and then our contract guy, what's his name, jumped on the comments there and said, no, they can't do that. So we would have to officially wait, which, to be completely honest, maybe is exactly what's happening. Maybe they're kind of just playing it off like, no, it's just nothing here, no big deal. And then, like you said, June 2nd, he's gone, or whatever. Tim says Shailene Woodley equals Yoko Ono. I don't know the full story behind that, but I know enough to say, yeah, maybe. And again, I don't know. I've been trying to observe his demeanor, and I've made little comments about things like that, and he just feels like that guy. He reminds me of Matt, right? It just, when a female comes into his life, that's the most important thing. And I guess that's good for the relationship, maybe, but it's also, it doesn't feel great. And it obviously isn't working out for him. He's had 17 relationships since he's been a Packer. And that's only barely an exaggeration. I actually I looked it all up. There was a lot. Yo, Goose is in the house. So who picked what so far? Good question. We'll get off Rodgers for a minute. Let's go back over here. Here we go. So we got Tommy Togiai went to the Browns, Tylan Wallace. So quite a few guys that I like. Jalen Darden was a solid guy that I liked from Tampa, although kind of similar to what we already got in Amari Rodgers, just not quite as good, I don't think. Dan Moore went to the Steelers. Kylan Granson went to the Colts. Chuba Hubbard, pretty talented guy out of Oklahoma State, went to the Panthers. Cam Bynum went to the Vikings out of Cal. John Bates from Washington. Zach McPherson out of Texas Tech went to the Eagles. Tyler Shelvin is a pretty common name that could have gone to the Packers for sure. Going to the Bengals. Jordan Smith out of UAB to the Jags. Ramondre Stevenson to the Pats. Kane Nwangwu, never heard of him, to the Vikings. Running back. Chris Rumpf, talented pass rusher. His stats are through the roof. I know it's Duke, but it's like this guy's got some serious stats. Bobby Brown, real popular guy for a lot of Packer fans. Texas A&M guy going to the Rams. Ellerson Smith to the Giants. Dallas got Jabril. And let's see, Derek Barnes, linebacker, went to the Lions. Before that was Amon-Ra. Cam Sample to the Bengals. Hudson to the Cleveland Browns. Des Fitzpatrick, Darren Hall, Michael Carter. So there you go. There's the list. We got, what did I say? If we traded up, we could get, I think we're in trade up territory. We must be by now. If we gave up our pick 173, we could get to, let's see, that would be 23, which would put us at 124. So we could give up, if we gave up a 6th round pick, it could get us to 134. So we're in range of giving up one of our 6th round picks if we wanted to, and we could move up. So we're getting close to that range. And I don't care about 6th round picks. So I'm all about going up and getting whoever the Packers like here, so long as they don't give up a 5th, which they might, because that's what happened yesterday, is they were within range of giving up a 5th, and they gave up a 4th. And as I kind of explained, I'll talk about it more on the podcast because I did a terrible job explaining it, and I don't want to sound stupid twice on my own stream here. But it's debatably a bad value, I guess. History of sorry backups. Rodgers was a backup. Hasselbeck, Mark Brunell, Aaron Brooks. I think you're responding to something I kind of missed. He should get the Dalai Lama on the phone. Pretty sure he would tell him to stop being a child too. Yeah, and that's such a pretentious thing. I mean, I don't care if you want to go visit the Dalai Lama or whatever, but it's to put out this image of being like more enlightened and all this stuff, but yet you act like this. Like, give me a break, dude. Give me a break. Why is my mini feed not working? I got an update here from Goose. getting 279 from Goose, little Canadian. It says, Ryan, can you run down the picks so far today? Sorry I'm late on that one, but I think we're all caught up. And again, I got no updates that has happened. So my little thing here, my mini feed is not working. I wonder if I can refresh that or something. Rodgers wants public to blame Packers for him wanting to leave. Must not care about his Packers legacy. Yeah, and again, that's kind of what it seemed like, because at first, that's what happened, and it's flipped 180, which is kind of what makes me think maybe the Packers are doing a little, they've kind of taken this over and started releasing. Again, it's kind of like a divorce, somebody comes out and they want a divorce, and they're like, well, he's been mean to me, and everyone's like, what? You were mean to her? That's crazy. No wonder she wants to leave you. It's like, oh, well, check out these text messages. Look at this. Look at that. And suddenly public perception, why the public is involved in this, I don't know, but public perception switches when you realize, oh, so you were texting your boss at 2 a.m. That's kind of creepy. What's that all about, Miss Perfect Wife? You get what I'm saying? This is the same guy who won't talk to his family. The guy isn't budging on his demands. Yeah, I don't know. That whole thing. I mean, I've heard things. There's also somebody on Twitter that I've talked to that kind of knows some inside information on Rodgers, and she has said that she is really not a fan of him because of some of the things that she's heard. But she's sworn to secrecy, so she couldn't exactly say what exactly it was, but she also hasn't made that public either. But either way, it's... general consensus is just not fantastic about his personality. And again, he obviously holds grudges. I mean, he will not let stuff go. I mean, anybody that cuts off their family is, and again, I don't bring that up much because it's who knows what, and I don't want to bring up family stuff, but it's all kind of coming together a little bit, isn't it? It's hard to not bring it up at this point. Well, Kevin King's got no leg to stand on. No one else wants him. Yeah, it's not a great parallel when I did the Kevin King thing, but you get the idea, right? The general idea is this happens to everybody every year. Every year, somebody gets drafted and somebody gets put on notice. Kevin King, again, is not the greatest example because he's probably gone anyways, but it happens. That's the way the NFL works. And the difference, again, between Kevin King and Rodgers is that Kevin King 100% is going to lose his job. Rodgers won his job. So it works in that direction too, whereas Kevin King has more of a reason to be upset than Rodgers did. Rodgers isn't going to lose to Love. He's better than Love. What do we got here? Brambo with 1999. Thank you for all you do. No, thank you, dude. Thank you guys so much for the support. I really appreciate that. That popped up at the top of the stream. Not in my mini feed, but that's awesome, man. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Professor says, I think Goot has done a lot to try and help Rodgers. I tend to agree. I mean, I feel like we've gone over this 1,000 times. Janarius Robinson going to the Vikings, defensive end. He fixed the team. The team was going nowhere, and there's so much here, man. It seemed like he was done with the Packers back when Mike McCarthy was there, and he had a lot to be upset about back when Mike McCarthy and Ted Thompson were there because of the way things were going. Ted Thompson refused to go into free agency. He refused to do anything. And so even Packer fans, even myself, were like, dude, you do need to get a little bit more help. This is kind of crazy. You're not doing anything to help. Gutekunst comes in, rebuilds the team, finds a coach that is fantastic. Fantastic scheme. He's already said he likes Shanahan. He likes that scheme. Boom, here you go. You got it. Great quarterback guy. Great relationship, right? Similar age, all that stuff. Brilliant mind. Rodgers apparently didn't like McCarthy because he wasn't smart enough. This guy's got a brilliant mind, so now you can be challenged. Everything you could ever want. Great, all that stuff. Goes out in free agency, fixes the defense, fixes the offense, spends a ton of money to reload this team, stack it with talent, right? Go to the NFC Championship in one game. To say that he hasn't done anything for Rodgers, which I know is the opposite of what you're saying, I'm not coming at you, it's just insane. He has done everything he needs to do and more for this team. Matt LaFleur, Brian Gutekunst, they have done an unbelievable job. They have given us so much as Packer fans, and I refuse to throw any of those guys under the bus. And the fact that Rodgers is doing that is pathetic. If Goot was fired today, I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't a GM somewhere else tomorrow. Dude, no question. No question. The amount of guys that get hired away from Green Bay, I mean, look at Wolf and all those guys. As soon as Gutekunst got hired, they all got hired away. And, I mean, granted, they're not doing much right now, but, I mean, Brian Gutekunst is a part of that crew. John Dorsey, who has been a GM for multiple different places now with Detroit. Reggie McKenzie, who was with the Raiders for a very long time. I mean, it's such a core group, and Gutekunst was right in that group, and now he's a GM just absolutely tearing it up. I mean, these guys are elite. Ron Wolf had built a staff. Ted Thompson had built a staff that is just, I mean, it's legendary. It really genuinely is legendary, and Gutekunst is a part of that group. And yes, if he was fired, he'd be picked up in a second. And that's the thing. I'm more upset about the thought about Brian Gutekunst going to another team than Aaron Rodgers going to another team. Because Gutekunst we can have for 20 years stacking this team with talent. Aaron Rodgers is going to give us maybe, 5 more years of good quarterback play and a ton of attitude? Except he's not going to come through when it matters, you know? I mean, it's not even close, dude. It's not even close. Give me Gutekunst 10 times out of 10. Rashad Weaver out of Pittsburgh going to the Titans, as you can see on your screen here. Are we caught up? I want to refresh this, make sure. The Packers are getting close here. Packers is getting close. It says Ravens are on the clock. So it looks like maybe they traded up at 136. So the Ravens traded up with the Cardinals to come and get somebody. Let's take a look at our board since we're getting kind of close here. We'll refresh this because Tylen is gone. So we got Tay Gowan out of UCF, cornerback if we wanted to get a little bit more depth there. Shi Smith if we want another wide receiver, another corner. Jamar Johnson at safety. I'm trying to think which guys I liked. Shaun Wade I think would be fantastic. I'd be excited about that just because he's strictly a slot guy and he's real good at it, right? That would be kind of cool. Although it would be nice to get some other possible things. Davion Nixon is here. Brevin Jordan, as I mentioned, not a big fan of getting another tight end, especially it's kind of a weak class, but you know, whatever. Linebackers, there's not a ton of them here. We got Dylan Moses, which a lot of people mentioned would be great. Again, defensive tackles, we got Marvin. It's funny that these guys are right next to each other because it's a very similar situation with. I want to pull up Facebook. My wife might be talking to me. I forgot. Where's my phone? She's probably been sending me a billion messages trying to tell me something. Can you send Cullen up? All right, that's it. And he's up. All right. So, what was I saying? Trying to think if there's anybody here that I really was like a huge fan of. I mean, there's definitely some wide receivers that I liked. Trill is decent. Let's go position by position here. Running backs. What do we got here? Elijah Mitchell's pretty cool. I'm struggling to remember some of these guys here. We could always look them up, but Trey Smith obviously is a big name. Surprised he's all the way down here. Pass rushers, Dalen Hayes is a pretty talented guy. Shaka Toney for sure is a talented guy. There's a lot of really good pass rushers in this class. I mean, even you go further down the list and you'll find guys that are just destroying people. Defensive tackles, obviously a lot of big. I like Tio Pelotu, I know. Jalen Twyman I like. What do we got? Pick is in for the Cardinals. And then linebackers. I think Justin Hilliard is, I was saying it's the one, or was it Tuff Borland? I think it was Justin Hilliard. Was the one linebacker out of Ohio State I did like. There was two that were ahead of him that I didn't really care for. And then the third one that was on the list was the guy that I thought was, he graded out well and whatnot. Anyways, we're getting close. Aaron is being ridiculous by not talking. He's weak-minded, hiding behind the media. And just like always, we know his play always revolves around his love life. Never thought it'd be like this. Yeah, I'm shocked that it's like this. And I think the other thing that's bothersome about this is Rodgers has always given us the perception that he wants to be here, but the Packers don't want him here. And he's super sad about it. He wants to retire a Packer. His dream would be to just to win a Super Bowl, and then, when it's just not there anymore, I'm going to sail off into the sunset, say goodbye, and we're all going to shed a tear, and it's going to be a beautiful moment. But the Packers, they're trying to move on. And it felt like that made sense. Yeah, they kind of are. You get a new GM, you get all this stuff. It kind of makes sense. You start looking in that direction. But, it's sad and you feel bad for Rodgers and you understand the frustration. It seems at this point like Rodgers is the one that's trying to get out of here. And he's kind of making all this stuff up about, wanting to stay here. Sounds like he wants to leave and he's trying to blame the Packers for pushing him out. And he doesn't actually want to be here. Whew. Looks like Ian Book got picked. So that's something. Psychology 101. Rodgers always needs to have control and then leave the situation. Friends, family, girlfriend, business. Even Big Dog seemed shocked. Basically said he came back for him. Yeah. Have control and then leave the situation. That's Jacob Bearded Buck. Make sure you check out Bearded Buck. Drop the link to your website in there. I know you don't like me doing that, but if you don't do it, I'm just going to do it. And then I got to pull up another link, so I'm going to do it angrily. So drop in the link to Bearded Buck. I don't know if it's .com or exactly what it is, but if you got a little bit right here, some beard oil, whatever you need, you get you hooked up. Lupe says, happened with the Broncos as well. Cutler forced his way out. Then Brandon Marshall wanted out. There was a mass exodus of players leaving the Broncos. Yeah, I mean, I hope that's not how it is. I don't know. I mean, obviously you got guys that are close, Devontae, and that's the thing too. You get worried because Devontae doesn't have his contract straightened out yet. I mean, Bakhtiari does. I'd have a hard time thinking he would force his way out, but who knows? I mean, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried about that. But I don't know. It would seem ridiculous to me that they would blame the Packers organization for Rodgers throwing a fit and wanting out. I mean, for what? The whole team's going to leave because they didn't draft a wide receiver in the first round? I mean, you got to be kidding me. Free Wits wants Brevin Jordan or defensive tackle, please. Lupe says Ravens grabbing all the receivers to run the ball. They do need wide receivers, but yeah, it's true. It's like you're not going to be throwing to them very much. Kyle Bernston, who's like a general in the Army right now. Check that out. I don't know my ranks, but if this is true, how much would having an actual owner help the situation with Rodgers? I don't know why it would necessarily make a difference. Maybe it's a power thing, but I mean, there's a guy that runs the show, and so I don't know. I don't know why it would necessarily help. It seems like the owners are more of a hindrance than anything else, but maybe it's like an authority figure to go to. But that would just make me nervous because owners just don't care. They're little dictators in their own little minds. And if you have an owner that's Rodgers or bust, he'll fire everybody to keep Rodgers. And I don't think Murphy will do that. Free says Gainwell is still available. I believe he is. Chris, dang it, I wanted Tommy. Mike says, I've been saying it for years. The cancer in this locker room has always been 12. Coaches that are no longer on staff made it clear 12 needs to be held more accountable. It is true, and there have been issues with the locker room, and I don't know. But that is my hope, that really 12 is the one that's kind of dragging things down. We know he's not a rah-rah guy, right? I mean, that's for sure. He's always been kind of quiet. I never read too much into it, but ideally that would be like he leaves, and then the team can kind of you get the culture that you want. And they talk a ton about culture, and for good reason. It does matter, and it is important. And it's kind of hard when Rodgers is, and maybe there's more to the love pick than we realize. Maybe it really is like this guy's a problem, and we don't want to put up with it, and we would like to move on. And this is just a great opportunity for him to do it. But the complicated thing or the confusing thing about that would be why they're so determined to keep him around if that really is the case. So I don't know, man. There's a billion different directions you can go with this, and this is why Rodgers needs to step in and say something. He might just come out and lie, but at least say something. Lupe says how hilarious it would be if they traded Rodgers to the Cowboys and Mike McCarthy would be his coach again. That would be hilarious. Rodgers would have to refuse, I would think. I don't think that would, but it would be hilarious for our sake. Chris says, I want to trade him to the Texans. That would be fantastic. I don't know if they have hardly any picks, but I guess I don't really even care. Trade him to the Texans. Do it up. Robbie says, once you get to the point where all respect on both sides seems to have gone, there isn't any way back. Kind of feels like this is where we are. How could he come back now with Love there. One has to go. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I don't know. How do you fix this? How in the world do you fix this? I don't know any way to repair this. It's so damaged. That's why, again, there has to be some kind of a statement to come out to say, look, a lot of this was fake. It was nothing more than a contract negotiation. It got blown out of proportion. And, we got it worked out, and we're all set to go, and everything's fine. But even then, like, there's so much anger toward Rodgers right now. It's going to be hard to even watch the same anyway. I mean, there's no officially coming back from this. There's damage has been done. Free says Rodgers to Denver next year, book it. By next year, do you mean this upcoming year, or he's going to play this year and then next year he'll be out of here? Mike McCarthy. Speaking of. Josh Ball, tackle out of Marshall. Big dude. GPK says, I think having an owner would probably make it more likely for them to cave and fire Good. That would be my biggest concern. Michael says, I'm cool with starting the Jordan Love era. Actually stoked about it. I mean, I'm trying not to get excited about it because I know it's stupid. There's what, like a 5 to 10% chance that he's going to come in and just be dominant. But I am, man. I mean, I'm always excited about, I don't know. It's fun to envision, rebuilding and really having a new vision and a new identity of the team. And again, Rodgers is fantastic as a player. But to have like a different identity of this team and a different energy and a different kind of having somebody that's just motivated, you know what I mean? That's just, his whole life is the Packers, Rodgers clearly, it's a fraction, it's a sliver of what his life is. But a guy that is just dedicated and he gets in the locker room and given the opportunity to say, listen, I know Rodgers has been your guy and I know there's a lot of stuff going on, but just give me a chance, give me an opportunity to prove this to you and all that. It's just I'm excited about it. I don't want to be excited about it because I know we're probably going to take a step back and it's going to be an issue and watching everybody gloat about the Packers not having the best quarterback or the best team, but it is what it is, man. I mean, it's just, you got to move on at some point. I thought it would be a couple more years. And that's the other thing. We were planning on Rodgers being gone after, what, like 2 years? So it's just a couple years early. So whatever. I'll get over it. Lupe says, I would take Sean Wade, cornerback out of OSU. He was great as a nickel cornerback, awful on the outside, but he's a gamer. Yeah, and that's what's crazy. Again, I don't know if we want to go another DB, but just envision Jair is the number one cornerback in football. We went and got a first-round pick that the Packers think could be another elite boundary guy. Imagine if we get an elite slot guy. We got like 3 number ones on the field. I mean, that would be crazy. And you just don't generally get that amount of value this late. Now, do we want to go another corner would be the only real concern I'd have, but whatever, dude. I would not be mad at all. Would not. I don't think they will, but I would not be mad. I worries about that, Ryan. I've been wanting to give a donation on one of these streams. I don't know what that means. No, not I. No worries about that. There's always like one simple thing that if you switch it, it makes sense. It's like, why can't I figure out what he meant to say? I do appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. It's always funny to see the different denominations, when you're in a different country or whatever. But again, always appreciate that. Trill Williams would be cool. O'Brien Goodson. And what's a mater baby? I forgot about that. My guy, a mater baby. I will never. You will hate me. It's going to ruin my podcast if we draft the guy because I'm just going to play that clip over and over and over again. Would you rather eat a baby goat or a mater baby? Mater baby? What's a mater baby? Nothing, sugar. What's the matter with you? Love that so much. And that's the name of a wide receiver. For those that are not sure what the heck I'm talking about, Amateur Baby is the name of a wide receiver out of Illinois, I believe. Packers getting close. We got, they're next on the clock, actually. The Rams pick is in, and then it's the Packers. Back to the Brambo donation. Once again, thank you very much. Definitely, you're doing great, Ryan, and I put money where my mouth is. Shadow Jack. Thank you, dude. Thank you, Shadow Jack. I appreciate that. I'm just hanging out talking football with my friends, man. That's all I'm doing. Nothing special. So the Rams took Jacob Harris, wide receiver. So the Packers are on the clock. And this is what we got here. Here is the ESPN board. Tay Gowan, Shai Smith. I don't know. Drop in the... I'm not even going to get to the comments by the time... Packers on the clock. See if they trade it. NFC North seems to be preparing to deal with the Thunder and Lightning. Good. Good. Prepare for it, because it's coming. Packers pick is in for the fourth time in a row. They just quickly run it. Oh, they're doing... what is that martial art called? I forget. Anyways, I got to get caught up here. I want to see the reactions to the stuff here. Big Cat tweeted to pick a Rodgers at the Derby with Bakhtiari, Cobb, Hawk, and others. Take it for its worth. Bleacher Report just came out with Aaron Rodgers is adamant he won't return if Good is the GM. Good. Bye. God, this guy. Pick is in. We don't know what it is yet. Let's go, Pack. I totally buy some of his beard oil, but the shipping would likely be very pricey. Possibly. Talk to him about it. Oh, something popped up. I almost freaked out there. What's it going to be? Chris says, I hate to be so negative, but this is just so toxic and disrespectful. That's exactly how I feel. Here it comes. The selection is... Come on. Come on. Royce Newman out of Ole Miss. Oh, guard out of Ole Miss. So we went offensive line again. So more offensive line competition. Again, there was kind of a question about whether or not the three guys that we got are going to be it. And I wasn't exactly sold on it, but it's kind of cool, man. We need to fix the offensive line, and I'm excited to sort of dig into that and take a look. Let me know your initial thoughts. Let's see if we can find the guy. I don't remember Royce. Oh, he's probably... Oh, Royce Newman here out of Ole Miss. First of all, I'm becoming rapidly becoming an Ole Miss fan because of their quarterback mostly, but we will check that out in a minute. Drop me some comments. Let me get caught up in the comments here. Texans for Deshaun. Straight up for Russell. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not interested. Thanks for having the show, says Douglas. You're very welcome. We'd be able to see what LaFleur is really made of. That's the other thing that's exciting is this offense is going to get a lot more creative because it has to be rather than just leaning on Rodgers so much. We moved up to 142. Did we? Sure about that? I guess I wasn't paying close enough attention, but no, we were sitting here because it was the third last pick. Let's see. Need Davion Nixon, offensive. Royce Newman, offensive tackle. I think he's a guard. Packers pick equals time for commercial break. Yeah, right. I'm surprised they didn't because there's always commercial breaks. Michael Hammerberg. Oh, dude. Mike, what are you doing? What is SEK? I know that's not the important part, but I'm curious. Kroner, Sweden. Thank you very, very much. That is beyond generous, dude. That's unbelievable. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Oh, you said it right there. Love your work. Keep it up. Love from Sweden. Tell Freddie I said hi. A guy I worked with moved back to Sweden. There's actually quite a few people from Sweden that listen to the show. I really appreciate that. Thank you so very much for that. Free Wits says Jordan Gainwell, defensive tackle, lots of options. Mike, another reach? Question mark. Technically, yes. They don't really have them numbered here. Oh, let me check on the consensus thing. See where they had Royce. This one's probably a bigger reach than the rest, if I had to guess. Let's pull up the consensus big board. Royce Newman. They have him at 218. So where did we pick? 142 or something? So Is that about a round again? About a round ahead? It's a big jump. I mean, we're talking what, 60-ish. So it is what it is. We'll jump into the PFF stuff in just a second here. Good pick in the fourth. Love strengthening the line. I do too. And again, if Rodgers isn't there, really building around possibly Jordan Love, really bolster that offensive line, make it as awesome as you possibly can. We got another wide receiver that helps. We got Devontae and we got Amari. You still got Tunyon. You still got Lazard. He's going to be walking into a pretty solid situation. NFL Network says tackle. Yeah, he's probably a guy that's a tackle that is assumed to move inside. Offensive line is always weird that way. You never actually know. And then Good will come out and call him a center or something. Oh, wow, more offensive line. Goody definitely building for the Love era, says Chris. Entirely possible. John says, did we trade back or up, or is this where we were at? That's where we were at. Royce Newman, 8.72 RAS. So another high RAS guy. Athleticism is going to be important. And I don't know that we've really fully built out the Matt LaFleur offensive line. We know that's an important thing. We did get Billy Turner. Bakhtiari was already there. Lindsley was there. But I don't know that he's necessarily exactly what Matt LaFleur wanted. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with him. But just like if he could handpick or create or mold the perfect guy, what would it look like? And then the other guys were all sixth-round picks. So I don't know that necessarily... I mean, they're going to have some characteristics that the Packers like, but is it like exactly what you want? So it's nice to be able to give him the opportunity to really build his offensive line the way that he feels it needs to be. Brambo says Swedish kroner. Yes, sir. Figured it out. Thanks, Google. And also for Michael putting it right in the comment there that I didn't read because I had to go figure out what KOR was or whatever. SEK. That's why I couldn't figure it out. If it was KRO, I would have figured it out. I bet they don't draft a defensive lineman now, but sign a vet. Got to find some money, but yeah, we might have an infusion of money real quickly. I guess what am I talking about? That's another thing I always forget is we're not only going to have potentially some picks, but we're going to have some money. Newman, player right tackle at both offensive guard spots, ranked 10th best offensive guard by Athlon Sports. Not a bad need fill pick. Newman moved to right tackle in 2020. They're saying he's a tackle possibly. Myers was ranked second best center by Athlon Sports. Nice. I should check out Athlon. They seem to be in line with what the Packers think. Let's see. 70 picks, says Brambo. Thanks for being better at math than me. I was kind of close. What did I say, 60-ish? 70 is kind of 60-ish, isn't it? Not a reach. Goot always proved he's a better offensive line scout than anyone else. Professor says, don't forget about Josiah DeGuara. Absolutely, you're 100% right. I love Josiah, man. I'm a big fan of Josiah. I think he's going to do some really cool stuff. Not only is he a good player, but I think he's just a cool fit. Like the style of guy that he is, the H-back kind of thing. He's constantly in motion, doing all kinds of stuff. You don't know if he's going to down block, or if he's going to run a route or whatever he's going to do. It's going to be a really fun offense. It really is. Let's see. Paula S. has retracted her statement. Keep it clean, Paula. I'm just teasing. PFF hates Newman. Yeah, probably. PFF is going to absolutely hate all of our picks, apparently, but we'll see what happens. Newman has started at guard and tackle in the SEC. Versatility and competition there. Sergio says Royce Newman, 6'5 1/8", 310 pounds. Bet Goot takes Poljan, the tight end, says Chris. Any chance Nixon falls to our spot in 5? Who are we talking about? Davion Nixon? I guess. I mean, he's fallen this far. Why not? He was supposed to be an early second-round pick. They clearly do not like their 6th-round lineman from last year. It's feeling that way, isn't it? I mean, they got a peak. But I also said those 6th-round guys, it'd be nice to have them as kind of backups. So now we get these guys that can step in, or I guess not all of them, but at least one of them can step in and fill in that spot. And also, again, you got to remember, Bakhtiari is going to be out for a while. So our offensive line has got a bunch of question marks that are being answered right now, which is kind of nice. Hopefully Jay Sternberger can get it all together here in year 3. I think he has the potential to be a very nice receiving. I loved him in college. I'm not a huge fan anymore. I don't really like his personality very much. He's kind of become very obnoxious in the little bit that I see about him, and he has done absolutely nothing on the field. But again, he is very similar to what Robert Tunyon was in year 2. And then obviously year 3 is when he blew up. So I'll give him one more. Brambo's retracting. Oh man, we're retracting all our messages here. Things are getting heated. Trade up for Nixon or Twyman. Dude, I would love Twyman. I'm a big Twyman fan. I'm not a big Davion Nixon fan. I know he's obviously ranked a lot higher. At least he used to be. Obviously, the NFL teams disagreed, but I do like Twyman out of Pitt. I like a lot of the Pittsburgh guys. Disgusted look. Hello, Newman. Oh, haha, I get it. Wasn't a big Seinfeld guy, but I get it. This should cut Big Dog to send him to. They should cut Big Dog to send a message to Rod. Dude, that would be the ultimate, like, just, are you gone yet kind of thing. All right, let's look up our guy here, see what PFF has to say about him. We'll just I'm sure the the grades are going to be bad. We'll look a little bit into the statistics and whatever we can find. What am I doing here? I'm completely lost. Tell myself I need 3-4 monitors, and it's just going to confuse things even more. So they do have him listed as a tackle here out of Ole Miss. If we look at what he's done in the past, so this past year he was strictly a right tackle, although he did play 1 snap at left tackle, 902 total snaps at right tackle. So again, you get the versatility, which is cool, because he may be able to play tackle. Something to consider. I mean, 6'6", 310, why not? Possibly kick Billy inside. They talked about how much they love that you got a guy like Billy Turner that can play 4 spots on the offensive line. You have Elton Jenkins that can play all 5. Having these pieces that can move around is incredibly valuable, and it looks like Royce fits that nicely. He did have a better year in 2020 as far as his grades at right tackle than he did the previous 2 years. His first year at Ole Miss was actually his best, but he didn't play very much. But in total, 79 snaps at left tackle, 758 at left guard, 138 at right guard, 902 at right tackle. He's done it all. Let's see. Run blocking grade actually took a big step forward in 2020. He was very bad at it. Pass blocking, he was good his first 2 years, and then the last 2 not very much, but the last 2 are when he was actually a starter. So hasn't graded out very well as a pass blocker. Did grade out quite well as a run blocker this past year in 2020. He took a pretty big step. In terms of, let's go to the pass blocking, look at some of the statistics here. 2020, he gave up 2 sacks, 5 hits, 18 hurries, 25 pressures. That's pretty brutal. True pass sets, 2 sacks, 4 hits, 5 hurries, only 11 total pressures. So that's quite a bit better. If we look at the run blocking, 62% zone, 32% gap blocking. Never really graded out bad. His worst game was against Vanderbilt, 52 overall grade. Otherwise, a lot of 70s. So, again, he kind of took a step. PFF isn't going to be super excited about him. We already knew that. But I think it's more of a good fit. Let's see what they say in their scouting report, if he's even on here. Do we have a Royce? There's Royce. All right, looks like we got him. They gave him a -2 grade at the the Senior Bowl. His win percentage was 29%. His one win came at left guard. He won 1 of 4 reps at right tackle, and he was 0 for at center and right guard as far as his one-on-one matchups in the Senior Bowl. Reading up on him a little bit, 6'5", 310. Royce Newman was considered a 3-star offensive tackle coming out of Illinois Nashville Community High School. That's confusing. He played basketball and football throughout his preps career. He also earned first-team honors as a senior and tight end following his 2014 season. Newman committed to Ole Miss over offers from Missouri, Nebraska, and Penn State, among others. They do not have an NFL comp for him. His biggest strength is his versatility. His biggest weakness is his anchor. A little bit of a snippet on him. Newman has bounced around considerably for the Rebels in the past 2 years as a starter. He's played at least 79 snaps at every position along the offensive line except center, with left guard and right tackle making up the bulk majority of his playing time. He played exclusively at right tackle in 2020 and had a fair share of struggles in pass protection, notably earning a 48 pass blocking grade on true pass sets. He has the physical traits the NFL is looking for, but his future will be on the inside. Bottom line, they said Newman's versatility will be coveted, but don't expect him to start right away at any position he's played. They have him as a 6th-round prospect. Pros and cons, they got plus feet and mirror, quick and choppy in his sets, versatile body type, and has played 4 positions for Ole Miss in his career. Able to get out of his stance with ease and play on the move. Patient in the run game, won't see him out of control or overextending. The cons, flat back, consistently on tape, core strength and anchor are poor. Plays with ultra-wide base to make up for anchor and leaves him unable to recover blocks. Needs to improve independent hand usage in a big way. They do little for him right now. Will already be 24 years old before he starts his NFL career. So there you go. Let's see what we got for measurables. 40-yard dash was a 5.14, 70th percentile. Everything else was either average or poor. Average shuttle, average broad jump, average vert. Somewhat of a subpar 3-cone and only 23 reps on the bench, which is kind of small for an offensive lineman, but something to keep in mind. Oh, Brevin Jordan just went to the Texans there. We'll get caught up on some of these picks in a second. I want to look at one thing really quickly. 2020 draft. I want to look at Packers because... Oh, it's going to be Green Bay. Never mind. Oh, that was project. Never mind. It's dumb. So who are the... Never mind. We're not going to do that. The point I was going to make is that a lot of the guys... Oh, here we go. We got some Aaron Rodgers stuff. What are we talking about? I don't know. I missed it. But there was... Of the 3 guards, or the 3 guys that we drafted last year, John Runyon, I don't think, was the one expected to be the good one. I think Simon Stepniak was the one that was considered the best, and he obviously did not get very much playing time. Where will Aaron Rodgers play this season? 42% say Packers, 18% say other NFC team, 39% say AFC team. So, I mean, it's close to like half and half between the Packers and a different AFC team. It's less than 50% Rodgers back with the Packers. I don't know what this survey came from, but yeah, I think that's becoming sort of a consensus there. Nixon isn't that great and doesn't fit us. He's a one-gapper. Nah, don't punish Lewis for Rodgers being stupid. Yeah, I agree, but it would definitely be a slap in the face. Newman has 97.8 pass blocking efficiency. Is that what it says? That's pretty. I mean, it's either way, it's pretty good. But yeah, I mean, his stats aren't terrible. But Chris says, I bet he ends up being a stud. Lupe, Shakur Brown, cornerback, Michigan State, has 7 picks and 79 targets in college. Still there and could be a nickel guy. That is something to consider, is looking at some nickel guys. Chris says, get ready, Vikings. The NFL is going to forget about Cook after we unleash this new running game. I think it's going to be brutal, man. I really do. I think it's going to be just such an absolute assault on the NFL. This running game is going to be, especially if Rodgers is gone. If Rodgers is gone, man. Because, again, with Rodgers, and I think this was even under McCarthy, you saw some of this, where you never want to take the ball out of his hand. Even with, like, when we had Taysom Hill, I think the Packers would have been willing to do something like that. But could you imagine Rodgers' reaction if we took him off the field, put Taysom Hill in? He would have lost his mind. He would have absolutely lost his mind if we did that, even just for a play or two. Trust the mullet. All right, I will. Paula says he's got an awesome flow. Oh, is that does he have a mullet? Is that what you guys are talking about? Well, then I like him. You got to get the hair, man. You got to get the hair. Also great protection for Jordan Love, says Paula. Brambo says, send Rodgers to the Washington football team. That would be pretty awesome. Chris says, I'd prefer him to be in the AFC. That's true, but if you're going to go to an NFC team, make it a team I could not care any less about. I mean, you know, Washington would fit that. What is this? What are you sending me? Please avoid all burning today, the DNR and U.S. National Weather Service. Oh, probably because of the wind, I would guess. That's what I'm guessing. All right. I prefer him to be in the, let's see. Lots of picks on offense, last 2 drafts. Good to see the team committed to LaFleur so heavily. Yeah, and I like that they're being able to get him his guys. You know, he went out and got, I mean, technically he got his quarterback, he got his running back, he got his tight end. Now they're building his offensive line, his wide receiver. You know, I mean, we're kind of getting all these pieces that this offense needs, and I'm excited about it. And again, I can't help but assume with the concern that maybe Rodgers isn't going to be here, maybe we do have to emphasize that a little bit. obviously they stick to their board, but the board is going to be a pile of guys a lot of the time. It's going to be, 3, 4, 5, 10 guys, who knows. The question is, what do we prioritize? They even said that with that second-round pick. They had Amari Rodgers and they had Myers who were sitting there. They wanted both of them. You got to make a pick, and they prioritized the offensive center, the offensive line, which kind of makes sense for this, right? You can see that wide receiver is important, but they thought offensive line is even more important. We have to hit on these things. So you get to this point, and you can see they're still really emphasizing the importance of offensive line, which obviously is going to be key. And we did lose Corey Linsley, which is important, and we've lost a few people over the years. So we want to be able to try to build that back up. But I tend to think there's a little bit more to it than that. Free says, no, there goes my guy Graham. All right, let's get caught up real quick. I'm going to take a quick break because I'm kind of tired right now. I'm going to try to grab some coffee or something. Really could use an energy drink, boy, oh boy, I tell you what. What am I doing? So come over here, refresh this, so we probably have to go, there we go. Here's what we got so far in the 5th round. And I believe we've got a couple 5th-round picks. We've got 173 and 178. So we got a couple picks here. We got a couple 6th-round picks, and then I think 1 7th, and then we're out of here. So we got a couple tight ends, Brevin Jordan. We got our first kicker, Evan McPherson, out of Florida, going to the Bengals. So I'll leave this up for you, fine individuals. I will mute all this stuff so you don't have to hear my television in the background, if you can even hear that. I'm going to, again, go get some coffee, and I'll be right back. All right? All right. All right. We're back. Bears pick is in. So tired, man. Did go to bed late, up relatively early. Plus, coffee is just not, it's not great, man. It's good for like a minute, and then it's like I'm just more tired as time goes on. So if Rodgers is traded this summer, what type of compensation? See, that's the biggest question. I don't know. I really don't know. In my mind, it's going to be huge, but I'm feeling like we're going to end up being disappointed. It's like, well, he's expensive and he's old, but he's the reigning MVP, dude. It's got to be big. It has to be big. I wonder, somebody has to have written some kind of an article about it somewhere. The cost to trade Rodgers on the cap. Yeah, that's the cap. Let's just see what we got here. A couple articles. If he's not traded, Rodgers could retire. These 9 NFL teams could be suitable destinations. We'll peruse. Brambo says all the picks. I want it to be big, man. I really do. It would ease the suffering of everything. You know how exciting next year's draft would be if we just had like 3 first-round picks? And then like 2 the next year after that. Bears select Larry Borum out of Missouri, offensive tackle. Says trading before, yeah. Post June 1, cap charge would be $14.352 million, pushing the balance to 2022. Even though teams like the Broncos and Raiders have used their 2021 first-round picks, the Packers would be better off waiting. So there's really no details here of any substance whatsoever. Thank you very much. Come on. Josh Kando. All right, what does this say? He's going to be our quarterback. Gutekunst double down. All right, so they got some teams. We'll just go through the teams. They said the Carolina Panthers. They're clearly in search of a quarterback who can elevate what's otherwise a pretty potent offensive arsenal. No reason Darnold should assuage them. Though the loss of next year's second rounder makes any deal a little harder to consummate. None of these are going to be very interesting. Nobody's even entertained it, apparently. I don't know. It would be very interesting to know what the going rate for the reigning MVP quarterback is. Yes. What's Twitter doing these days? Lots, apparently. Jeez. All right. Herschel Walker type compensation. What was Herschel Walker's compensation? Let's see. Herschel Walker trade. Herschel Walker was the largest player trade in the history of the National Football League. The deal on October 12th, 1989, centered on sending running back Herschel Walker from the Dallas Cowboys to the Minnesota Vikings, including Walker and a transaction involving the San Diego Chargers. The trade eventually involved 18 players and draft picks. At the time of the deal, the Cowboys were one of the worst teams in the league. I don't care. What was the compensation? Okay, so here we go. San Diego Chargers ended up with Naren Nelson. The Vikings got Herschel Walker, a third, San Diego's fifth, Dallas's 10th, Dallas's third. The Dallas Cowboys got two linebackers, a corner, a pass rusher. 1990 first, second, and sixth. 1991 first, second, and then 1992 first, second, and third. That works for me. 3 years of first-round picks and 4 players. 3 years of second-round picks. A sixth, and a third. That's crazy, man. 3 firsts, 2 seconds. No, 3 firsts, 3 seconds, a third, a sixth, and 4 players is what they got. I'm down. I'm down. That's crazy. Rodgers is at least worth the number 3 pick in Jimmy G. Stafford was worth 2 first-round picks plus Goff. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that kind of throws me, where it's like, I don't know if we'd actually get that much because of this, that, or the other. And then you look at Stafford getting 2 firsts, and it's like, dude, it would be like, is there anybody that could even pay that? Like, is there anybody that, I'm sure, because teams do stupid stuff all the time, but it just seems like everybody would look at what he's worth and just be like, I can't pay. Like, I acknowledge that a Dodge Viper is worth that much money, but I can't justify that. I just can't. Like, you know, you look at some of these cars, my daughter was like, oh, I want to get this car. It's like a $500,000 car. It's like, look, you can probably break down the expenses and explain to me why it costs that much. There's never a justification for a $500,000 car. No car is ever going to be worth that much money. Kyle says, I have a very hard time believing all this Rodgers stuff is true, and Bach is with him now acting like nothing is wrong. There's a problem for sure, but I'm guessing 10% of what is coming out is true. And I think that's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of the details are now iffy. There's certainly something, but at this point we don't know what something is, and everything coming out is just crazy. And whether it's leaks between Rodgers' camp and the Packers' camp to try to, you know, push things a certain way, or if it's just people like Florio just trying to be stupid, I don't know. Mike says 3 number ones is a starting point. Nothing. I agree. That's the biggest thing for me. I want 3 number ones. Ideally, 2 next year and 1 the year after if you have it. If not, just give me 2021, 2022, and a 2023. And again, similar to this, throw in a couple seconds and maybe a player, and we got a deal. Adam Schefter just now on Aaron Rodgers, quote, there are many people connected to him that believe he's played his last down in Green Bay. Yeah, that seems to be the thing coming out is that I shouldn't say that's everybody reporting on this. Many of them saying it's with people with inside knowledge saying that Rodgers is 100% done. He's absolutely not playing anymore. Rambo says Troy Aikman, Emmett Smith, and more. Not sure what we're talking about. Whew. All right, where are we at? You can trust Florio. He's a Vikings fan trying to throw gas. Oh, yeah, he's a joke. All right, here we go. Here's what we got so far. Again, Packers here. And they could always package and move up, but, you know, I mean, at this point, I don't think anybody has a ton of favorites, right? What do we got for guys left? Let me refresh this just to make sure we're up to date. I mean, there's probably 1 or 2 guys that you like. Again, Sean Wade is pretty solid. Hamza Nasruddin was considered like a first-round prospect at one point or another. Davian Nixon was a second-round prospect. Marvin Wilson was an early first-round prospect for a long time. Dylan Moses was a first-round prospect. Not that that means anything, but, you know, some talent in there somewhere. I've mentioned Tyler Vaughn's I kind of like. Tio Pelotu is a solid player. It would be nice to get a defensive lineman. Wild Goose, just because he's a Badger, but he's not very good. I mean, there's guys. Dalen Hayes I like a lot. I've mentioned already. A lot of pass rushers that I think are super talented that are still on the board. I'm going to have to go get more coffee. Not doing it for me. All right, let me see it in the comments. Let me know a name. Who do you want? Who do you want the Packers to be? Or a position if you don't have a guy. What position are we missing on the most? Obviously, defensive line and linebacker are standing out in my mind right now. I'm kind of heavily thinking defensive tackle. But we're also getting into, like, I don't know how good of a player we're going to get sort of territory, whereas do you trust a linebacker more than a defensive tackle at this point in the draft? I don't know. Especially if you're just looking for role players, which could be pretty solid. Like, you could probably get a pretty good nose tackle, like just a run defender, just a coverage guy. You know. Browns pick coming in. Select Tony Fields. Yeah, we heard her. All right. I was saying the Herschel Walker trade turned into Aikman, Smith, and Irvin. Oh, did it really? Wow. That's crazy. That just adds something to it. So Chris Goose wants the USC defensive tackle that we were just looking at, Toi Pelotu. Let's why don't we just start looking at some of these guys? I gotta figure out how to spell his name though. Let's just do Marlon T and see if it comes up. Hopefully. Marlon T. And I'll slide this over so you guys can see it. As soon as we get this up here. So here is Tui Pelotu. So you can see his 4 years here. So first year he didn't play very much, didn't do much, and then you got 3 pretty consistent years. Not a huge amount of snaps, so he's kind of a rotational guy, 6'3", 305. And then the consistency in the year here, where it's a lot of ups and downs, it looks like, from Tio Pelotu. But good pass rush year, which is unusual for him. And again, if you look here, just 2 games really that he did kind of well. So it seems like that's really not his strength. He's more of a run defender. But still 15 pressures on 152 attempts, roughly 10%, 21 of 264, a little less, 8%, whatever that is. So you got that. What else do we got here in the comments here? Davion Nixon. So we'll look at Nixon because I know I've been talking about him quite a bit. Davion. Look at that. There's 3 with that spelling. 6'3", 305. And you can see, so you got 2 years here. Fairly consistent. More consistent than Tui Pelotu, but he does still have, the highs and the lows. Not quite 10% on either year as far as a pass rusher. You can see the run defense kind of went backwards. Only had, 2 games that were any good at run defense. So there's just not a huge amount here that I can see anyways. I know a lot of people love Davion Nixon, but at least in the second round I was looking at it going, I don't see anything massively impressive. But at this point in the game, if the Packers got him this late, yeah, why not? I like McGrone too, Universal Truth. So we got Cam McGrone, McGrone. There we go. Did he go already? I guess not. I don't know. Cam McGrone, clearly a run defense guy. I think somebody took him because I remember saying he's a Jake Ryan, but maybe not. Clearly just a run defender, nothing by way of coverage whatsoever. Let's see. Let's try that spelling. O'Brien Goodson, but can probably get him later, says Goose. Nope. Let's try Brian Goodson, see if it pops up. There we go. O'Brien Goodson out of Memphis. PFF's lagging a little bit. Probably a lot of people on here right now. So you can see the grades, phenomenal. You see this a lot more with a little bit smaller schools, but that's dominant. Run defense and a breakout year for him as well in both categories. But, 88 overall grade here, 83. Just absolutely dominant this past year at Memphis. So, yeah, that would be pretty exciting and something that PFF would actually probably like for once, which is nice. 6'1", 297, a little bit of a smaller, probably more of an athletic pass rushing type. Somebody to spell Kenny would be awesome, says GPK. It says, and in the end, Walker ended up back with the Cowboys, which is just hilarious. And it's so funny that the Vikings just completely botched it. Let's see. Sam says, if the Packers won't trade Rodgers, I just hope they give him some help outside his all-pro left tackle, all-pro wide receiver, 210 running back, 26-6 coach, league-leading 6 Pro Bowl tournaments, and top scoring offense. I agree, man. I hope wherever he goes, he can finally find a team that actually knows what they're doing and knows how to build a team and find some players that are, I mean, seriously, like you said, we got what the best left tackle, the best center, the best wide receiver, the best corner, the best safety duo. I mean, how pathetic is this team? Za'Darius and Rashawn and Kenny and you got Aaron Jones and just a putrid, disgusting, lame, stupid football team. And the Rodgers and the media are right. He's never had the help he needs, and I just wish him the best. I hope he does well with everything. O'Brien Goodson, defensive tackle out of Memphis, says Mike. So a concurrence there from Mike. He wants that as well, and I'm all on board with that. Jason, Aikman was first overall pick. That was because the Cowboys went 1-15 the prior season, not from the Walker trade. Fair enough. Mike says Jonathan Marshall, defensive tackle. Let's check that out. Bop-biddy-bee-boo, bop-bop-bow. Got to pay attention. Packers are moving up or anything. Jonathan Marshall out of Arkansas. 6'3", 317. Grades are fantastic. You can see, again, 4 years. Kind of in year 2 is when he really stepped up as a run defender. Got better every year. 62, 72, 76, 80. Pass rush, same thing. 56, 61, 79, 71. So the last 2 years he really came on strong. Kind of right in the 10% range as far as pass rush. Didn't do anything as far as sacks, which, again, you don't usually see these numbers in the stat column anywhere but like a place like PFF. So you look at 4 years, 1 sack, and you think this guy's useless. But, I mean, the numbers here are not that bad. And there aren't really run defense stats. I mean, there's tackling and whatnot, but that doesn't tell you anything as far as how good they are against the run. So it's nice to be able to see the grades here. But, yeah, Jonathan Marshall, 6'3", 317, a little bit of a bigger guy, but I kind of like that. I mean, what I love is a guy that is number one, he's a run defender, but he's got some pass rush ability. I know most of the time people are looking at, well, just give me an elite pass rusher, but a lot of these guys are smaller, they get pushed around a lot, and they don't end up being that good of pass rushers anyways. I like guys like this. And who knows, I mean, out of Arkansas, he comes in, maybe you just can't do anything at period. But get me a 320-pound nose tackle that can just stuff up running backs that once in a while, I mean, 4 sacks a year kind of a guy. 3 sacks a year. Maybe I'm being greedy for a nose tackle. Aikman endlessly talks on telecast about how he could have been a Packer. McGrone is reportedly still available. Fair enough. I must have been thinking of somebody else, or else I was just talking about it for a different reason. I don't know. Packers director of player personnel said if Rolls-Royce Newman had to start right tackle tomorrow, he would feel good about it. Pretty good endorsement. Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. I like that. I mean, again, we know that the Packers, that's their assessment. They have a high opinion of him because you look at the board and you look at all these guys that we all think would be fantastic player, and they're staring at Royce Newman and they're like, this guy's got it. So, and again, they know the stats and they watch the same tape and they know all the stuff that PFF knows. So there's something in their evaluation that they really liked, and again, I just trust it, and that's the best thing about being a Packer fan. Is you can look at it and say, I don't get it, but I trust these guys that they know what they're talking about, and he's going to be a pretty good player. And if he's not, he's not. I mean, everybody misses, but they're an incredibly talented group. The player evaluation. There's several teams that have really good scouting staffs, but the Packers are definitely one of them. Free says, don't hate me, but if we're trading Rodgers next year, I would like quarterback Jamie Newman. I don't hate you at all. I like Jamie Newman. Let's look at Jamie Newman. I do like Jamie Newman. I mean, come in and compete. That would, dude. If they draft a quarterback, people are gonna lose it. But 6'4", 230 right out of the gate is awesome. You look at this at his grades, and let's go to 2019 because he didn't play. So that was the other thing. Like, he was transferring to Georgia, so the question is, like, if he can do it there, then you know that the guy's got it, and he decided to go into the draft or whatever. But you can see the last 2 years just absolutely dominant as far as his grades. If we look at the passing specifically, 2,800 yards, 26 touchdowns, a little bit high on the interceptions, I guess, here. If we look at his run grade, isn't that great, but I think he can do that quite well. Let's look at passing depth here. People will lose it if we draft it 100%. They will, and I'm 100% on board with. Let's just do it, Because, again, we need a third quarterback anyways. Even if we knew Rodgers was staying, it wouldn't be that shocking if we took a quarterback. We only have 2 on the roster. And we're getting late into the draft anyways. But here you go. So now we got some of his statistics here, and as you can see, definitely a better deep ball guy than 1,100 of his total yards came on deep passes. About 20% of his passes came by way of that, but 13 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. So he's got a heck of an arm. 46% of his passes came on short passes. So it was kind of a short passing game apparently at Wake Forest, but this is kind of where he made his money, or not making his money, I guess. Under pressure, not bad. I mean, that's not bad. Usually this is a lot lower. So he handled himself pretty well under pressure. 37 of 76, 569 yards. 6 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Even that's not that bad, considering how many picks he threw overall in the season. That's not that terrible. So, not bad. Not pretty good. Rushing abilities, graded out as average. But, let's see, 128 attempts for 712 yards. 6 touchdowns, 5 fumbles is rough. That's not great. But 2.91 yards after contact per attempt. 27 missed tackles forced for a quarterback. That's pretty impressive. Longest scramble was for 50 yards. You got the zone and the gap and all that stuff in here, which, whatever. But where is... They changed the way that this is all laid out. It used to show like how many were designed runs and not. Is that over here? No. Oh, yeah, this is scramble yards and designed yards. So scrambling, so when the play breaks down and you run 164 yards, designed rushing yards, 548. So they had him do that a lot. 6 plays going for 15 yards or more. Breakaway percentage, 24.4% of his yards came by way of breakaway runs, 15 yards or more. Elusiveness rating, 46.8, not super high, but whatever, he's a quarterback. So, yeah, I do like Jamie Newman. Jonathan Marchal looks good on tape. Marshall, C-H-A-L. All right, I'll bite. Jon March. Nothing? Gotta spell it right in the comments or we'll never find him. Why did that pop up? I got nothing. Try again in the comments. People will absolutely lose it if we draft a quarterback. I saw that. Wow, Loudermilk in the 5th to the Steelers. Wisconsin defensive tackle did good. What are your thoughts on Dylan Moses? I talked about him a little bit. Again, he's got some kind of talent somewhere, but there's some issues with Dylan. And I kind of feel like maybe I'm just misremembering things, but I feel like there was maybe some off the field. Whether that's, and I know there's injury concerns, but as far as heart, passion, that kind of thing, he had a good year as his rookie year. His second year wasn't as good, and his third year was just flat out bad. So he went from being a lock first-round prospect to just completely falling off. So, at this stage, you get excited about him. In the second round, I would have been nervous, but at this late, it's like, hey, take the upside that's there and just, see what you can get out of him, I guess. I would be happy if the Packers took Wild Goose from UW. I know Wild Goose was really not great in terms of PFF. Let's take a look, though. 5'11", 197 corner. Well, that's 2019. So, you can see kind of below average most of the year, although he didn't play much in 2020. There's not a whole lot here. This is mostly pretty. But again, we're getting kind of that point in the draft where this is a lot of the guys are kind of looking like this right now. Nixon just went, huh? Let's take a look-see here. So Davion Nixon finally went to the Carolina Panthers at pick 158. That's got to be brutal when everyone tells you you're a second-round prospect and takes forever. Caden Stearns is another one who was supposed to go a little bit earlier. I don't know exactly where, but I remember him being kind of an earlier prospect. Jonathan Marshall, defensive tackle. You don't have to yell at me about it. All right, let's take a look at Jonathan Marshall. I didn't spell it wrong. Is it Arkansas? Is that what we're talking about? Why is he not? I don't know. I got nothing, man. It's not coming up. I don't know what the problem is. There we go. Now we got it. Is this what we just looked at? Just looked at this guy. Garrett Wallow is more of a coverage inside linebacker. He is 100%. That's kind of what we established. Do. All right, where are we at here? So the Packers are up in another 15 picks or so. Wait, we're at 160? Yeah, 160. Talking about how Justin Fields is going to be the top quarterback in the draft, or in the NFC North, or whatever. At least that's what I'm assuming he's talking about. I don't know. Whatever. Do whatever you got to do. Do what you got to do, man. Bears had only 3 picks in 5 rounds. Quarterback, tackle. Imagine if even 2 of the 3 bust for what they've gave up. I bet on them crumbling. It's what I said, and I think yesterday when they did what they did. They gave away everything, and you can't build a team that way. You can't support a quarterback that way. Never having picks, and they don't have money either. It's not like they do such a bad job managing their cap that generally, if you have no money, it's because you have a very good team. See the Packers, right? The Bears struggle with their salary cap, and they don't have a good team. They just do a bad job managing it. Jamar Jefferson would be an awesome number 3 running back. That's another thing we got to keep an eye out for is another running back. We're kind of getting to that part where you can start looking at more depth. Cornerback, running back, guys that we didn't, another wide receiver. Could be kind of anything at this point. It says Jamar Jefferson would be an awesome number 3 running back, potential H-back like Tyler Irvin. I think Amari takes that role. Jamar could be a quality backup to both running back and H. John Bauer, thanks a lot, buddy. Really appreciate the $5 super chat. I'll slam the rest of that. I do not feel any more awake. I need a nap or something. I don't know what my problem is. It's my problem, man. What's my problem? We'll take a look at Jamar Jefferson in just a second here. Let's make sure I'm not getting... Please avoid all burning today. Jeez, they're really all about that. The DNR and U.S. National red flag warning for Saturday due to extreme fire danger. For the fire, it's got to be the wind. The wind is just insane out here today. Anything else interesting going on? Don't think the wife is messaging me. All right, nothing. Nothing. All right, let's take a look at... Where's he at? Jamar Jefferson. You probably can't even see that much because I got this all kind of covered up. Oh, well, I will describe it to you. 5'10", 217. Let me just grab this. There we go. You can kind of see a little bit. So we got 3 years at Oregon State, 80, 73, 79. Not much by way of his receiving grades, as you can see right here. But his running grades right here, that's kind of what he does best. Let's take a look at his grades in particular. Actually, let's look at the blocking just for grins. Pass blocking went up pretty high, but generally speaking, not a very good blocker. Rushing grades. 6.5 yards per attempt this past season. 7 touchdowns, 3 fumbles. It's a lot of fumbles, but pretty solid otherwise. 3.67 yards after contact per attempt. 27 missed tackles forced. 19 carries over 10 yards. Largely a zone running back, like most of them are. Beep, 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 11 targets, 9 receptions for 67 yards. What is RSNP? What is that? Snaps were running a receiving route. Oh, okay. Receiving snaps, got it. Yards per route run, 0.6, 0 drops, 74.9 elusiveness grade for Mr. Jamar. So 1 vote for Jamar. Oh, Sean Wade just went. So Brennan Jameis went to the Chargers, and then Sean Wade went to the Baltimore Ravens. So remove him from the list. Mike, I've looked at Jonathan Marshall from Arkansas 700 times. We already looked at him. Or are you just saying that's who you want? It says, go get him. Or, Goodson, Memphis. The Memphis guy looked pretty solid. Kind of surprised Seth Williams is still on the board. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about Seth. It's kind of the thing that stinks about. Let's see what we got here. It's a different group than my other board. So some of these guys that I don't see their names, so I just assume they're gone. But you mentioned guys like, what did you just say? Seth Williams, and it's like, oh yeah. Wade's gone, sad face. I'd love to get another running back, says John Bauer. Demetric Felton, UCLA, has a weapon on offense, good option. Intrigued by Chris Evans as a number 3 running back, good hands, good in the open field, and then Ramondre Stevenson at running back. So we got a lot of requests, or a lot of love for the running backs. Let's take a look at some of these guys here. Let's look at Felton first. Bills take Tommy Doyle. Fair enough. And we want Demetric Felton, 5'10", 200. 3.8 yards per attempt. Wow, that's really low. Well, that was 2019. In 2020, it went up to 5.1. That's quite a bit better. Rushing grade went up quite a bit this year at 80.3. Let's see, 5 touchdowns, 1 fumble, 3.36 yards after contact, 36 missed tackles forced, 22 carries over 10 yards, elusiveness grade of 91.5. Let's check out his receiving. 26 targets, 22 receptions for 159 yards, 7.2 yards per reception, 3 receiving touchdowns. His grade was a 66, although in 2019 it was an 81, so decent at it, I guess. Anything else interesting here? 7.7% of the time he was in the slot. 9.1 yards after the catch per reception is quite high. 1.18 yards per route run. 1 drop. That's about it, I suppose. 130.6 pass rating when targeted is pretty nice. Pretty nice looking. Chris Evans. Let's check out Chris Evans as a number 3 running back. Everybody loves running backs, man. You gotta love running backs. They're a lot of fun. 5'11", 216. I guess we're starting with receiving. Only 9 receptions for 87 yards, so it was not a big part of his game, obviously. Although in 2018 and 17, so he didn't play in 2019 for some reason, probably injured or something. But 2017 and 18, he graded out quite well as a receiver. Check out his rushing abilities. Again, 2016. So I think the biggest issue with this guy, it looks like he was pretty solid. Didn't play in 2019, came back in 2020, did not grade out very well. So I don't know if it's because of an injury or just because of his time away and then a condensed season in 2020. It probably raises a lot of red flags or at least question marks. But if you look at 2016, 17, and 18, which, by the way, he's going to be 24 this year, which is obviously a concern, there's something here, I guess. 5.2 yards per attempt in 2018, 4 touchdowns. Something. Look at Goose wants Ramondre Stevenson. Check out Ramondre. Maybe we won't. How do you spell his name? Wow. There you go. Now we got some grades. That's nuts. So 86.6, and then in 2020 he had a 90.4 overall grade, 90.5 rushing grade, 6.6 yards per attempt, 7 touchdowns, 1 fumble, 3.89 yards after contact per attempt, 36 missed tackles forced, an elusiveness grade of 140, which is about as high as that metric goes, 22 carries over 10 yards. Keep in mind, very condensed season, so any of these static stats, like just totals, are going to be a lot lower. So these are pretty high numbers for all those things. We'll look at receiving. Let's look at blocking first. See if there's anything there. I'm all in on Ramondre for sure. Blocking grade. Oh, pass blocking. Look at this guy with an 81 overall pass blocking grade, and then in 2019 he had a 78 run blocking. So he's got it. Oh, dude, 6 foot 246. I didn't even realize that. So we got another just absolute beast who can block and is just a fantastic runner, apparently. I was just picturing a smaller guy at Oklahoma for some reason. I don't know why. Check out receiving. Grades out well as a receiver also. 83 in 2019, 75 this year. He had 18 receptions on 23 targets, 211 yards, 11.7 yards per reception. Not very often in the slot or out wide. So I'm good with that. Noah Gray, tight end of the Chiefs. So they probably won't go with Ramondre Stevenson because he grades out real well. And the Packers' theme this year is find guys that fit our scheme that PFF hates. That's what they're going for. Pats took Stevenson, didn't they? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Probably. Oh, it says right here, New England Patriots. So, yeah, he's gone. Sorry to hijack with Syracuse guys again, but I'd be stoked for Trill Williams. Let's look at Trill. We talked about him a little bit yesterday, but we didn't look at him. Cornerback out of Syracuse. Got to look up here to make sure he didn't get drafted. So you can see, again, and especially later on, the thing I like about Trill, 6'2", 198, and just consistent, just solid, just decent. He's not bad at anything. 70s and 80s run defense, high 60s, 70 in coverage. Not the greatest tackler in the world, but I'll get over it. Let's see. Coverage this past year, 14 receptions on 21 targets for 133 yards. Gave up 1 touchdown, had a pick, and 4 pass breakups, 80.1 passer rating when targeted. So, I mean, it's sort of a high floor, low ceiling kind of guy is how I picture Trill, right? I mean, he's kind of I don't know. He's fine, you know. He's probably not the highest ceiling guy that you're ever going to get, but I'd be fine with that. Kyle says, let's put this back for a second. Rodgers looks really bad with this stuff coming out. The Packers look really bad and would lose trade compensation with this stuff coming out. Who is thriving with these reports? The media. And that's a fair point. Felton or Puka would be okay with me, says Universal. Ramondre is gone already. Stevenson is a stud. Can get a couple quarterbacks with UDFAs. One of them might pan out as J-Love backup. I don't know of a quarterback left I like. Yeah, I mean, outside of the first round, you almost never find one that pans out. Like, almost never. So, expecting anyone at this stage to do anything is... Kicker Blake Haubeil from Ohio State is very possible. We have 2 fifths. It's actually not a terrible thing. They've consistently gone with special teams guys, which everybody hates, but it does make a good amount of sense because they consistently seem to. It seems like they're constantly trying to move on from Crosby, which always makes me nervous. But I think they know we have to find a replacement at some point. So they're always bringing in competition. Crosby wins, and then they move on with Crosby. But it does seem like at some point they would want to move in that direction. Again, Packers Twitter will burn down if and when that happens, but I think it has to happen at some point, and you're right. It wouldn't super surprise me if that happened in this particular draft. Try to get caught up on Twitter. I think these are just people bickering back and forth at each other that have nothing to do with me. Just a lot of people mad at Rodgers. That's all Packers Twitter. Which is a funny thing, too. You got, and I know he's friends with Rodgers, Pat McAfee, but him coming out and being like, oh, yeah, it seems like most Packer fans are on Rodgers' side. Like, they haven't done anything. Like, dude, you're out of your mind. I don't know any Packer fans that are on Rodgers' side. Maybe one. If it was just a contract dispute, I'd be very much pro-Rodgers. Wanting a GM to be fired because you don't like a draft is stepping way over the line. I should look at that article to see what was actually said there. Yeah, I mean, big time. I'm over this crap. He's done this for years. Yeah, anti-Rodgers tweet. You have to blame whose fault it is, and if any of this is true, it sure seems like this is Aaron being Aaron. I don't know what K Aaron means. Oh, Karen. Ah, ha, ha, ha. This is Karen being Karen. We got the best team we've had in 10 years. He got the best contract in NFL history. We drafted a backup quarterback. I get the feelings, just not the, yeah. So, again, Twitter is not sympathizing with Rodgers whatsoever. Let me click on this article to see what, again, this is from Yahoo. Aaron Nagler says, Charles writes that Rodgers wants Gutekunst fired. So let's open this up and see what this is. Charles Robinson over at Yahoo. Pull this up and see if I can find what it says. If Packers remain dug in against trading Aaron Rodgers, a holdout or retirement is possible via Charles Robinson. We're only a few days into Aaron Rodgers' saga with the Green Bay Packers moving into the light, and all options are already on the table for the quarterback. The reigning league MVP remains adamant that he won't return to the team under the current stewardship of general manager Brian Gutekunst, a source in Rodgers' camp said, and that he's willing to weigh hardline options at his disposal, from refusing to show up for off-season activities to holding out a training camp and possibly retirement. And the other thing is, it says from Rodgers' camp. In other words, they have a source. It's hard to imagine the Packers are leaking this if they're saying that this is someone close to Rodgers. You know, if you're talking to a Packers teammate, you know, whether that be, you know, Bakhtiari or whatever, you know, again, he apparently made phone calls. I don't know if they would tell the media this stuff, but who knows, man? Stuff gets around. Asked if anything could be done to repair the relationship between Rodgers and team, the source said a reconciliation may not be possible if Gutekunst remains, and that team president Mark Murphy is aware of the quarterback's feelings about the general manager. Quote, the ball is in Mark's court. Man, I'm telling you, if Mark fires Gutekunst, I'm going to riot. I will absolutely riot. That's absurd. For Rodgers, never. Never. Whew. Oh. Just, I would be livid. It says the heart of Aaron Rodgers' beef is Jordan Love. Just an absolute. The fracture point between Rodgers and Gutekunst largely revolved around the drafting of Jordan Love in 2020, without Rodgers having knowledge of the move. You don't need to know. You're a player. You shut your mouth and you watch the draft like the rest of us. Since then, the source said Rodgers has believed that it was Gutekunst's plan to move on from him after the 2020 season, but that Rodgers smashed that timeline with the MVP performance. I agree. I've been saying that on the podcast since forever. Point is, you won, though. Right? Anyways, Rodgers' response, according to the source, was he presented the Packers with an opportunity to recommit to him after the season with a new contract with new guaranteed money that would ultimately cement Green Bay's all-in embrace of him as a starting quarterback for at least the next 2 seasons. The source said the Packers were not initially willing to consider anything beyond a modest restructure of Rodgers' contract that would have done little more than guarantee the 2021 season. So this all kind of makes sense to me as far as what I thought was happening. Because, again, as I've said on the podcast 1,000 times, they want to keep their options open. Maybe Rodgers doesn't quite work out after this year. I mean, you never know what's going to happen. Maybe Love is fantastic, so they want to keep their options open. And, again, Rodgers doesn't want to compete anymore. He said, look, I gave you 1 year. I won MVP. I want you to basically ship Love out of here, more or less, right? And the Packers are like, you know, we'll work on something, but that's a little much, and we're not really willing to do that. Goes on to say, Rodgers is entering some of the same territory that Tom Brady trekked near his end with the New England Patriots. That's when Brady began to question the appreciation for his achievements in New England and whether he had any sway over some of the... Dude, they shipped off a quarterback because of you. Get out of my face. This is part of what convinced Brady he needed a new setting when his contract ultimately came to an end with the Patriots. It's part of what is driving Rodgers to have his own questions about whether the Packers front office values him at this stage of his career. That and his suspicion that Gutekunst wants to ultimately move on the team toward Love sooner than later has brought Rodgers to the brink of no return. I mean, it is what it is, dude. It's a new regime, and you're an old quarterback. New regime is always going to be looking for that new vision to build in their image. But they did commit to you. They're ready to move on and continue playing. And if you just shut your mouth and play, then guess what? You're the quarterback this year. But he wants assurances. It's not good enough that he's got the highest paid contract or any of that kind of. None of that matters. None of that matters. Point is, he wants assurances that he gets no matter what to be the quarterback over the next 3 years. And that's just not how that works. Goes on to say, so what happens next? Well, if Green Bay refuses to make changes in the personnel department or somehow can't find a way to repair Rodgers' relationship with Gutekunst, then the team's minicamp in June becomes Rodgers' first opportunity to skip mandatory team activities. After that, a training camp holdout could follow. If it's pushed to the regular season, he could make a retirement declaration to the team, similar to what Carson Palmer engaged in during the 2011 season when he refused to report to the Cincinnati Bengals. The agent who played a large role in engineering that move for Palmer was David Dunn. It's the same David Dunn who has been Rodgers' longtime agent. Ultimately, it was Dunn who drew the hard line in the sand for Palmer back in 2011, making it clear to the Bengals that Palmer would rather end his career than continue with the Bengals and team owner Mike Brown. In response, Brown dug in and challenged Palmer to follow through on his retirement, which lasted until the then Oakland Raiders suddenly needed a quarterback. Dunn helped facilitate a workout for Palmer and the Raiders coaching staff, and then started working the parameters of a deal between Oakland and Cincinnati for Palmer's rights. A deal was a blah 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 blah. I don't know the benefit of this. I guess the only thing I can think is it's such a bad thing to have the league MVP not play for you, and they're just like, I don't want this. Let's go win a Super Bowl, which I guess I can sympathize with, but at this stage, like I wouldn't play these games. Like, dude, you want out? Fine, bye. I don't know. It's weird. I just wonder if the Packers are going to do that, because they're definitely sounding like they're not just going to give in to his whims, and they're going to say, fine, do what you want to do. We're not letting you go. You're not going to just get your way. Not just going to pout your way out of Green Bay, but I would let him pout his way out and just take a huge haul for it. Where are we at here? Brambo says, cut Crosby to send another message to Rodgers. Jamar Jean-Charles, cornerback out of App State. Our fourth-round pick, good, HIQ said. I guess we'll find out. I don't know. Is the guard we got any good? I mean, according to PFF, he's mediocre at best, but obviously the Packers really like him. We got to see how he pans out. I don't see Mark Murphy firing Goot. He's the one that brought him in. Fair enough. Murphy's legacy is tied to Goot, and they've built this team around Gutekunst, around LaFleur, and technically around Jordan Love. So throwing that all away for 3 more years of Aaron Rodgers before, especially a guy that's already said we're going to leave, that he wants to leave, and he's going to throw these little temper tantrums if he doesn't get his way after they just signed him to an extension, doesn't make any sense. You can't tell me Goot drafted Love without consulting with Murphy first. So what's Murphy going to do if he fires Goot and Rodgers inevitably goes after? Right, exactly. He's not going to be around for long anyways. Him not showing up to camp would make it easy to see what Love has. That's true. I just want him traded. I'm so worried that he's going to retire and we're going to get nothing. Nothing. You know how brutal that's going to be if we get nothing? The only thing that's going to make this possibly worthwhile is to just get a huge haul of picks. We have to get the haul of picks. And I think we could do it. I mean, I understand we got to wait until June, but, I mean, I don't know. The reigning league MVP is going to bring in a haul, and there's people right now that we can make calls to that would absolutely take that deal. I don't know. Sure, they would give up a ton for him. All right, where are we at here? We're getting close. Minnesota Vikings on the clock. We got Vikings, Browns, LA, Baltimore, San Francisco, and then the Packers. And then we only have a handful more picks until the Packers get back on the clock. We'll talk about it a little bit, and then I'll probably take another break so we can kind of gear up for the next round. For round 6. And we got 2 picks in round 6. And then we got, I think, 1 pick in the 7th, and then we're done for the day. Better to be bow 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 bow. Better to be bow 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 bow. Oh yeah. Anything else interesting in here? Rodgers has yet to say anything publicly. No, we'll see how it goes. We'll see what happens. Seems like it's getting uglier by the hour, though. Bow, 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 bow. Sean says, "Can we come to terms on a post-June 1 trade now?" I would assume so. I don't know. I just feel like there's some volatility with Aaron Rodgers, and I mean, he's always going to have the ability to refuse. Not that, I mean, the Packers can trade the contract to whoever they want, but similar to what we saw with, who was that, Le'Veon Bell, I think, or maybe it was Antonio. I think it was Antonio Brown. He got traded to Buffalo, and he's just like, yeah, I'm not going to play there. And then Buffalo backed out. Because obviously you're not going to give up that compensation for a player that's going to refuse. So I worry that if you make your intentions to, I guess it's not even your intent. This has to be worked out with Aaron Rodgers. But I don't know. I don't know exactly how that's all going to pan out. As far as, I mean, it's almost like you have to go to Aaron Rodgers and say, okay, we're going to be trading you, so let's work on a different team. And the second that happens, it's just going to blow up. Like Packers exploring trade options, and so we'll see how it goes. I mean, it's possible the Packers are fielding. Apparently, they're not fielding calls right now, and they're just refusing. So that hasn't quite happened, but we'll see after the draft. I think they're obviously preoccupied, and plus a lot of these teams are, they need to kind of get reshuffled and figure out, who actually needs a quarterback at this point. Some of these teams, obviously, that called before drafted quarterbacks, so they're not going to be doing anything for Rodgers. Vikings got some players, but I'm glad they didn't get any good cornerbacks. Yeah, I'm looking forward to being able to kind of go through. Obviously, tomorrow we'll talk about the Packers picks, but moving forward, we'll get an opportunity to kind of look at the NFC North and how things have kind of reshuffled themselves. And obviously, we got a lot to figure out for Green Bay. So much up in the air right now with the Rodgers situation. All right, we're getting there. Don't need Trill up right now. I wonder if we can. Let's do this real quick. We can take a look while we're waiting. The different guys picked here. Here we got Chicago. So, and did they trade up for this? I feel like they had to have traded up for this because I thought they didn't have a pick until the 6th round. It says from Carolina. If they traded again to get into the 5th round, I don't think so. I don't know, man. I'm confused. Maybe I was just mistaken. I was pretty sure they did not have a 5th round pick. But so you got Justin Fields. They gave away a ton of picks for Justin Fields, right? I don't see any. Then they got Tevin Jenkins, and then they got Larry Borum. So they got 2 tackles and a quarterback, and they have nothing left. So it's not that I don't even like the picks. It's just you bunch of dummies gave up everything. Detroit, Penei Sewell is a great pick. Levi Nwuzurike I like a lot. Alim McNeil is solid. And you got kind of the more pass rushy guy, and then you got this true nose tackle here. You got a Fede Milfonwu to kind of double up with, the guy that they drafted last year. Amon-Ra St. Brown, which, they kind of waited a while at wide receiver. They're really, really weak at wide receiver, but and they didn't do a ton. I mean, obviously they got Penei Sewell, but they didn't do much to help their offense until we got to the 4th round. Be interesting to see how that all pans out, but, whatever. And then Derek Barnes at linebacker. Packers picks. Let's see what they say about these guys, actually. So the post-draft analysis, including the playoff shutdown corner, Jay Alexander yielded 45.9 pass rating with a completion percentage of 46%. So in other words, all the other guys are not very good. Stokes is capable of pushing Kevin King, who re-signed for the starting spot option. Okay, so that's pretty common sense. What is this? Play some highlights. That's what we could do too, is play some highlights, man. It'd be fun. Why not? Let's enjoy it. Yeah, he's got that makeup speed, too. It's going to be hard to run away. Even if you beat him on that initial first step. I mean, granted, if the ball's there and ready, that's that first pop. I don't know if you can hear it or not, but you can hear that from outside of the stadium. So excited to think of what could be with our defensive back group. It's so incredibly exciting. I mean, if this is a hit, man. And there's no reason to really expect it to be. His Gutekunst's hit rate is very high. And, you got to assume one of these times he's just going to completely whiff on a first-round pick. It happens all the time, and Packers just have not hardly whiffed at all. Getting close here. Getting there. Well, there goes your boy Garrett. So we lost out on Garrett. Garrett Wallow, the linebacker out of TCU, just went to the Texans. What? Somebody hit me up on Ko-Fi. Somebody bought me a coffee. So nice. It's going to make me log in. I don't know what my login is. I want to say thank you to somebody. Maybe they're here. I don't know. Steve. Steve Gust bought me a coffee. Thanks, Steve, if you're around. Very much appreciated. All right, what do we got over here? Who has multiple first-rounders next year? Miami does. I think the Jets do. Jets obviously aren't trading for a quarterback. That's why I mentioned Miami, even though they have Tua. If they're not 100% sold on Tua, you got Rodgers. I don't know. And you could even hang on to Tua if you wanted to and just say that, I don't know if Rodgers would be super happy about that because he wants someone to commit to him. Ravens got Dalen Hayes, another guy that I said that I liked. I don't know. I don't know the best way to pan that. I don't think there's a lot of great options with guys with 2 picks, which is why it probably makes the most sense to just if the asking price is 3 first-round picks, just do 2022, 23, and 24, and just call it a day, I guess. Dude, you whistle really well. Thank you, Cyrus. It's one of my only talents. What? Oh, Deshaun Watson. I was like, wait, what's going on? Oh, yeah, that guy. I knew about that guy. The only problem with the whistling is I don't even know that I'm doing it. People are always annoyed, like, dude, all you do is whistle all day long. I was like, I literally didn't know I even whistled. What did I whistle? Why was I whistling? Now I have, like, this ridiculous desire to whistle. It's like that scene from The Office when he's singing and Pam cuts Andy off, and he's like, "Ngh." Wanted to resolve the melody. Now my head hurts. We removed a piece of content in Packernet podcast that went against our community standards. Oh, no. Oh, no. Not even going to show me what it is? You bunch of jerks. You're just taking stuff down in my group. Packers are up next. 49ers pick is in. Bibbly bip bibbly bip 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 bip. Whew. Tired as fire. Just approving things. Why is Dylan Moses falling? Am I missing something? Mike says he sucks. That's pretty much it. I mean, Dylan Moses was, again, I've said it a bunch of times. He reminds me of, who's the Alabama safety? There's always guys like this, but there was an Alabama safety that was expected to be like a first-round pick, and then he just started falling, and he went like, I don't know if he even got drafted. I don't remember, but it was a very big fall. But I think there's a lot going on with Dylan. Aside from just not playing very well, there were issues with injuries, and I do think there was some kind of off-the-field thing. I don't know exactly what, though. Chris says, here we go. I think defensive tackle. Sean says Aaron Rodgers has turned the NFL draft into the Aaron Rodgers show. That's entirely true, but at least they're talking about us during the draft for the first time ever. They never talk about the Packers during the draft. Nobody ever cares. Packers select Diamadore Lenoir, cornerback out of Oregon. I kind of like that guy. I like the Oregon corners, now that I remember. But Packers now on the clock. Reminder for the group, no throwing spoilers in the comments, please. Not that it super matters at this stage, but whatever. They need to hurry up and make these picks because I need a break. Beep, 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 beep. The pick is in for the Green Bay Packers. What do you think, man? Goose thinks it's defensive tackle. What do I think it's going to be? It's probably going to be another offensive lineman just to send everybody into an absolute tailspin. Triple up on offensive line for the second year in a row. See, Paula says, JJ tweeted per Ian Rappaport that Aaron Rodgers has no qualms about paying back the nearly $23 million in signing bonuses to the Packers over the next 2 years. Yeah, he probably doesn't. He's a jerk. Packers pick is in. Selection coming up any second now. Usually this graphic stays up here for about 45 seconds before they tell me who the pick is. Here we go. To Daryl Slayton, defensive tackle out of Florida. So there you go. You got your defensive tackle. Again, I remember the name. I don't remember much about him. 37 tackles, 3.5 tackles for a loss, 1.5 sacks in 2020. Let's just pull him up immediately. T-E-D, Ted Arell. Something like that. There we go. To Daryl Slayton. So, PFF a little bit higher. I mean, he did kind of go backwards. I mean, literally every year, 79, 77, 70, and 68. But it is nice to see. Oh, so first of all, 6'5", 340. So automatically I'm jacked up because it's kind of like a slot receiver. I've been wanting this big, massive nose tackle for a long time, and that's what he is. 6'5", 340. Again, I don't know why his run defense kind of went backwards, but whatever. 65 overall. Tackling was not good, which is not great for a 340-pound defensive tackle. You want him to be good at that. Don't expect much by way of pass rush, but 19 pressures on 261 attempts is not the worst in the world for a nose tackle. But, I mean, something to get excited about. I mean, he's just a run defender, and that's what he is, and that's what he's going to be. He's our replacement for Snacks Harrison, essentially. So that's kind of cool. I'm happy with that. And while we're at it, let's do a little bit of this. Let's do a little bit of this. A little bit. Just a little bit. Let's go ahead and watch the man. Who wants to watch him? I want to watch him. Let's just do highlights. I want to get my headphones on and see if I can hear it.
The senior by way of Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Here's our guy.
Against Arkansas, the East is interesting after this performance.
Hold on. I gotta fix this here. What's going on? First of all, I apologize for that playing the whole time. Can you guys hear that? That's kind of annoying. I guess it's not that bad, but it's kind of stupid. All right, let me fix this so you can actually see what's going on behind me here. Do. Let's do 0 here. No! Stupid dummy. All right. Stretch this. Boom. That's a little better probably, right? There we go. Keep an eye on for the next Packers pick here.
Years of experience, but also tens of millions of dollars.
Oof.
Again, sack number 7 for the Florida Gators. Grenard and Slayton.
I have a feeling their best might come out tonight.
Look at that push, man. Get out of my face. I love that you just know exactly where he is all the time. My goodness. I love it. I'm so excited. I know that's not the direction the NFL is really going, but I'm still excited about it. I love that. Paula says 796 RAS. So he's an athletic guy, which is awesome.
TJ Slayton, that's helped Zachary Carter, that's helped this entire defense.
Oof. I'd like to see a little bit better than that. Yeah, like that.
TJ Slayton.
Slayton did a nice job of reading that play, just sliding down. Here's Perkins. Nothing doing there. Everybody's in trouble.
Trying to draw Florida offside, get the easy 5. Curry, they lose yards. That
was perhaps a little misplaced. Trying to run the option, ball fake, and he left it on the ground.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Polite, unguarded here, and this is what happens when you're long. That's how you play it, right? He split the
Watch out for the Packers here. Where are they picking?
Wilson had to lift his leg.
1 second. Just want to make sure I don't miss it. All right. It's going real slow.
Before that flag a moment ago, and we've got multiple flags here as he goes down.
Same spot, 14 years. Pressure coming in, and a sack. Another one for Florida defensively tonight.
All right. We'll do a little bit more of that, I think, after this pick. So we'll do the pick, very briefly look at it. I'm going to take a couple minutes, and then we'll come back, and we'll just run through some highlights and stuff. So I think comment of the day from Free, 340 pounds is all you need to know, and I think that's exactly right. Let's see. We took a defensive tackle from Florida, says Doug. Got a big boy, holy cow. Very interesting pick, says Chris. You thinking of Xavier McKinney? That might be. Supposed to be a top 20 pick, went to the Giants. No, it's not him. He went way later than 2. I don't remember. It might not have been Alabama. I could be wrong. GPK says that's a big boy. Anthony says he actually has some pass rush to him. He does have a little bit. For his size. I mean, if he was like a second-round pick that was supposed to be a pass-rushing defensive tackle, you look at him and go, it's not great. For a fifth-round pick who is 340 pounds, I mean, again, we can look at it right here. 19 pressures on the season. That's impressive. I mean, let me get my calculator up here, get the exact numbers. What is it? 19 on 261 attempts. That's 7%. I mean, for, again, a 340-pound guy, 7%, that's pretty solid. And he was 12 of 124 the last year. So that's right at 10%. So 100% he does. It's not going to be his main attribute, and I doubt that's why they drafted him. But as Paula said, RAS is nearly an 8. So he's an athletic 340-pound guy. I mean, that's something to get excited about. Slayton is garbage. Sorry, I'm not going to lie and say I like the pick. I predict he sits on the PS for a year and gone, or maybe he'll be a Hall of Famer. I was wrong once in 1988. All right, so Michael doesn't like him. Let me guess. You like a college team that is not Florida, or you're a Florida guy and you just don't like. I don't know. But there's something more to that. You don't hate a guy that much without having some insight into something. Kenny's got some help now. Love the pick, says FCA. Solid 1 tech. Professor says, did Packers move up or just draft someone? They just drafted someone. And the Packers are up in 2 picks. I don't know if I'm even going to make it. John says, that's a big boy. I'm pumped about it. Let's go. Free says, get out of my face. Fair enough. Michael says, it's a late-round pick. It is what it is. I do hope he is a Hall of Famer for the Pack. I mean, any late-round pick, you got to assume he's not going to be elite. But the thing that I like about late-round picks, give me somebody that's like really good at one thing. You know what I mean? Give me a guy that's going to be like a dominant run defender that can't pass rush. Because then you understand why they made it that far. You know what I mean? As opposed to these guys who are like, well, either they're going to be really good or they're going to bust out. Like, no, we know he's going to be good at this, but we know he's also going to be really bad at all these other things. And I think that's why you get nose tackles kind of a little bit later. And again, it doesn't mean he's a dominant nose tackle, but I think you can trust a little bit more that he can be a competent defensive tackle because he's 340 pounds and you know you only get one thing out of him. So it's not because he's terrible he's a 5th-round pick. It's because he's just only useful on 3rd and 2. Chris says, put him at nose and let Kenny and Kiki eat. I like that. Good with that. Let's bring this back up. This one, I mean. And y'all got to hurry. I'm legitimate. You know what? I am going to take a 2-minute break because I'm just not going to make it. Be right back. There goes Cam McGrone. Packers up next. All right. Oh, by the way, pull it up real quick. I just noticed on my phone. Kyle, thank you very much for the $5 on Venmo. Very much appreciated. He said, if I can find it, love the live stream. So I'm assuming you're here. Really do appreciate that. Packers on the clock. So again, we'll talk a little bit about this next pick, and then we got a long time to go until there are other picks, so we can we'll just check out some other highlight videos of our guys. Because why not? Why not get excited? Pick is in. Packers know what they want. Love it. Mike says, okay, I don't see it, but it fits the mold about 1 round early. Fair enough. It's all they did last year. I mean, in fact, last year they were like 2 rounds early on these guys, legitimately. And I think they mostly panned out. Remains to be seen, but whatever. Here we go. Take these off for just a second. Oh, don't cut to a commercial. You better leave that banner up there. Oh, there it is. Oh, Shamar Jean-Charles. Somebody just said that out of App State, and I didn't look him up. So another cornerback. Let's take a look. See if he's a slot guy or not. I don't even need the headset on, but let's do it anyways. All right, man. So we got another corner. I got to turn this. It seems like it's too loud. Somebody said I needed to turn it up, but I can hear it like popping and whatnot. Anyways, how do you spell that? Just let me click it. Oh, you stupid, dumb idiot. Boom. Bam. Bang, bang, pow. 5'11", 190. Look at those. Look at that. PFF likes it. 5'11", 190. He's not in the slot. At least he hasn't been, but you could possibly put him there. I mean, you got progression every single year. 66, 74, 76, 83. The run defense, the tackling, and especially the coverage has been there the whole time. You can't not like him. I mean, granted, it's App State, so he's not exactly going up against top-of-the-line competition or whatever. But at least he's very good at it. Targets and receptions. Oh, what in the world? Only 17 of 52 targets. 32.7%. That's incredibly low. 198 total yards on the season, and it was a full season. The most yards given up in a game was 62. 16 pass breakups. Jeez. That's crazy. Longest reception given up all year was 41 yards. Gave up 2 touchdowns, had a pick, and 16 pass breakups. Dude, that's crazy. Let's just get into it then. And PFF is on the ball here. They got him up here already. All right, here we go. Shamar Jean-Charles. Ricky Jean Francois. The best cornerback you're sleeping on. I like how they have this title for, like, they got every corner says something like that. Shamar Jean, I guess. Pretty good, man. Out my face. He just went up and got it. He was third in line, too. There's 2 guys in front of him. What the heck was that throw? Ooh! Watch where you're going, dude. You looking backwards for her. He kept his eyes in the backfield. You got to give him credit for that. You look at it and you're like, that was just a stupid throw, but I mean, he went and played the ball and the receiver didn't.
Bobcats would be right in it with the touchdown.
Bit is cooled off after a hot start. Here's slings it out to Calvin Hill.
Nice.
Can't slip the tackle. That's one thing as Shamar Jean-Charles makes the play.
Hayden has pressure coming. He gets the ball way before he can get it off.
Nice.
And that time, that was Shamar Jean-Charles that was in coverage. And Jean-Charles with a great job that time of breaking up the pass play.
Hunt tries to go with a little back shoulder throw, but again, nothing doing there. Jean-Charles had perfect coverage on the play.
That is clinic quality technique by Shamar Jean-Charles on the outside.
Long throw to the sideline broken up. Again, Shamar Jean-Charles. They need the 45-yard line. Ellington throws down the sideline, incomplete. Intended for Jonathan Affetti. He had it in his hands. Couldn't control it. Shamar Jean-Charles in on the coverage. Panthers going to have to punt. He was listed 360 coming into the season.
Hayden stands alone in the backfield. He's looking for the end zone.
Ha.
He has a man as that's incomplete.
He's sticky, man. Again, it's lesser competition. You got to see what happens, but he's just all over everybody.
Brown goes down the field and a nice job.
He's fantastic at playing the ball. It's crazy. That's not easy to do. You see that all the time where a guy's right there and you kind of just blindly try to time a swat, and very rarely do you actually do it, but he's just a crazy amount of pass breakups he's got.
Incomplete. Thompson couldn't haul it in, and good coverage again. Jean-Charles and Jolly have been amazing.
Akeem Davis Gaither, is that who that was, the linebacker? Look at that. He's got a knack for it.
Shamar Jean-Charles had the coverage, the very confident senior out of the state of Florida.
From the 48, the snap's a bit low. This is a trick play, the lateral, and then the deep pass. It is caught, and then it's dropped incomplete. It was stripped at the last moment. I think Jean-Charles may have stripped that free as well.
From the running game, that says something.
Taking a shot for McCoy, and he almost throws another interception. That was off the hands of Shamar Jean-Charles.
Well, there you have it, folks. Let's go back here. All right. Let's see what we got. What we got for comments. Goose says, yes, my guy. So it must have been Goose who was calling for that. Street King says, OMG, this guy is a freak. I'm down for this cornerback group. Yeah, I mean, it's partially a depth thing, but you kind of get the impression that there's we really want to get this right. Mike says, like it, cornerback out of App State. He's a sleeper. Good pick, maybe the best of the draft. I mean, again, as far as PFF is concerned, definitely. I mean, just look at him. He just tears it up. Triple up on cornerbacks, says Brambo. Free says, I've seen him play, but didn't study him. I think App State had a good defense. We could look that up. Might as well. Why not? We got a lot of time to kill. Yeah, there you go. 21st best. Again, competition level, whatever. But, yeah, definitely a solid defense. I mean, you got to remember, we got lots of teams here. So, yeah, definitely a good defense. Street King says no one's going to be able to pass. I'm so excited about that, too. Like, you know, maybe these guys aren't all going to be complete freaks, but I'm just excited about having such a sticky group where it's just like, how do you do it? And then, again, we're adding to our defensive line group, making it harder to run. So it's like, what are you going to do? And if you make it where the DBs are a talented group, like I talked about a couple days ago or yesterday or whatever day it was, if you trust your DBs, hopefully Joe Barry does, and kind of lets them be on an island a little bit more, it gives you more of an opportunity to load the box against the run and to just free up your pass rushers to just attack. Free says, oh, wait, isn't this the guy you talked about on your podcast? I don't know. Probably at some point or another. He can't get number 8. Amari is number 8 for the Pack. Paula says, 5'10", 184. His RAS is a 6'38". Goose says, now we just need to get Goodson. FCA, no one can convince me that the Packers have not had a really solid draft up till now. Definitely potential with this kid. Paula says, physical corner. Lack of length could lead to him playing a nickel role. Let's look at that real quick. That was from the Draft Network. We didn't really look too much into... Let's look at his positional alignments here. If this thing will load for us. Maybe it doesn't want to. Do. There we go. So, no, we don't need that. In the slot, so he didn't play a lot at all. Again, not that he can't get moved there, but out wide, 631 of his total 734 snaps. 82 times he was in the box, only 12 in the slot. Did he play previously more in the slot? Nope, 16 that year. And something else to consider, he didn't do it there either. Shamar Jean-Charles is probably like Jair for App State. That is to say, he's built kind of like a slot guy, but he's by far the best corner on this team. So you put him outside and put him on the number 1 guy, and that's what you do. You move him to NFL-level competition, you start having different conversations about where to put him. I'm thinking that could possibly... That doesn't mean he can play in the slot. I'm just saying that could explain why he didn't play in the slot in college. Goose says, oh, he's definitely our nickel. Waxy's retracting comments. Waxy. Street King, I'm so freaking happy with this selection. Paula says, 4.27 speed on the 40-yard dash. Dang! 4.2... Is that real? Hold on. Let's, let me look here. Let's pull up his, I didn't do this yet. So here we go. Here's what PFF has to say. Shamar Jean-Charles was listed as just a 2-star defensive back by 24/7 Sports coming out of Florida's Miramar High School in 2016, but still received scholarship offers from App State, Bowling Green, Cincinnati, and Miami of Ohio, among others. He was named second team All-Country as a senior at Miramar, 5'11", 190. NFL player comp is Devontae Harris. Biggest strength are his hips. Biggest weakness is his size, which who cares? Their bottom line on him, Jean-Charles, is likely a slot-only NFL player, which, again, we're 100% fine with. While he's a middling athlete, his instincts could still have success there. Middling athlete. We got to verify that 40 time. A little bit longer of an explanation on him says, Jean-Charles was one of the most productive cornerbacks in college football over the past 2 seasons. In fact, his 27 forced incompletions leads all players in college football over that span. When you flip on the tape, though, that number is far less impressive. Yes, Jean-Charles plays the catch point tremendously well for his size, but a good deal of those forced incompletions came when he was originally beaten, only to be brought back by an errant throw. You did see that a lot in his highlights. His instincts and change of direction ability will ultimately force him into the slot. Again, that's fine. Pros and cons. Terrific at reading the quarterback through the receiver and not biting on one or the other. Silky smooth hips, which again is going to be good for the slot. Barely loses speed on his transition. Violent at the catch point. 25 pass breakups on 119 targets the past 2 years. And again, whether or not it was a bad throw, it's still a hard thing to break up a pass, and he has a knack for it. The cons, listed at 5'11", 190, but doesn't look close to that on tape. Easily moved. Speed is below average, so there's no way he ran in the 4.2s. Speed is below average, unlikely to hold up on the outside. Numbers inflated by competition and a lot of off-target passes. Not quite the physical presence as a tackler you'd want from the slot. Let's see. They got a pro day here. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay, what are the results? He weighed in at 84 pounds, 19 reps at 225. 40-yard dash in 4.47. Maxed out his vertical leap at 35 inches. So 4.47 is still relatively fast. Definitely not 4.2's fast. But there you go. Where did we leave off here? Here we go. Street King says, now if somehow we get Hilliard, I'll be happy. Paula says, first team All-American at App State. FCA, looks like he was also team captain. Leadership is important as well. More speed and good skills. Mel says he made his mark on special teams. So let's check that out real quick. Because we can see special teams grades. There's not a lot here. I mean, he's not a returner or anything. He graded out as pretty average over his 4 years at App State. He did get a lot of tackles in 2020, so that maybe is what he's referring to. There's nothing here. Still didn't grade out all that well, but you can see 6 tackles, 1 missed tackle on the season. That's pretty high. I mean, 6 tackles. Remember some guy asked you to look up App State cornerback, and you said you accidentally came across the guy who looks better? Yeah. That's right. We did talk about Shamar John Charles. That's a good point. I do recall that. Somebody was asking about an App State corner, and I was like, oh, you must be talking about John Charles. I really like him. And then it turns out he was talking about somebody else who I didn't think was quite as good. Good call. You're right. So far, I think Goody is crushing it in this draft, says Paula. Logan says, A-Rod said at the Kentucky Derby he was upset news broke and that he loves Green Bay. Somebody give me a link. Everybody wants a link in the comments. Can you be a gunner? I'm guessing you're talking about Shamar, John Charles. Yeah, maybe. I mean, we definitely need a lot of help on special teams. There's no question. Paul says, oops, 4.4740. Yep. All right. All right, all right, all right. Oh. Yeah. Good. Ew, what the heck is that? Some weird wannabe Marvel comic of Trevor Lawrence was horrifying. Tired, boy. Can't even grill today because of the wind, apparently. That's a sad thing. Want somebody to do a monster run so bad. So we got a ways to go, I believe. We are officially done with this round. And we are, looks like, about to start round 6. And we have got picks 214 and 220. So again, we got a ways to go. This is where it starts to get painful. And then in the 7th round, it's like, I don't know if I can do this anymore. I should ask my wife if she could stop and get me a monster on the way home from the party. Bump, 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 bump. All right. There's your link. Where? All right. I just saw that Aaron wouldn't talk about the situation in Green Bay. Rodgers wants Gutekunst out. Says like that. Any wide receivers left on the board that you like? All right. Hamza Nasruddin goes. Nick Neiman goes. Hopefully we keep flying through here. Let's look at what we got over here. Tay Gowan has been top of this list. The top guys, supposedly, have been the exact same top guys literally this entire process. Not one of these guys that ESPN has at the top. Tay Gowan, Shai Smith, Shakur Brown, Cade Johnson, Trey Smith. All these guys have been here like the whole time. I think a couple in this range have gone. That's crazy. Wide receivers. I'm trying to see if there's any like bigger outside guys. Sage Surratt, 6'3", 209. Tyler, 6'2", 184. I think Warren's a big guy. 6'6", 219. He's a monster. Marquez, I think, is big too. Oh, no, he's not. He's small. I don't know what I'm talking about. TJ Vasher, 6'6", 203. Tamorian Terry, 6'3". Seth Williams, which was mentioned before, is 6'3". So we got a couple big guys here. Not that it has to be, I'm just saying. I would think, you know, they got their one slotty guy. Sent it to you on Twitter. Oh, all right. Let me check it out. Let's check it out now. Mike Tirico on Aaron Rodgers. All right, let's just listen to this real quick. Again, I think you guys can hear, so let's see. It's very quiet. Turn this up a little bit. I really can't, though. It's as loud as it gets. Let me bring this over here so you can at least maybe lip read.
Aaron is disappointed that news has come out of this rift with the Packers. He expressed a couple of times how much he loves Green Bay, loves the fans, loves the franchise. There is a fissure, there is a chasm between management and the reigning NFL MVP. We're just not sure how this is going to play out. I'll watch closely over the next couple of weeks to see what we hear from the Packers side and when Aaron does speak. Interesting times ahead for sure in the National Football League this week. As they were walking in, I bumped into one.
All right. Good enough. Is what it is, man. Is what it is. We got to get rocking here. Come on, get your picks in. Patriots, what are you doing? Killing me here. Stupid Patriots. Always doing stupid stuff. Bump, 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 bump. Just going to send a bunch of passive-aggressive thumbs up to people who are sending me messages. So many messages. Doing the live stream, man. I want to interact it in the comments. Anyways, that's enough of that. Oh. Ryan, have you tried A-Shocks? They are a good energy drink. Let's see what A-Shocks is about. There's not enough meat talk in this group today. That's probably why I'm so tired. Anybody going to offer me a steak or anything today? I Googled A-Shocks and the word shock popped up, so I don't know. What is A-Shocks? Energy drink? Home of A-Shock Performance Energy? Oh, there you go. Charged by nature, 300 milligrams of caffeine. So charged by caffeine. Accelerates the metabolism. No is the answer. I haven't tried that. But I'm open to it. If you got one and you're nearby, you can run it over to me. Mike Tirico reported it on ESPN. I just watched it on Twitter. Is it just me, or is this a really draft? I'm really liking it. I'm guessing it was really good. Shailene looks fire at the Derby for what it's worth. Didn't see her there, but don't really care. Check Twitter. Yeah, I got it. We got it. We're all caught up. I don't know if I'm going to make it. Definitely make it through the 6th round, but after that is going to be miserable. Down. Why don't we, while we're sitting here waiting, let's pull up some highlights, huh? What do you say? Let's get... We'll start off with Mr. Eric Stokes. I'm sure we've seen plenty of highlights of him, but he's our first-round draft pick, man. We'll just get this going in the background. We already watched that one. Sure, let's go with this. So again, this is how insulated these people are. Like they just it's funny that they think it's funny. What they don't realize that corner is a giant need. I'm not watching this. It's funny that they're laughing about it. Anyways, let's just do highlights here. Get past all the nonsense. There we go.
Eric Stokes with the pick six.
Little background noise.
Positivity on display has to happen.
Picked off. Eric Stokes with the pick six.
And he just sticks to him, and look, he just beats him to the inside as he's trying to get the football.
He's going to take the shotgun snap, and he's going to go deep on the sideline and just over the outstretched.
Package in, Florida goes fast.
Trask on 3rd and 10, and it is intercepted. Picked off Eric Stokes for Georgia. Coming back the other way, and he's got a convoy. Stokes, touchdown, Georgia.
Man, he's on Xavier Henderson. I think he's throwing it to Tony, and he actually goes and picks it off. Sometimes when you go fast, you're not ready. And I didn't think Florida was ready. See history, over 700 passes.
This one he throws off his back foot, and there's the interception right. And the end result, interception at the 36.
Offense against this Georgia defense that has really pressured the quarterback. Bazelak lofts one up, and that one is picked off. Eric Stokes with the interception. He already has 2 pick sixes this year. And Stokes will turn the corner.
And he's a guy who's always been around the football, a little high, but you see great coverage from Georgia on the outside, and Stokes is the culprit.
So Quentin says, which of our picks do you think makes the biggest impact next year? I'm going to say Amari Rodgers, to be completely honest. I mean, I think Eric Stokes, I really don't think he's going to start week 1. I know a lot of people think that's crazy because Kevin King's not good. I just, how many of our picks last year played like at all? Almost none of them played. And the Packers just refused. Even our second round pick, who was extremely good, graded out higher than all other running backs, they're extremely patient. You know, they understand picks are about the future, not about right now. Not to say that they can't if they're ready, but I think Stokes might get out there a little bit later. Josh Myers is going to probably start right away, but it's going to be hard to even gauge how much he brings. Same with Royce Newman. Tadaro Slayton is going to be a rotational guy that comes out, situationally. And so you got Shamar Jean Charles, who might start immediately in the slot, maybe. But I think Amari Rodgers just makes a ton of sense. I think he has the ability to come out day one and just fill a role that really doesn't exist on the roster. And also I think he's going to be kind of a possession guy, meaning he's going to get a ton of targets and receptions, Whereas you got MBS maybe getting like a target or two a game. Amari is going to be getting like 6 or 7, you know. At least that is what I think the vision is. Also, he's got the reverse end around, backfield, all kinds of fun stuff you can do with him. So, yeah, I think fairly confident that you're going to see a hefty dose of Amari Rodgers. And again, you could argue Josh Myers, but it's kind of hard to gauge how much you're getting from a center. Like that says Stokes, he thinks is going to be the top guy. I mean, I hope so. I hope he's just such a freak that Kevin King never even sees the field, and it's just him and Jair just tearing it up. If I had to guess, that's not what I would think. Michael says Amari in the return game. Well, that would be depressing, wouldn't it? This draft is going to turn real fast if Eric Stokes is on the bench, Josh Myers plays but is mediocre, and Amari Rodgers is just a return guy. This is going to be a real depressing draft if that's how that pans out. All right, let's see if we can find a highlight for Josh Myers. I don't know if that's even a thing. Probably be a little something, right? So we got Ohio State offensive line. Yeah. That's going to be high school, right? I guess we'll go with this. I don't know why the picture's so garbage, but it is. If you can see him, you can see him. If you can't, you can't. I don't know what to tell you. Like that says, watching and reading up more on Amari Rodgers. He's not that bad. Could be a steal for us. I like him. I like him a lot. He's just a fun guy, too, you know. The different things that he does. I mean, he's not like a Devontae Adams. He's not going to be a guy that lines up outside and is going to be like your number one guy. But, we already have that guy, so you're not really looking for him necessarily. Says it would be nice to not have to hold my breath on punt returns. Yeah, I hear you. I just would hate to waste a wide receiver pick on just a punt return. Professor says, I think Amari is going to be a steal. I'm excited about it. I mean, if Rodgers is back, that obviously is going to help, solidify that, yeah, he's probably going to have a pretty good year. Jordan Love, kind of is going to depend a little bit. This is such a bad picture. Why is this so garbage? Why would making an impact in the return? I didn't say that being a good returner is a bad thing. It's a bad thing that he's relegated to special teams. And generally, a starting wide receiver is not also your return guy. And if his biggest impact is special teams, then that also sucks because you want his biggest impact to be a wide receiver. Plus, I mean, special teams, what is he going to get? One opportunity a game? And what is he going to get? Maybe a touchdown? It's just, you don't actually get a lot of opportunities in special teams. So again, if your biggest contribution to the team is special teams, I'm not super thrilled about that. Is this a live or only the Packers draft picks? I'm not entirely sure what that means. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's largely the people who are paying attention are Packers fans. I forget that not everybody here is a Packer fan. Sorry. Is what it is, man. You're hanging out with Packer fans. Plus, we're getting into the later rounds, so I'm just putting on some highlights because there's not a lot going on. And I'm not going to comment on every pick that comes in because it just is what it is. Street King says, if we draft a coverage linebacker somewhere here in the last rounds, I think this draft is an A++. That'd be cool. Man, if I was Rodgers, I'd want to play with this group of guys. Well, that's kind of the theme in general, right? You'd think he'd want to be here, but, whatever. Oh. I wonder if A-Rod has even seen who the Packers have drafted this year. I mean, he's obviously not paying attention right now. He's off having fun doing whatever he's doing. I'm sure he was made aware of who the Packers got eventually, but again, I mean, it's not his number one priority, man. Just in general. He's just out having a good time. He doesn't care. I'm sure somebody's keeping him up to date. I'm sure that the team tried to reach out to him and be like, hey, you know, if you want to reach out to our guy, here's who we drafted. And then I would assume he didn't, you know. There's a good shot of him. Not much going on there. Gooten and his staff really devalue linebacker. That's clear now. It is pretty clear. I mean, again, it's possible that it's just how the board falls, but, I mean, it's been years and years and years, and I thought maybe it would be different with a different defensive coordinator. And who knows, maybe next year is the year that we focus more on what our new defensive coordinator needs, but, I mean, we've never really seen a big investment in linebacker. Myers played with a turf toe injury during the championship game, sacrificed his draft stock for the team. I'd take players with talent like that all day. Chris Barnes isn't the answer. Yeah, I agree. I'm not a huge fan. Which of these picks has the best career? If we're talking career, I'll go Eric Stokes. I'll trust in the first round pick. If we're talking career. Shamar Jean Charles, quote, thank God for this opportunity. I guarantee that the Packers are going to get everything out of me. Nice. Goose says, I just love SJC. It's also a guy with a hyphenated name, so we should have seen that coming. I think even if he is only ever on special teams and nickel, he'll be worth it. I'm pretty jacked to see. I'm just excited to see. I'm hoping that COVID isn't a big issue. Also, I'm not happy about all these guys opting out of training camp and everything else. It's like, come on, man. Why does football have to keep getting taken away? I want these guys in there and working and training and actually giving a crap about football instead of just their own stuff. It's never ending with these guys trying to get out of actually playing football. That's all they're trying to do all the time, and I'm tired of it. Well, it's a toll on their bodies. Like, okay, well, how about people that actually care about trying to get better and training and learning with their teams? Like, your first opportunity to get back with your team and train with your team to win this Super Bowl that apparently you care so much about. It's like, oh, I want the day off, even though I've had 7 months off. Stupid. Non-stop. Just always, I want less, I want less, I want less, I want less. I don't want to play. I don't want contact. I don't want 2 practices. Only 1 hour. I mean, and then that's all it is. It's a 1-hour practice and they're done. It's crazy. Multi-million dollars. I mean, millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars. And I can't get you to do more than a 1-hour practice? Can't even get you to show up? Well, it's voluntary. Okay, yeah, fine. But don't tell me you care. Oh, I want it bad. Not bad enough to actually show up, but I want it so bad. Bunch of whatever. Mike says, I'll take Amari Rodgers as most impactful player long-term in this draft. I'd see that. I mean, I'd love to just have another Randall Cobb, man. That would be so awesome. Not that he has to be exactly that good, but Just what a great player Randall Cobb was for us. Such a reliable guy, you know. Goose says, toll on their bodies. They're getting paid well for what they do. My job's hard on my body too, but I don't make anything near what they do. And that's the other thing. Like, well, what about the toll on their body? My wife's dad takes a serious toll on his body as well with the construction that he does. The guy's had 2 knee replacements. But guess what? He has to go to work. I don't, you know. But apparently we have to feel sorry for football players. I'm so tired of the whining and complaining. It's so ridiculous. These horrible, greedy NFL owners trying to make them go to work all the time. It's disgusting. Shut up. I'm so sick of it. Goose says, I only get 2 weeks of vacation, not months. Right, months, and they spend their millions of dollars going out and doing literally anything they want. And that's the thing. It's not about toll on their bodies. They just want to win. They just want more time off to spend, you know, whatever. It's just the way. I mean, it's phony. Toll on your body. I mean, just like everybody else, you want more money for less work. That's what it is. Stop pretending it's something else. Bearded Buck says, toll on your body. Have you ever laid carpet for 4 years? That'll ruin your knees more than most football players. F these fools that have lower reading comprehension than I do. I have no problem saying if you're going to get $10 million, you're going to show up to work. I don't think that's controversial. You don't want to, if you're worried about, that's the other thing. If you're worried about toll, don't play. Well, we got to deal with all this. Then don't play. I don't understand. If you don't want to, that's why you get paid what you get paid. You take a beating. And for doing so, you're going to have millions of dollars, and within 10 years, you're retired, and you never have to work for the rest of your life. You're going to practice. I'm sorry. And these practices are not even, it's not even a toll on your body. Again, you're not allowed to have any contact. There's no hitting. There's no tackling. It's 1 hour of training and a bunch of schoolwork, you know, where you're studying and everything else in meetings, and you're going to refuse to go because of the toll on your body. You're lying. Street King says, I herniated 3 discs in my spine and have a formed shoulder labrum from work, and I still do the same job, and I'm only 28. Yeah, I don't get it. And the people that support the players, first of all, they're just anti-rich team owners is all it is. And I'm so sick of the whining anti-rich people thing. It's so lazy. They don't actually think for themselves. It's pathetic. Got to stand up for the players against these rich, greedy, horrible teams. Oh, shut up. Jacob says, all I'm saying is run your routes and listen to your coach. That's about all it is. Michael says, Cobby's with Aaron today, possibly talk some sense into him. I doubt it. I don't think anybody tells Rodgers what to do. They talk about, like, well, maybe Bakhtiari will talk some. I think they're just going to hang out. And most of these guys, they all tend to have sort of a us versus them mentality, you know, as well. And so I tend to think when there's these disputes, players support other players in these things. Generally speaking. It doesn't always have to be that way, but I think that'll be how that goes. I doubt the players are all gathering around him like, come on, man, don't be like that. Why are you being like that? Usually they support each other and that kind of stuff, which is annoying, but it is what it is. I mean, the owners are greedy, but not as bad as the players. First of all, everybody's greedy. I'm greedy, you're greedy. Anybody saying that these owners are greedy, the players are greedy, you're greedy, everybody's greedy. Every person on planet Earth is greedy. They're just good at actually earning money. We suck at it. I get excited because I got a $5 donation. Business owners just happen to be very good at making, or these team owners or whatever are very good at making money. But I don't think hardly any of this has to do with money. You just make it about money. Practice is a workout, basically. Get your body ready for football. Yeah, pretty much. Are we still watching the same thing? Oh, it's just about over. Practice. I saw that. Stokes is just a missile like Savage and Alexander. Super excited about that. Faux show. Where are we at here? This is not going nearly as fast as I would hope. Daniel says owners are greedy. Aaron is a part owner, so it makes sense. You know, even if he's not. Again, Aaron's greedy. Jordan Love is greedy. Aaron Rodgers' mom is greedy. My kids are greedy. So are your kids. The referees are greedy. Everybody wants their life to be better. That's not surprising. But sometimes it gets to be unreasonable, like saying I shouldn't have to go to work for my millions of dollars. That's when greed becomes unreasonable. People who hate rich people just because of their wealth are purely jealous. I tend to think that that's true, yeah. Because there's no reason to hate anybody, especially if you're hating them for success, is kind of pathetic. Street King says, honestly, Rodgers is from Cali. He doesn't know the definition of hard work. Can't comment on that, but, I mean, look, I'm sure he's worked hard in his life, but it is obnoxious, this whole thing that's going on with him. Goose says, I just hate when some find ways to not pay their taxes. I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with government creating loopholes. If there's a loophole that says you shouldn't have to pay taxes, then don't pay taxes. That's stupid. Just play by the rules that are there. And if the rules are wrong, it's the government's fault for setting it up that way. And generally, what we call loopholes are not really even loopholes anyways. They're things that make sense for a reason. You know, based on, you know, appreciating assets and everything else. Everybody's just going to do what's best for them. That's all there is to it. And everybody has every right to do what's best for them and earn as much money and have as much happiness and freedom and wealth as they can possibly get. And that's it. And everybody just needs to get over it. If you steal for money, that's bad. If you earn your money by providing things to people and they give you their money, then you've earned that. And you're a good person for helping all those people. And it's reflected in the amount of money you have in your bank account. Interesting. According to an article by Fansided, Aaron Rodgers does not have a no-trade clause in his contract. Michael, wait, are we talking about missing some early OTAs? It doesn't matter what it is. I think anytime the doors are open, people that actually care about winning a Super Bowl should be there and wanting to. I mean, the fact that they're not even allowed to go to the facility because we got to play to the lowest common denominator, because some people they'd love to go there, but then everybody would feel like they have to try hard all the time, and so we can't do that. So we have to require nobody's allowed to go back or even communicate with their teams, because then it creates an unfair advantage between the people that give a crap and the people that don't give a crap, and we can't have that. I think people should be allowed to live at the facility and do nothing but study all day if that's what they choose to do, because they want to be the best. But we got to play, again, to the lowest common denominator, which I think is pathetic. So are we talking about missing some early OTAs? We're talking about missing any opportunity that's available. I find unacceptable. Let's see. I'm quite new to football, Packer fan in Sweden. What kind of different receivers do we have right now? Rodgers is considered to be a slot? ? How do St. Brown, Lazard complement each other? So we don't have a lot of guys like Rodgers right now who are smaller, shiftier kind of guys. We have Lazard, who is, I mean, I don't know how you put a label on it. He's basically like a tight end. He's a big body guy that is a really good blocker and is more not really good at getting away from people, but as far as like 50-50 balls and whatnot, he's pretty good at it. MVS, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, is mostly just a deep threat. He's kind of a one-trick pony in terms of running really fast away from people. And then Devontae is what you'd call your X-receiver, who's just your primary number one. Put him up on the line of scrimmage, one-on-one. He's really good at getting away from people, running clean routes, great hands. So it's kind of fun to have a guy like Amari because he just brings a different dynamic and different teams bring different dynamics and different situations bring different dynamics. And so it's fun to be able to, when you need a certain thing to be able to have it. You don't want to have a certain thing that your team can't really do very well. So it's exciting to have. That's also why I like nose tackles. Maybe you don't need them all that often, but once in a while you really could use one. And if you don't have one, it just kind of sucks. Street King says St. Brown is a big slot. MVS is an outside deep threat. Tay is a number one everything. It's also a very good way to say it. Brian Reed with the $9.99 donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Brian. Street King says Lazard is a blocking chess piece. It's true. Bearded Buck, once again, didn't want to flex like a D-bag, but I've met brother, not the bachelor brother, Luke Rodgers. He unfortunately confirmed all the bad things we thought. Yeah, and I've heard that as well. I was kind of referring to that before, but somebody was talking about they had met one of the brothers and just it wasn't great. I mean, granted, you're getting one side of the story from the brother, I guess. So I'm sure Rodgers would have a different opinion of it, but I don't know. The whole thing sucks. Michael says, I'm okay with not going until mini camps. Early OTAs are basically lifting weights. Yes, better for team togetherness if you go, but not a huge deal. Yeah, again, it's just because it's becoming a big thing. Like, we're, as a group, going to choose not to go because then we have power over that. There's always this power play that I think is stupid. Like, and then you got the media praising it like it's this great thing. They're finally standing up for themselves against these horrible teams. It's what a garbage dynamic, and you're pushing that they should be doing that. They should band together to stand up against the team. I'm sorry, I thought we were a team. Are we supposed to work together? Hey guys, we're gonna get back to work and start working on a Super Bowl. No, we're gonna band together against you. What? What is this? And why is that a good thing? That sounds like a horrible thing. Street King says, I want the guys who are the first ones in, last ones out. They put the effort in. They have one goal. Show how much better they make the team by being there with the team. That's my thought, man. I mean, if you're not that guy, you're not that guy. But we should be praising those guys, not praising the guys that choose not to go to work because they're sticking it to the man. Screw your sticking it to the man nonsense. I'm so sick of that. It's so boring. Like, go play Dungeons and Dragons and watch some superhero movie if you want to see, like, the good guys versus the bad guys and all this stuff. Otherwise, let's all grow up and try to work together on stuff and stop turning everything into the haves versus the have-nots. Like, this is one big giant communist manifesto nonsense. The whole thing is stupid. Goose says, Eagles got a defensive tackle and edge I like, but Goodson is still there. Paula, I'm wondering if the Packers use one of their 2 6th-round picks on a quarterback. So there are some big, quarterback is an option, kicker is an option. I don't know how happy we are with long snapper, but there could be kind of a big unexpected shocker at some point that we're not really thinking is going to happen. You could really say anything's wide open at this point. There's not a position that they could take outside of maybe punter, because I don't think they would replace J.K. Scott right now. But I think they could go literally any direction. It wouldn't really surprise me. Running back is an option. Another wide receiver is an option. Probably not another cornerback, but maybe. We still haven't done a triple up yet. We got corner and an offensive line. If we go one more, we're tripling up again. Mike says the NFL today is just a reflection of the larger society. Soft, very soft. It's a fair assessment. Jason says, I like quarterback Jamie Newman for the 6th-round possibility. We talked about him a little bit. I do like Jamie Newman. A lot of agreement on Jamie Newman. I think offensive tackle Stone Forsythe would be a great bargain at this point. Giannicus says the media is always pushing some BS narrative because it sells, and that's really getting annoying too. For some reason, anger and division sells, and I don't know why. Maybe that's just a reflection on us. Right? It's apparently what we like to consume, so it's probably our fault, not so much the media. They're just a reflection of what we are, but it's still annoying that they participated in it. But it is what it is, so now we all got to hate each other and start fighting because that's apparently makes people a lot of money. So according to Jacob, who had talked to one of his brothers, said He turned down an invite to a Christmas party with his family and actually sent back the Christmas gifts unopened. So they sent him an invite and gifts, and he returned them to his family. Whatever. It's kind of crappy, but again, I don't know the dynamics. Maybe his family's terrible. Who knows? I don't know. That doesn't seem to be what people's interpretation of it is, but I'll try to leave that one alone. Packers missed out on Loudermilk. Only Cheeseman left. Jason says, I am shocked that cornerback Tay Gowan is still available. Would love to see that Pack try to develop him. Yeah, so, again, Tay Gowan did go. I don't see him here anymore. Where did he go? He must have gone somewhere. Dungeons and Dragons is more fun when you're the bad guy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about that, Goose. Jason says, running back Khalil Herbert would be a great zone fit for us. Cameron Cheeseman, Ronald Monk says. Puka's still there. Mike says, I miss the real NFL of the 1960s and 80s. Hard-nosed, physical smash-mouth, two-a-days, blood and guts. Yeah, it seems like any amount of aggression today is like off-the-field stuff, you know? Like, they save all the aggression for home and things that end up sending them to jail, and then on the field they all got to play nice. It's so weird. Justin Hilliard could be good also. Shriek King says Pooj. And then says Puka's still on the board. What's your position on long snap duels instead of coin flips? You might have to elaborate on that. I have no idea. Goose says would be good for special teams. Street King, I remember doing two-a-days in high school. If you weren't puking before we went in for lunch and studying, you weren't trying hard enough. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man. I mean, you do that stuff in high school, and even if you think about just about anything else, think about like bodybuilding competitions. You look at bodybuilders, it is a 365-day-a-year job. They sacrifice literally everything, and most of these guys make no money. Their diet is miserable. They eat, I don't know how many times a day, many times a day. They eat food that is not very good, and they go to the gym for like 2 hours a day, and they just work and work and work, not to mention the amount of drugs they put in their body. But that's what you do when you want to be at that level, right? There's always massive sacrifice to be at the top level, which is why I have such a hard time with, well, what's the big deal? It's just a practice. I don't know. I guess I thought it was important. If it's more important to the fans than it is to you, I think that's a problem. No idea who these players are after the 5th round. Yeah, I'm kind of that way too. I mean, I know some of the names, but, you know, it is what it is, I guess. Thomas Graham of Oregon is still here at cornerback as well. As I mentioned, I know I like the Oregon cornerbacks. Chris or Goose says, aren't his parents Seventh-day Adventists or something? My aunt is one, and they are different, but that could just be a congregation. Yeah, Seventh-day Adventist is it's basically like a different religion. It's not really Christian, although they would say that they are. I have no idea if his family is or not. I don't know. And you know, again, I don't super like to get into it because I don't know exactly what's going on. Obviously, you don't want to cut off your family because of their beliefs, but maybe they're jerks because of their beliefs. I don't know. Dungeons and Dragons is really fun when you're the DM. I wonder if I shouldn't have read that out loud. I don't know what that means. There you go. Brian Reed says, just pick up a quarterback that can cheer on in the preseason. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Give me another Taysom Hill. Just a guy that's like, dude, our number 3 quarterback is so good, dude. Oh, I thought you were talking about like an actual long snapping competition. Although Nicola's the one that said it. But I like Jason's interpretation of it. He says long snapper duels are long snappers firing pistols at 10 paces. I mean, yeah, all right.
And that's the time when I as a pool in the jacuzzi, I do stretches and I just sit in the jacuzzi and I be like, damn, I just think about life, the business I'm in, you know, like I said, how fake people is, like how crazy like society is.
What?
Look at people, and I think how far.
This has got to be a Dungeons and Dragons conversation you're having with yourself, and I don't get it.
Like I said, Bearded Buck says, yes, they are very, very tough. But, you know, I think how far.
Bearded Buck says, yes, they are very, very religious. What?
It's just, you know, like I said, how
Felipe Franks has a cannon at quarterback. Like to see Warren Jackson, 6'6", self there as a situational wide receiver. DM equals Dungeon Master. Run the game, basically God. That could be fun. I want to be the DM of Monopoly.
And there up in Washington, we were in shelters.
That's my house now.
Taking them wherever we had to go to get to the next spot.
I stayed in San Francisco, stayed in Oakland, Sacramento, Stockton, Antioch, Pinole, Richmond.
Did Regis go? Or are we just talking about him for fun?
Tampa Black. I stay living everywhere because, like I said, it's hard to live in California, so we got evicted.
He went. It was the round before. I don't see him here.
Do
do do do do. Down out, down down out.
I had the same clothes. I was just like really just poor. Bounced around a lot from hella places.
Evans to the Bengals. Interesting.
Slept in a lot of homeless shelters.
Yeah.
Back then it was more of like this surviving the day type thing. Back then, more of like getting through the hard times, getting through the day.
Najee's always been close to me. He's always been my little buddy. I've always called him my little buddy. He was so used to being with me. And I think...
Universal Truth says, trade up for Moses, please. So there's a lot of guys here who are very adamant that Moses is a very good player, so we should probably just get him. Because I have no dog in this fight anymore, I guess. Street King says, no one wants Dylan Moses, trust me. So that's going to be a very... One way or another, people are going to be very upset. Either Packer fans are going to be mad that we didn't get him, or Packer fans are going to be mad that we did get him.
Just get frustrated and walk down the street on a busy street in Seattle. I'm getting phone calls like, hey, your son's walking down the street right now on a busy street. We can't touch him because, we don't want him to get upset. But he is in a dangerous position right now. He's just walking down.
The guy commenting ungrateful on every comment of this article.
Not fun to hear, but he had some issues.
I don't know if he's saying that Rodgers is ungrateful or fans are ungrateful toward Rodgers, but Lowend Tay 445 is just running through every comment saying ungrateful. Guy's just got nothing else better to do with his life, I guess. Aaron Rodgers at the Kentucky Derby. He declined to talk to NBC. Mike Tirico says Rodgers told him he was, quote, disappointed that news had come out of the rift with the Packers. And then Chris Roth says, I guess we're supposed to believe that the news leak on Thursday was an accident. Okay, then. In other words, sure, Rodgers. I'm sure it wasn't you that leaked it. I mean, I don't know. I hear you, but I don't know.
Yeah, this works. Yeah.
You ever get like a headache where your teeth hurt? Or like you're so tired your teeth hurt?
It started working. It started working.
Very uncomfortable situation to be in. Crazy. Ba-na-na-na-na.
And I didn't know nothing about Antioch.
Goose says, I would like to buy this house. Rolling my payment. The bank seizes your assets and forecloses on the house. Go to jail. That would be funny. Oh, just send people to jail.
So we're just passing up to high school right now. We're actually heading over to Sycamore where Najee used to live. So his house is right.
Anthony Fishingbauer says I'd be okay with Dylan Moses, Patty Fisher, or Nick Neiman at linebacker. I do think we got to get somebody at some point. I guess we don't have to because we got a big pile of guys, and again, I think the Packers seem to like him more than a lot of us do. But I don't know. It still feels like we should do something. Is there something playing right now? Oh yeah. Stupid things popping up all the time. Jacob says, Rodgers not making a statement when he's has multiple platforms is a statement in and of itself. Really losing respect for this boy. Street King, watch. Rodgers said the wrong thing to the wrong person. He was trying to be slick, and now it blew up in his face, and he turned the fan base against him all by accident. That would be kind of funny. He's just kind of popping off to a friend who thought he was being serious and leaked it all to the media. Now he's got to play. But again, like Jacob just said, okay, then let's get damage control rolling here. Nicholas says long snap duels is kind of what you think. Both pace 10 yards from each other, take turns snapping to hit one another. They had one in the NCAA when they didn't have a coin. It's kind of weird. You got to watch out. Tooth pain can actually be a sign of heart disease. Great. I've actually had a lot of questions about the fact that I'm tired all the time. There was like a clicking sound the other day, and I looked it up, and they're like, yeah, that's probably like a problem with your valve in your heart. Now you're telling me that tooth pain is, there's something wrong with my heart. I'm not going to survive this. I'm not even going to see my new house. My eyes burn like the sun when I'm tired. Brian says, tripling up on my quarterback would make for an awesome camp. I guarantee you don't run out of things to talk about till the season starts. That's true. Universal Truth says Rodgers leaked it on purpose. He's petty, and it's his gift and curse. Drove him to be great. Now it's turning him into be Favre. That's fairly true. I mean, even coming into the NFL, that was kind of his knock, right? He's super arrogant. He's just very full of himself, very arrogant. Right? There was that whole thing with Favre where he comes in and he's like calling him old man and all that stuff. It's just, again, like you said, it's who he is, and it's worked for him in a lot of ways, and now we got to suffer through it. We all benefited from it. Now we got to suffer through it. It just is what it is, I guess. I don't know how much we can do. Street King says toothaches can also be from too much sugar. Well, the Dr. Pepper zero sugar, and I used fake sugar in my coffee, so I don't think that's it. But we'll go with that. Rambo says you're basically dead. It's kind of the impression I'm getting. If only Rodgers had a friend with a show he could go on and stop all the talk within 2 seconds and calm it all down. And that's it. You know for a fact that McAfee is just constantly begging, dude, gotta come on the show, dude. Why don't you come on the show, straighten it out, dude. I can't do a Pittsburgh accent or whatever that is, but you know what I'm going for there. Goose says I'm having Genoa salami, so there's your meat talk. Well, all right. I like salami. I don't know what that is though. How long till the pick? I tell you what, I'm gonna take another break. I know I've taken a lot of them. I need to take some pain medicine and maybe find some food and that kind of stuff. But I will be back momentarily. Talk amongst yourselves. All right, talk amongst yourselves. All right, be honest. How many of you thought I died of a heart attack? All right, where are we at? Oh, we're getting close. Getting close. How we doing? I'm starting to feel better already. It's that combo, man. That Tylenol and ibuprofen mix. So good. Let's get caught up. See what's going on. Feeling good. Feeling rejuvenated. Got some more taquitos. That's my draft meal, apparently. It's the kids, Ryan. They kill you slowly. I wish they'd speed it up already. From the day you're born, you're dying. Wow, things got dark. Coffee talk. It's an Italian salami, kind of spicy and very hard. I mean, it sounds good. Let's get some food talk going. Things were getting a little hostile for a while there. Oh yeah, okay. I know what we're talking about now. I gotcha. Do 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 do. All right. I knew somebody was going to comment about that. Talking about the hard salamis. There goes Demetric Felton. I know some of you guys were digging that pick. Street King's rooting for Hilliard. I don't know why, but he's my only guy left. Let's see if he's gone. Nope, looks like he's still around. We got 2 Bills picks and then the Packers. I'm curious. See who the Bills have picked thus far. Buffalo has taken edge, tackle, wide receiver. So linebacker is not out of the question, especially with 2 back-to-back picks here. Bam, 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 bam. Street King, we need someone next to Kamal, unless Joe Barry thinks he can coach Chris, and we're all stupid. It's another thought, I guess. You know, I mean, we drafted these guys for a reason. They just really have not, as I said, we just haven't seen anybody really develop. Like, nobody got better at linebacker. Maybe, and even if that's not the plan, maybe that's just what has to happen, and maybe it will. I don't know. He's a linebacker guy. Professor says Chris played very well last season. That seems to be, I mean, I think the fan base is split. Most people think Chris is a very good linebacker. I generally don't, but I think most do. Goose says, let's be honest, though. If Rodgers comes back, plays like an MVP, and we win a Super Bowl, all be forgiven. That will be the one exception. I feel like I can't get past this, but if he comes back, MVP, we win a Super Bowl, nothing that we've talked about has ever happened. Never happened. Just because he was undrafted doesn't mean he can't become a Pro Bowler. Talking about Chris Barnes still? I mean, technically that's true, but I think the biggest hindrance to him being a Pro Bowler is the fact that he's not a good football player. Street King says he did not play well last season. Love to know why people think he did. If Rodgers comes back and wins the Super Bowl, we got to insta-trade him. It's a second thought. It's up for discussion. We forgive him and trade him. I think that's a decent compromise. He'll never be more valuable ever again. That's the truth. Back-to-back MVP seasons and a Super Bowl. I want 5 first-round picks for that guy. Wow, Seattle cares about offensive line? No, they don't, because they waited until the 6th round. No more Rodgers talk. The draft is nearly over. Kick back, enjoy the pack. Last couple picks here. I'm fine with that rule. I mean, I'm not gonna tell you guys what to do, but I'm okay with that. I'll try to keep it away from the Rodgers talk. Just whenever somebody brings it up, I get a little carried away. I'm sorry. Thought you fell in the toilet, to be honest. Well, I guess I'd rather have that than heart attack. Decently was considering the possibility. Oh, of the heart attack thing? Yeah. Wasn't sure you were coming back. Got a lasagna in the oven. You have a lasagna, or you thought I put a lasagna in the oven? I want lasagna, dude. I love lasagna. Lasagna's really good. It's not top 5. That's the other thing. Maybe that's what we should talk about while we wait. You don't have to if you don't want to. I mentioned steak, salmon ribs, and probably burgers. Top 5. What should I add? Pizza, maybe. And pizza's amazing, but it's not like, maybe because it's so common. What the heck else goes in the top 5? I don't know. We gotta figure something out, though. I don't think it's... Oh, tacos. What am I talking about? It's tacos. Well, that ruined all the fun. What should I replace with what? There we go. New question. DeMar Hamlin went to Pittsburgh, safety. Got one more Buffalo pick, and then the Packers are back on the clock. And then we pick again 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks later. 6-ish picks later. Ben says, I do. He said, food talk, and I'm always down for that. 100%, dude. Talking football and food? That's a great day. Street King says, I had someone tell me that A.J. Dillon will only ever be good in the snow. That's a reach, isn't it? That's one of those things where it's like you're having an argument, and somebody's like, he sucks. And you're like, dude, did you see the Titans game? And they're like, he's only good in the snow. Like, it's just the most random knock you can possibly think of just to try to win the argument. I mean, you'd be better off just saying, dude, it's one game. Like, we got to see what he can do. That's a better argument than he's only good in the snow. What a stupid thing to say. Giannikis, I love the Rodgers talk. Biggest news in recent Packers history. 100% true. Aspadiaries says wings. Wings are good, man. I like wings. It's not going top 5. I mean, it's yours, obviously, but for me, it wouldn't be. I just like that you can do so much with wings as far as like the different sauces and rubs and stuff on them. It's kind of fun. It can be a lot of fun. Michael says fish fry. I love I've been saying for years I got to go to a fish fry. Again, kids are a little picky. Wife's a vegetarian, so it would pretty much be me going by myself for a fish fry. Maybe I'd take my oldest daughter with, and she might be into it. I don't know. But I absolutely love it. And it's kind of similar to a lot of these foods where it's like, it kind of depends. I guess you could technically say that about any of these foods. But I've had some fish fries where it's like, whatever. But remember there was a place in Illinois, a friend of my dad's it was like a golf course. But they had a restaurant attached to it, and they had a fish fry. We would go to the fish fry there. And that was one of the best things I've ever eaten. So, yeah, a really good fish fry, you could probably convince me. I mean, at the very least, if you're like, hey, dude, there's a really good fish fry, or we can have some burgers, I'd be like, dude, let's go get some fish fry. Ever had a beef tenderloin roast? Probably. I guess I don't really know. Sounds amazing, though. Jonica says brats. Brats are awesome. Would not make top 5. Not positive if it would make top 10, but the thing I love about brats is that it's almost like seasonal. It's like eggnog in winter. It's just like it just brings you to a certain place. For me, brats, it's like, it always reminds me of, summer, first of all, the smell of fresh cut grass, grilling out. Like, you don't just have brats. Like, it's not like wintertime, we're going to throw it in the microwave. I mean, you can, but brats are grilling food. And it reminds me of when I did the Lombardi golf thing. I had mentioned how my grandpa and his friends and whatnot were volunteers at the Lombardi golf tournament. And, so usually what you get, they'd have the little hot dog / brat stands. You go there and get a brat, and it's like, dude, these are so freaking good. And it's one of those things I didn't eat very often. Like, we didn't usually have brats. But, man, you come up to Wisconsin and grab yourself a brat, and it's like, dude, Why is this so good? And why do people actually... Oh, they took Rashad Wildgoose out of Wisconsin. The Bills did. It's like, why don't we just eat this all the time? It's amazing. Packers on the clock. Vince says he had Cajun grilled prime rib last night. So like Cajun seasoning on a prime rib? That's crazy, dude. That sounds amazing. Standing rib roast is better than everything else. I just gotta start Googling this stuff so I know what you're talking about. Let's see what a standing rib roast is. So like you talking, okay, all right, fair enough. I can say confidently I've never had this standing rib roast. I've seen it, like, you know, I've seen people grill it and whatnot. But pick is in. Here's a selection for the Packers. Cole Van Lanen, offensive tackle. So we got a Badger, and we tripled up on offensive line, taking another tackle / whatever. But there you go. So 2 years in a row, and I said everybody's going to freak out, and they probably will. 2 years in a row, tripling up on offensive line. And look, I've mentioned it before how when you talk about the Shanahans, the offensive line is a massive emphasis, and I mean they haven't really taken a ton of. I shouldn't say that. We got 2 second-round picks that are offensive line, but yeah, they're very, very serious about all that. Let's see what we got for Cole Van Lanen here. Cole Van Lanen, 6'5", 312. Wow, that ain't bad, huh? It's pretty solid. So 2018, I mean, it's a Wisconsin offensive lineman, so he's got to be somewhat good. 90 overall grade in 2018, 72 in 2019, 81 in 2020. Seems to be a better run blocker than pass blocker, which is becoming a theme. I mean, you always want a better pass blocker, but I mean, you got to be able to run block if you're going to play for the Packers these days. Let's see what we got here. Only gave up 1 sack, although it was obviously a condensed year. No hits, 2 hurries, 3 total pressures throughout the year. Very short year. If you look at... never mind. He's only ever played left tackle, so probably not the versatility that you're expecting from a lot of places. So I'm thinking Cole Van Lanen is our... Come on, brain. You got your medicine, you got your food. Let's get back to work here. What is his name? Hold on. I'll tell you what I'm going to say here in a second. He is a replacement for Yash Nijman. Not saying Yash is gone. I'm just saying this is our next Yash Nijman. He's our late-round tackle that we like and we want to develop and see if he can become something, and maybe he will, probably he won't, but whatever. Pass blocking. You got your true pass sets. Pretty much the same. And then run blocking. And you can see, and I still would love to know how we get to 100% here, but 43% in zone, 33% in gap. Obviously Wisconsin, that's what I was saying about Big Ten. You're going to see a little bit more power running here, but that's cool, man. I mean, at least he's a Badger. I have no faith whatsoever in a 6th-round pick that is a tackle becoming a starting tackle. But again, in my opinion, he's not Yash Nijman, and again, he grades out phenomenally. So, works for me. Let's go to the comments, see what we got going on here. My new neighbors are pescatarian. He wants to show me how to smoke trout and salmon. He owns a food truck here in Austin. I cannot wait. That sounds awesome. Pescatarian. I thought that meant no fish. It means only fish? I thought that meant they didn't eat fish. I got to skip over the food thing. We'll come back to the food thing because we got to pick in. Michael says, CVL, love that pick. Cole Van Lanen is a solid pickup, says Street King. Goose says, can't hate it. Now I really don't want him to go D-line or inside linebacker. I really want them to go. The offensive tackle shortage is officially over. Kurt Hildebrand. Cole Van Lanen's hometown is Green Bay, Wisconsin. That's exciting. He's got to be super jacked. Universal Truth. Just pick them and see who's the best of them, I guess. Must be talking about something else. Love Van Lanen this late, but he might be kicked to guard. We got to see. I mean, 6'5", 312, maybe it's an arm length thing. He's never done it, so that would be a developmental thing, but doesn't mean he can't do it. Free says that's not one of the guys I wanted, but it's a 6-rounder, so whatever. Kind of where I'm at. Street King says, I love how good is attacking offensive line. I'm a big proponent of you cannot win football game if you don't have offensive line. I'm 100% with you. It's not flashy, but it's the foundation. You get this right, and then you can build on it. Then you get your then you get your running backs, which we already have. Then you get your wide receivers, your tight ends, whatever. But you start up front, and once you dominate there, you can do whatever you want. So, I'm excited. Let's get back to some of the food comments. David Davis, cheese-filled brats are just amazing. Yeah, I mean, you can do some... I just like a clean, pure brat, but yeah, there are some fun... There was one that was a jalapeno... At the grocery store, you had the butcher who would like make his own stuff. He had these jalapeno brats that were just delicious. Please, football guys, make it Hilliard. Sorry, man. Maybe he'll make it around. We still got another pick coming up pretty soon here. Anthony says solid pick. Robbie, wide receiver, inside linebacker, Trill or Tay next, hopefully. Michael says Tauscher was a 7th-round pick and started as a rookie. There's always Bakhtiari was a 4th-round pick. There's always outliers, but I think, we're talking about 1 in 50 maybe, being generous. But it's, of course, possible. Packers have done it at least twice. Tauscher and Bakhtiari. I know Bakhtiari's a 4th, so it doesn't really count, but still, I wouldn't trust a 4th-round tackle either too much. Why is Dylan Moses dropping so much? It's the question of the hour. I don't know, man. I should probably look it up to get a solid answer. I know there's a lot to it, but he was expected to fall. That's all there is to it. He was a 1st-round pick for a while. People started looking into it. He had a terrible 2020, and it was like, all right, he's done. Same with Marvin Wilson. Anthony says Parmesan encrusted walleye. Dude, I love walleye. I haven't had Parmesan encrusted walleye, but going out fishing and bringing home it's so good. Bluegill, walleye, bass, catfish, so good. Perch is delicious. I'm just blanking now. Crappie. Vince says, brats poached in dark beer, then seared on a flat top. Let me try that. Street King says, walleye sounds so good right now. It really does. Walleye's amazing. You can go to Culver's if you don't feel like going fishing. They got some good food. I guess they love our young linebackers. Either that or they really just don't like the linebackers in this draft, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. We got a couple picks left. Not that, again, means much. Are we starting the fish hierarchy? Haven't had a lot of freshwater fish. Not a bad idea. Trying to think if there's something that's better than walleye. Freshwater fish. I know one of my favorites that I ever had, and a lot of it has to do with how you cook it or whatever, but one of my favorite that I ever did was Lake Michigan perch. Me and my uncle went fishing in, I think, Port Washington, got a bunch of perch and came back and cooked them, and it was unbelievable. But again, I think that just has to do with just doing a great job of cooking them. Michael says, walleye fish fry, I need something on fish. Can't just eat fish. Oh, yeah, you got 100%. You got to put some. I mean, salmon I can eat without. I do have, like, tilapia and stuff. I'll put, like, lemon and stuff that I'll make. But, yeah, if we're doing a fish fry, you got to get that breading on there. It's amazing. Any interesting linebackers left? Let's, got a couple picks. Let's come over here. Take a look at the linebackers still remaining. Obviously, Dillon. You got Hilliard there. You got Patty Fisher, who was another guy that was expected to be quite good. Tough Borland, another Ohio State guy. Yeah, I don't know. Anthony Hines. Let's see. Street King. Honestly, undercover fish steal. Sea robin. I've caught it in the bays and along the Jersey Shore in deeper trenches. You don't get a bunch of meat, but it's so sweet. What the heck is sea robin? Let's look it up. Sea robin. Sea robin. Triglide. Is that what it is? Triglidae? I don't know. Looks like a dinosaur. I don't want to eat that. It's all you, man. Lake Michigan perch is awesome. So is walleye, says FCA. I agree, man. That's got to be top of the list there. Chris says, fish cakes for dinner tonight. Walleye is by far the best. Walleye is amazing. Anthony says, flour, egg, wash, and mix potato flakes and Parmesan Packers. What is this? Sorry, I saw the G on the TV out of the corner of my eye. What's going on here? Oh, here we go. We got a little Cole Van Lanning. Give me a minute here. I want to watch this. Yeah, so they just said he'd probably end up as a guard. So, I mean, it means he's a developmental guy, which makes sense. Could also explain why he went as late as he did. Because you got a guy that's been a tackle his whole life that is going to have to be a guard in the pros. And so you realize he's not playing year one, right? So, and with the Packers taking a bunch of offensive linemen and having a bunch of offensive linemen, you can redshirt a guy, no problem. Especially a guy as talented as that, so that's kind of cool. I mean, I'd be down with that. That's my rationale, I guess. Jacob says, perch is my grandpa's favorite. It's the Northern Special. It's so good, dude. Clayton, Ryan, you're a man bear with this stream. Thank you for going the distance. It's day 3 is every year. I think, like, dude, it's not that hard. Why are you such a baby? And then day 3 comes around, and it's like, this is so brutal. That last break was huge, though. That pain medicine, a little bit of food. I'm feeling good, man. I'm ready to go. We'll see if I can make it through the 7th round. Michael says, take Moses. GPK. Trevally is really popular around here. You can gut it and just throw the whole thing in a wok and eat it right off the bone, skin and all. All right, what is that now? Let's look it up. Learning a lot today, man. We're learning a lot. You guys see why I want to do this like every day and then just like get the grill going and we can just hang out and talk football? Am I wrong? Would that be fun? Oh yeah. I would eat that fish. I don't know nothing about it, but I would eat that. Michael says, I wanted him since the 3rd. Nice. Brian Reed, is the running back still there from the Raging? I thought they were just talking about him, so I think he's gone. Trey Roggins is right there, so they talked about him. I don't know why, but yeah, that dude, again, small school, but just tore it up there. Wouldn't mind getting a fun running back, man. That would be cool. Let's see. Instant wash potato flakes we're talking. I didn't even finish the recipe there. Sea robin have a hard skull. They also like to bark at you. Like, seriously, like bark. They're ugly and most people throw them back. They're a small fillet on the back of the tail. There's a small fillet on the back of the tail. Again, you know, sea robin is almost a tasty puffer fish. I mean, look, if there's a piece of it sitting on a plate, I'd be like, all right, give me a piece of it, I'll try it. But I'm not going out of my way ever. What is this now? Oh, is that a Hawaiian thing? It says, bro, fugu is the real deal. All right. What is this now? Fugu. I should bring this over. No, I'll leave the draft stuff up for you. We'll try to be professional here. Packers are next, by the way. Oh, we just lost Seth Williams. Packers on the clock now. Not that we were targeting Seth Williams. I'm just saying. That'd have been a fun one. All right. Fugu is taki fugu, which is a genus of pufferfish, which is why it came up. Often better known by the Japanese name fugu. All right. You guys know a lot about fish, man. You guys know a lot of stuff about a lot of stuff. Pick is in for the Packers. Is Tough Borland related to Chris Borland? That's a safe bet. Was Chris Borland Ohio State, or was he the Badgers or something? I don't know. Street King says, let's grill in football. I'm down. Yeah, dude. Here we go. Packers pick. What do you got for me? Something crazy. Give me something crazy. I don't even care if it's a name I recognize. Do something wild and crazy. Come on, today. Isaiah McDuffie, linebacker out of Boston College. You guys got your linebacker. There he goes, McDuffie. Let's check him out. See how many McDuffies there are. A lot. Way more than I would have expected. Boston College. 6'1", 224, so he's a smaller guy. Come on, give me the coverage. Ooh. He's so bad. Look at PFF, though. These guys are fast. I mean, look, that has to be why you get the guy, right? Isaiah McDuffie. The coverage is so brutal, though. Yikes. That's rough. Street King says, all right, let's watch a highlight. I'm with you. Let's do it. We already know the grades suck. Let's get hyped up here. It's enough of that nonsense. Highlights. Let's get excited about the guy. Give me these headphones. Yeah. Was there a thing with him and the Packers already? Hold on. I'm sorry. We got to go back for 1 second. Dude, these guys are crazy. These guys are crazy. Insane.
Four-receiver set for Chase Bryce. Over the middle, it's picked off by the Eagles. That pass over the middle taken by Boston College, and the return up past the 40-yard line.
For that slant route to the inside, McDuffie kind of tucked in behind. You can't see him. Steps in and make the play. Big play. Boston College.
Big play. Oh. Did you see that? That was slick, dude. Wow. I mean, I know it's a highlight thing, but a lot of times you watch highlights and it's like, this guy sucks. Even in his highlights, he sucks. This guy looks fast. He looks pretty strong, too. That's tough. You can't really ding him for that one. I don't know, man. He's got some pop for a small dude. I kind of like it. I got to check this guy out when it's a non-highlight because this is intriguing to me. Dude, he's so quick. His reaction time is so fast. He just flies. This dude is just he just shot out of a cannon, dude. Probably a special teams player at least to start, but I'm hoping he can do something. I mean, I don't think the competition level is all that high, so who knows? I'm liking the highlight reel. Nothing worse than watching highlights and not being impressed by him. Let's see one thing really quickly here. All right. He's number 55, in case you guys are getting lost once in a while. Nice.
And Carter is brought down and met that time.
A.J. Dillon reunited. I like him, man. I like how he flows like that. This is one of those guys I would have put really high. I have a feeling I'd have put really high on my board and just been like, I don't know. I just like him. And I would have just acknowledged that I was probably wrong, but I like him anyways. Again, I gotta watch him when it's a non-highlight, but look at that. Shot out of a cannon, dude. And he's not a bad tackler. A lot of these 225-pound guys is like, he can't tackle, he can't get off blocks. This guy's got no issues, seemingly. Look at that. Just right through him. Right through his gut.
Transfer from Buffalo.
Watch number 55 in the middle.
He just takes off. No hesitation. Great angle. Comes to a stop and still launches through a guy, which is not easy to do because he doesn't have momentum anymore. Jeez.
Sims under a lot of pressure.
Eat him.
Dangerously gets rid of it, and they're going to lose even more yardage because of it.
Not in the backfield really fast. Right there, that's number 11, Sheeta Salah, who got there. I mean, that's a dangerous play. And
where's he at? Oh, nice. He's strong for it. I mean, this is Clemson, dude. From the side, a guy's launching into the end zone. He grabs him. Same series, another play. Oh, there he didn't do anything on that one, I don't think. That was him on the edge, wasn't it? Hunting. Chasing him on the edge.
Isaiah McDuffie, who's got great speed, great pursuit.
This is going to be one of those weird picks that I like more than just about all our other picks. It's like the opposite of last year. The only guy I didn't like was our linebacker, and I never like the late round linebackers that we pick, ever, because I'm just like, this guy's not going to be any good. His grades are terrible, but this highlight video is going to get me over the top, man. I'm really excited. I don't even think I should watch non-highlight film of him, because then I'm just going to not like him. And what's the fun in that? Nice. Well, that wasn't him. Oh, he just probably fell on it. Yeah, he just falls on the ball. I don't really care about that. You're the best around. Dude, I love that so much. He's just smooth. It's like a magnet, just a magnet attracted to something. He just flows right to it. No thinking, no hesitation, just boom, he's gone.
Things look to be going pretty good until the flags and the sacks started coming out. Loss of 8 on the second consecutive.
There he goes.
This out on the edge and complete.
Slight little bit of a Kevin King hesitation there, but he made the tackle.
Armstrong over the middle. At the 10,
I've officially labeled that the Kevin King hesitation. All right. All right. Feeling good about that, man. There goes Tay Gowan. Daz Newsome went to the Bears after that. Thomas Fletcher out of Alabama, the long snapper. And finally, Tay Gowan goes to the very cornerback needy Arizona Cardinals. All right, let's get caught up on the comments, see what we're thinking. Got some rainbow the other day. Good eating. Packers select Boston College linebacker Isaiah McDuffie. Finally a linebacker. And they go to commercial. That's right, I got you back, man. I got you. Goose says he bad. I mean, yeah. That's all right. I'm excited about him. What's his RAS? Somebody probably filled you in already, but let's look it up. I'll look it up on a separate thing here so you don't have to stare at it. Let me just get his name. Actually, I wonder if he's in the draft guide. I doubt it, but let's try. Oops. Well, he is. How about that? We got Isaiah McDuffie. All right, let's read it off here. Isaiah McDuffie received close to 10 scholarship offers coming out of New York's Bennett High School in 2017. The then three-star linebacker recruit turned down offers from Syracuse, Maryland, and Buffalo, among others, to commit to Boston College. At Bennett, McDuffie played linebacker and running back. He totaled more than 100 combined tackles, 1,500 rushing yards, and 21 touchdowns as a senior. He also earned two-time USA Today New York first-team All-State honors among blah, 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 blah. Don't care. NFL comp, Anthony Walker. Biggest strength is his motor, I'll say that. Biggest weakness, inconsistent eyes. They're right up on him. McDuffie is a new wave linebacker whose build would have made him a safety a decade ago. He has that short area burst and running back matching athleticism that everybody covets at the position. What he doesn't quite have yet is a high-level feel for the position. You see his eyes get locked into stimuli too long in both the run game and in coverage. McDuffie is far more a reactor than a playmaker at this point in his career, so he needs to be coached, go figure. But again, he's built into that role that we were kind of thinking, right? We need that guy. That's what Coach Hahn was kind of explaining to us with the Tampa 2. You got to have that guy that can turn and run, that can play coverage, that can do all those kinds of things. And it's a little bit later. I don't know if this guy's going to ever end up being the guy, but I think we found the prototype. Bottom line, they said McDuffie is at the very least a plus special teams contributor with every down ability. Let's look at that really quickly. Special teams grades. So he didn't do it all that much, and he just kind of graded out his average, meaning he didn't really do much. So he didn't really stand out on special teams at all. We'll get back to that in a minute. We'll stick here. Positives and negatives. Positives. Hard-nosed linebacker who mixes it up and keeps coming back for more. Quick to close underneath when he keys. We saw that. Plus short area quickness, more than enough for every down roll in the NFL. Number of ways to defeat blocks, even at his size. Negatives. On the small end for the position in both height and size. Little feel as a zone defender or playmaker in coverage. Packers are back up. Or what is... They keep showing the Packers symbol. They're probably showing highlights. Anyways, little feel as a zone defender and playmaker in coverage. 1 pick and 4 pass breakups in his career. Missed the majority of 2019 with an undisclosed injury. Unimpressive as a blitzer with below-average pass rushing grades. So, let's see McDuffie on the TV here. He is so fast. I love how fast he is. That's really cool. He's got legit speed, it looks like. But let's actually see what his RAS is, though. Isaiah McDuffie is a linebacker prospect in 2021. Scored a 7.32 RAS out of a possible 10. He ran a 4.61, which is fast for a linebacker. 8.64 is what that amounts to out of 10. 20-yard split, which is kind of the burst, was 9.45. Agility score was graded out as okay, even though he did pretty terribly. Composite explosion grade, kind of iffy. The vert was bad, the broad was good. And then his bench was 25, which you can kind of see that. I mean, he pushes people out of the way, which is shocking at his size. So, yeah, he's small and he's fast, and we'll see what we can do with him. Again, I have very little faith in late-round guys in general, but every once in a while they pan out. And it's very hard to get me excited about late-round guys, but that highlight video did it for me. I'm excited. I like it. And again, I probably just won't watch anything else because then I'll just realize I don't like them all that much. All right, where did we leave off here? Holy cow, it's a lot of comments. Walleye and perch are great. Triple tail is just as good. Can't wait for Goot's presser tonight. Bravo, this draft will still look great 3 years from now. I'm excited about it. Coach's son, David Davis, says, Goose says special teams player, probably. Goose says highlights look great. Packers take an inside linebacker in the 7th. It's Isaiah McDuffie out of Boston College, who ran a 4.61 and ranked 5th in the nation with 107 something or another. John says, man, he moves effortlessly. Goose says, I mean, this guy had to practice against AJ. There you go. I like the McDuffie pick. Love BC guys. It says free. Goose says, didn't think I would like it, but I really do. Street King says WTF. Marco says F. Stream unavailable. Policy violations. F. Did it really pop up as a policy violation that it wouldn't work? That's funny. F, that's all, folks. Did he just get taken down for the signing? F, it's because of the singing? Playing the highlight video got him. Copyrighted, policy violations. Oh. Ryan, your stream got suspended for like a minute for policy. All right, I guess we're done with that. Glad to be back though. I'm reading the comments like, "Oh, I guess I looked up at the viewers and there's like, oh, there's still 40 people hanging out for some stupid reason." All right, I guess we're done with that. No more highlights for you folks. Sorry about that. You got YouTube. You can pull it up by yourself. You don't need me to show you highlights. I am still here, right? Can we confirm? I could look it up, I guess, on YouTube. I'll look it up. Let me back it up so I can see. Oh, stream unavailable. Stream suspended for policy violations. Wah, wah. That's funny. Facebook people are so confused. All right, so we are officially back. Kickers? Drafting kickers? Nope. Oh, the long snapper is what we're highlighting here on the TV. All right. Welcome to the party. Yep, still here. You're good. All right, we're back. We're back. Did you get to see the highlights at all, or how much did you see before I got taken down? All right. Anything interesting going on in the socials? Want to request in the Packernet conversations? You got it, pal. You're in. I don't know why you don't just join the group, but yeah, you're in. Nothing going on Twitter. It's funny because Twitter's just got, they got their own thing going on. Like our stream is either pro or con based on one thing, but then you come on Twitter and like, really? You guys think that? I thought we were all on the same page here. All right. Saw pretty much the entire highlight. Well, that's good. The delay is trippy. It happens, man. It happens. Yeah, the comments. I was way behind on the comments, is why I didn't see that. But I'm caught up now. So can I get unbanned from Flick Chat? Why'd you get banned, man? Being a douche or what? I watched about half a game of tape. Not great. Yeah, I'm assuming it's not great. I'm assuming he's pretty bad. But that's why I'm probably not going to watch it, because I don't want to dislike the guy. I like the guy now. And that usually doesn't happen. And again, I've seen a lot of like late round highlight videos, even of linebackers that we've had, and it's like I still don't like him at all. Ban me for a fight over A.J. Dillon. You know who I am. No, I don't. I have no idea who you are. I don't remember that at all. Why do you think I would remember that? I watched about half a game of tape. Not great. Wish they would do 1-2, night 1, 3. 1-2, night 1, 3-4, night 2, 5-7, day 3. Yep. Goose says, might have been me. What's your name on Flick? Yeah, Goose runs the Flick Chat. I probably talked to you about it. I don't know. I don't really remember, but Goose is the Flick guy. Cheese Man just went. Oh, Cheese Man. Cheese Man to any team but the Packers. And we could use a long snapper, too. It's brutal. CVL is totally freaking out, happy he is a Packer. Dream come true. They asked him if there were any extra pressure on him because it's the Packers. No extra pressure, he said. Good answer to dumb question. It's a lot of dumb questions. That is cool, though, man. I'm happy for him. Can't imagine. I mean, even us, as big a Packer fans as we are, to get drafted. Like if my son, which he won't, but I'm just saying how exciting that would be. But I mean, he actually grew up in Green Bay, a huge Packer fan. Gets to play for the Badgers, and then the Packers pick him. I mean, that's crazy. You want to talk about a guy that's going to fight to the death for an opportunity to start and win for this team? That's pretty cool. I think that the NFL could spread it out to Sunday 2, Thursday 1, Friday 2, Saturday 3 and 4. I mean, give me more days, man. Give me all the days. Goose says, absolutely love seeing players be so excited about being here. That was. I remember still to this day being upset when Clinton Dix got picked and he looked like, his dog just died. He looked so miserable that he had to come here. Let's get Wild Goose in the 7th. I think he's gone. Wild Goose went. He went one pick before us. So we had back-to-back Badgers go, actually. Wild Goose and then Van Lanen. Sad that I got banned for a second there. That was a fun little feature, being able to show you guys some highlights. But fine, that's fine. I don't even care about it. Don't even care about it. There's a lot of talk about cheese, man. AJ Dillon, I see on Twitter, is all excited about it. He says, LFG Isaiah McDuffie, welcome to the Bay. So excited for you, my boy. See you when you get to town. Let me know. That's pretty cool, man. For sure. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Green Bay native Cole Van Lanen said Packers call from a familiar 920 number came up as scam likely on his phone. It wasn't a scam, of course. I saw it was a Green Bay number, answered it, and I couldn't believe it was Brian Gutekunst and Matt LaFleur, he said. Well, Cole's talking right now. Is he? Nope. Oh, he just ended. I could have played that, darn it. Should have been tuned in for that. I need to be... You know what I can do? I can bring YouTube up over here and see if the Packers bring any new videos up, and I'll just play the audio? Or am I going to get banned for that, too? I might. I don't know. Who cares? Stupid YouTube and their stupid policies. Is New Haven pizza better than New York pizza? That's a question that popped up on YouTube, and I'd like an answer to that. By the way, I really want to try New Haven and New York pizza. I've already said I don't buy it, but I bet it's really good, and I still want to try it. Don't buy it, but I want to try it. Bing, bang, boom. Stay tuned for more live Packers draft coverage. I will. You know I will. GPK with $15. $5 a day for helping everyone process the Rodgers crap. I think it's a fair price for therapy. Oh, Kona! Dude! I should have known you were from Hawaii. Dude, it's so good. I'm so glad you're here, dude. Feels weird that I just realized who you were. I appreciate that, Kona, very much. That's very nice of you. Was there music on that highlight reel? That could have been what it was. I don't really remember, but it probably was. I think technically he can't use someone's video without it. No, I can't. I guess I just didn't care, so I got what I deserved. Corey Stone says, I want Mike Strachan as Mr. Irrelevant. Not sure who that is. Goose says, I just think it's funny. That was the one that got him. What's your flick chat name? Street. Street says Jake Horn. That does sound familiar. I remember there was some kind of drama, but that happens all the time. Between Facebook and everything else, people come to me crying about stuff. And I'm like, I don't know, dude. Figure it out. Except in your case, apparently I didn't say figure it out. I said, get that guy out of my flick chat. Get him out of there. But no, I really don't. I do remember the name Jake Horn, but I don't really remember what happened. Don't know, don't care. If you're going to be nice, then yeah, just let him back in. Not a big deal. Just don't cause problems. Who are you? Bears get a pick. Everybody's so mad that we didn't get Cheese Man. That is sad. That does suck, especially since, again, he's a long snapper. At least bring him in for a competition. Israel Makuamu, my guy. The guy that I kept saying I really liked, and then later on looked at him like, why did I say I like this guy? I don't remember. Trey Smith finally went. That was a guy that was thought to be a second-round pick, almost fell to the 7th round. Bears get the final pick in the 6th round. Wish they would hurry it up. Here we go. Bears selection. Thomas Graham Jr., cornerback out of Oregon. Of course you would. They're so good at picking guys that I like. Just random, completely randomly. You guys are failing me, by the way. I need to be Googling more food things. That's pretty funny. Twitter is funny. Street King says, good, I like being anonymous. Well, we're on to the 7th round, ladies and gentlemen. Packers have, I believe, one more pick at 256. And that's it. That's going to be all she wrote. Street King says, honestly, the Bears have had some decent picks. Yeah, like I said, I like their picks, but they gave away... Oh, sorry, man. There goes your Mr. What is it? Irrelevant? Mike Strachan? Strachen? I don't know how to say that without gargling my spit. Top of the 7th. Yeah, the Bears have had some good picks, but they gave away everything for it. It's crazy how much they give up. And they always do that. I mean, if you want to do it one time, it's like, well, look, we need a quarterback, we need a tackle. It's like, all right, I get it. But you've done this since you got here. Since Ryan Pace got there, the only thing he's ever done is give away all his picks for a handful of players. It's like his only move. I don't know how to draft anyway, so who cares if they give away most of their future... Oh, they don't know how to draft anyway, so who cares if they give away most of their future... These picks are hits, not going to lie. Well, remains to be seen, first of all, and second of all, the fact that I like their picks, in my opinion, means I think they do a decent job of drafting. They just never have picks, ever. Ever, ever, ever. And it's just, it becomes a numbers game at some point. You have to have enough players to replenish guys leaving, and you just don't have them. And you need to have almost 100% hit rate if you're only going to be drafting 3 or 4 guys every time, especially if we're talking about 1 or 2 in the first 3 rounds. Can't be doing that, man. 2 or 3 in the first 4 rounds. All right. One more round. What do we think? What do we think the Packers are going to do? Give me a name, give me a position, something. What What do we got for best available players here? Jamar Jefferson, running back. I think we looked at him a little bit. You still got Trey. Trey would be cool, man. That would be such a fun way to end this if we got Trey in the 7th round. It'd be a lot of fun to end it that way. I'm not looking at overall, though. I mean, a lot of people obviously be happy if we got Dylan. He's going to go undrafted, isn't he? That's going to blow some people's minds. DJ Daniel's pretty solid. Trill is still there. Still got Hilliard. Hamilcar. This guy's got some stats too, man. Shaka Tony's still there. I feel like I had Shaka Tony going to us in like the 3rd round of my last mock. Jamie Newman. Just get a quarterback. Still a lot of people here. Goose wants O'Brien Goodson. Quentin says, do you have your eye on any guys projected to go undrafted? I don't. I mean, you know, you can see these guys sitting here, but I do remember Gutekunst talking about how it's going to be real aggressive because it's such a thin pool this year with COVID and people having kind of small lists of prospects. So it's going to be a much small Imater baby. Yes, that's the guy we need. It's going to be a small list of guys that everybody's going to be fighting over more than likely. So it's going to be real fast and furious trying to get some undrafted free agents in. So it'll be fun to see how that pans out. Unfortunately, the Rodgers situation might make people think twice about coming here. Like, I think Rodgers is leaving and this team's going to be going in the tank or whatever. Who knows what rumors are going on out there. I don't know what agents are going to be telling their people. So that might hurt us a little bit. Who's left? Here you go. Here's ESPN's list of guys that are left. Definitely some big names left. Or, you know, guys we've been talking about for a while. Puka Williams would be my guy, says Street King. Goose says, if you send me a DM on he's talking to Street King. Corey Stone says Hawkins would be fun. Waxy Whisper 3374 says, any big Alan Lazard type receiver still available? Yes, there are. I'm trying to remember which ones they are. I don't think Sage is. Well, he's 6'3", 209, I guess. I think a lot of these guys are really big. Tyler's 6'2". Osiris is 6'5". Vasher is 6'6". Warren is 6'6". I mean, they're all like just giants. 6'3". Seems like all the big guys are just falling. 6'2". Another 6'2". 6'1". Can they block is a separate discussion. But look at that, 6'4". Seems like all the smaller guys are the ones that went off the board. Rico is the smallest one at 6 feet. Eagles is 6'4". 6'2". It's crazy. Dax is 6'1". I'm just trying to find one small guy. Wop. I think I like Wop. It's another smaller guy, but I remember looking at him, and I mean, we probably won't get him because we already got our undersized slot receiver, but I remember kind of liking him. So, yes, there are a lot. And then you got my guy right here. He's dead last on the list. Josh Imater, baby. I should play that clip. It's pretty funny. Would you rather eat a baby goat or a mater baby? GPK says, get Puka just to stop him from hitting undrafted free agency. I think that's what the 7th round is. It's just early start on undrafted free agents. Oh, geez, you're going to make me say that. Amin Ogbongbeniga, based on name only. You would. Goose says, wait, that safety from TCU is still there? Who are we talking about? Who is talking about? Oh, Ardarius, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Harris Ford was kind of high up on the list for a long time, too. I mean, I want to say he was like borderline first round for a while. It's crazy. Some of these names you just forget about. They slowly slip, and then you see them like, wait a minute. That guy was a 2nd round pick not too long ago. Yeah, Ardarius probably, I think he probably was too. He's a small guy projected as a liability, even though he plays a ton of heart. Paula says, yeah, Trill, what's going on with him? But there's a lot of guys, man. But, I mean, I don't know. It kind of always goes this way. There's always guys that, you know, you see it and it's like, I can't believe these guys are still available. Any players available that Green Bay met with? It's a fair question. Let's go back here for a second. Let's see who the Packers met with here. Alim McNeil is gone. Dalen Hayes, Asante Samuel. We got Jamar Jefferson, running back out of Oregon State. Is he still here? He should be. So there's one. Go back to our overall. You've got, where is he? He's here somewhere. Go back to running back, Jamar Jefferson. So they met with him. Thomas Graham, cornerback out of Oregon, just went recently. Brevin Jordan is gone. Rondale Moore obviously is gone. So they met with several. Javian Hawkins is another one out of Louisville. It's a great question. 5'10", 206. Javian Hawkins, 5'8", 183. They met with Trill Williams. Let's see. Tommy Tremble's gone. Newsom is gone. Linebacker KJ Britt. KJ Britt around? I don't think so. Tevin Jenkins, Zaven Collins, Ambry Thomas. Anybody? He must be gone. Demetric Felton is gone. Kicker Evan McPherson. Keep your eye on that. It looks like he's gone. They did meet with him. Brendan Jameis, offensive lineman. I don't know exactly what position he plays, but we'll take a quick look and see if we see that name anywhere. Actually, I think I remember him going kind of early. Jacoby Stevens, linebacker / safety. What was his name? Jacoby. Check safeties. I'll see him. Trayvon Merrick, Rashad Bateman, Javon Holland, Diamadori Lenoir, Thomas Graham, wide receiver Eli Stove. A lot of guys here. Don't see him though. Wide receiver Frank Darby. Let's just start searching. Nope. Safety Sherwood. Nope. Asante Samuel, Quinn Miners, and then wide receiver Ramad Bowman. Pretty obviously I'm leaning running back here. All right, so that's it. So we got two guys the Packers met with that are still available. I think it was just two, and they're both running backs, Jamar Jefferson and Javian Hawkins. I think that's what we're looking at here. Not that they have to pick them. I'm just saying maybe the meeting was horrible and they couldn't stand them. Any chance we pick Marvin Wilson? Yes, there's a chance. McDuffie looks like a faster Martinez upgrade over Summers for sure. Yeah, I wouldn't mind an upgrade over Summers. I was never a super big fan. Boom, told you, Jamar. They like him, to some extent at least. They met with Trill. Oh, yeah, that's right, Trill. So those are the three. You got Javian Hawkins, the running back. You got Jamar Jefferson, and you got Trill Williams. Let's, can't do any highlights. We looked at Jamar Jefferson. Let's look at Javian Hawkins here. Smaller guy, obviously. solid the last 2 years for sure. 131 attempts, 811 yards, 6.2 yards per attempt, 7 touchdowns, 3 fumbles. There's a lot of fumbling going on with these guys. 4.09 yards after contact, 22 10-plus yard carries. Strictly a zone guy for sure. Let's look at his receiving grades. Only 16 receptions, but 127 yards, 7.9. Doesn't grade out super well as a receiver. And then you can see the blocking grades over here. Pass blocking is actually not bad considering his size. Curious about his measurables. Let's see if we can take a look at that. Biggest strength, quicks. Biggest weakness, lower body strength. Biggest weakness is his strength. Ha ha ha. 4.46 40 times, so that's plenty fast. Not blazing fast, but it's plenty fast. It's pretty much like 60th percentile across the board, I would say. 77th in terms of 40-yard dash time. Bottom line on Mr. Javian Hawkins, it's difficult to see how Hawkins' skill set fits in most NFL offenses unless he puts on a good deal of muscle mass. What about special teams? Do you have any experience with that? Not really. 4 kick returns. He graded out actually really well in 2019 on his 4 returns. 53 yards, 13.3 yard average. It's actually not very good, but he still graded out pretty well. So, I don't know. Jake Funk. Isn't that a wrestler? That was Terry Funk. Fugu! Oh, shoot. This is Isaiah McDuffie talking here. Supposed to be paying attention to this.
Mark Daniels. Hi, Isaiah. Congratulations. How are you utilized at the BC defense, and how do you think your game will translate to the next level?
Yeah, so I was utilized, I was kind of, a Swiss Army knife. You could say, I could rush, I could check tight ends, running backs in space, and, play inside, outside the box. But I just feel like at the next level, I'm here to do whatever the team asks me to do. If that's special teams, contributing on defense, I'm just ready to do, all the gritty jobs, do whatever I can to help the team.
Bill Huber. Yeah, what was the day like, Isaiah?
It was great. It's draft day is always crazy. I have my loved ones with me, so it was just good. And then hearing your name called, in that moment, sharing and hugging your parents, and finally saying, wow, like we finally did it. It was a crazy moment. I wouldn't trade it. It was honestly amazing.
Wes Hodkowitz.
Isaiah, to kind of follow up on that, what was the wait like for you the last couple days? And just can you bring me through what your reaction was when you did get that call from Green Bay?
Yeah, so last couple of days leading up to the draft, it was highly anticipated. I talked to quite a few teams, so I didn't know where I was going. I didn't know what city, what team or what round. So I was just waiting around, just had my phone, my ringer on and just on standby. Then when the Packers called me, I was just like, wow, let's do it. I'm ready to get to work. I can't wait. So it was just really exciting.
Marty Hendricks.
Isaiah, congratulations. As a 7-year-old and as a kid growing up, who did you emulate? What football players, were you looking up to as a youth growing up?
So like the bar was always, Ray Lewis growing up. I always, watched, the greatest linebacker, I would say one of them. There's so many great linebackers, but he was someone I always modeled my game after just for the sake, being that leader. So I would say Ray Lewis.
Bill Huber. Bill, you got us? Are there any other questions for Isaiah?
Yeah,
Bill, go ahead.
I'm back. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Your coach complimented your run defense. How would you say you are in pass coverage?
Bill.
I would say I'm good. I could always get better. I feel like at the end of the day, any player can improve, but I feel like that's definitely not a weak point in my game. There's always room for improvement, but I wouldn't say, I'm a liability in pass coverage. I would say, I definitely could handle myself in pass coverage.
You guys have any other questions? All right, Isaiah, appreciate it. Thanks for your time and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. Let's find some other content while we're waiting. Again, let's see if the stream gets interrupted based on copyright strikes. McDuffie looks like I saw that already. How do you feel overall by the new additions if we do lose Aaron? I think it's important to focus on offense, especially offensive line, which we did, and then getting a second weapon. It's going to be awesome. Devontae is just such a lethal guy that you can just kind of throw it up to, and he's always going to be open for you, but having that second option as well as, the great offensive line to build on the run game and everything, I think it was pretty key. It's great either way, but I think especially if Rodgers leaves. Did the Bills triple up on O-line? I don't know. Did they? Do I still have that up? I think I closed it. I don't know. Reporters really have to reach for these questions. You think they'd be prepared. Yeah, a lot of times with these, it's just kind of like, you don't have to ask a question. If you don't really have any questions, you can just let it pass you by, Just be like, no, I really don't, I got nothing, I got some other ones for us here. Let's listen to TJ Slayton, the interview here, since I got it queued up.
On being drafted, and what were your thoughts when you found out you were selected by the Green Bay Packers?
Oh man, it was like surreal. All the waiting I was doing. I was just waiting, and then when they called me, I just it was just a rush of excitement. I just couldn't wait to be picked. And then when they picked me, it's just an adrenaline rush, and I just can't wait to get up there.
Steve McGargy.
Congratulations. I was wondering, first, do you prefer Darryl or TJ? Which you prefer? And also, what conversations have you had with the Packers heading into the draft? Did you know they were a team that
I prefer TJ because some people can't really pronounce my first name correctly, so I try to shorten it and just tell them to call me TJ. What was the second question you said again?
Just what conversations you had with the Packers leading into the draft? Did you know they were a team that was kind of interested in you?
They just wanted to know who I am, and like who I am as a player. So we had some great conversations about that. We talked football, and we talked history of life, how I grew up and stuff like that. I felt like we had a great communication. I communicated with the team doctors very well. Got along with them. But it was definitely exciting, just to get those calls and do those interviews. It was really exciting. And, just to get to know the coaches and get to know the training staff was cool, too.
Lily Zhao.
Hey, TJ, just what are you looking forward to most about playing with a guy like Kenny Clark? And also, as a guy from the SEC, what do you know about Green Bay?
I just want to, going to play with those guys is exciting. Playing in the SEC is exciting. That's a hard conference to play in. So playing in the SEC for 4 years was great. Definitely you get all of the best competition in the nation. Going up there and play with Clark, it's just like I'm just going up there just willing to learn, get all the advice that he can give me, and just and see if we can click on the field together. Really cause some disruption.
Olivia Reiner.
Hi, TJ. You played offensive guard in high school. What was the most challenging part of the transition to the defensive line when you got to college?
I never played guard in high school. I was a right tackle in high school. Coming into college, making that switch, it was something I wanted to do. All throughout high school, I wanted to play defense. And when Florida just gave me the opportunity to finally play defense, I just took it. I ran with it. It was hard to adjust.
This is TJ Slayton,
playing the different side of the ball, but Coach Rom definitely helped me out in that situation and definitely taught me the game.
Ryan Wood.
Hey, TJ, for anyone that hasn't seen you play, how would you describe your game? What are your strengths, and what do you think the biggest things you need to work on to transition to this next level?
I just got to work on consistent hands, and just basically just staying on the field longer and more. Coming off this past season of playing 60+ reps a game, definitely showed people that I can stay on the field. And just going into that last season, I felt like I was just really. I believed I had a good chance of really showing who I am as a person, and I just feel like my weaknesses is my hands, and I feel like that's just growing with reps and consistency, and I just got to get better at. That's definitely getting better at.
Have a guy to call out his own weaknesses.
Are there any other questions for TJ? Go ahead and raise your hands. Go ahead, Wes.
Hey, TJ, looking at your strengths, though, obviously you have some pretty impressive, explosive kind of times out there. How does that athleticism sort of translate to how you play on the defensive line?
Oh, it definitely being athletic definitely helps. You're definitely more quicker than the O-lineman. Hand speed is faster. Definitely putting my athleticism on the defense side of the ball, I feel like definitely helped me in this draft. Definitely helped me on the field to get my name out there. It's just that being as big and athletic as I am, I definitely use it towards my advantage on the field.
MK Burgess.
TJ, what is the biggest part of your game that you think you can help this Packers defense?
Definitely on the run. I could definitely help in the run, and definitely in pass situations. I feel like I'm a great player when it comes to run and pass. But I think I'm really make a big impact
being
on the run game. Definitely, and definitely I'm trying to make an impact on the pass game too.
Marty Hendricks.
TJ, I know you pride yourself on being a run stuffer. What weight do you expect, to be at the pro level?
Definitely 320, 320 or lower. It depends on what the Packers weight they want me at to try to sustain and maintain it. But me personally, my goal is that 320 range.
All right. What else we got here? So, Ronald updated us on the Mike Tirico thing. We did see that. Disappointed news has come out on the rift with the Packers, but as somebody else pointed out, there's a fairly good chance that that was leaked by Rodgers or his camp. So, whatever. Michael says, literally one of the nicest days of the year outside. I'm chilling here watching the draft for the past 7 hours. Gotta love the draft. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. It is. I mean, it's horrifically windy, but I just took the garbage out when I was up there, and it's like, it's getting hot. All right, here is John Eric Sullivan, one-on-one with drafting Royce Newman.
Hey everybody, John Eric Sullivan, the Packers co-director of player personnel, joins us now to talk about Royce Newman, offensive lineman out of Ole Miss. What did you like about Royce?
There was a lot to like about Royce, Larry. He's a very versatile player, can play guard, can play tackle. He's a smart, tough, gritty, your typical offensive lineman, but he provides flexibility for us, versatility, and yeah, a lot to like about the kid and the player.
Another big human being for the offensive line. Can you talk about that philosophy?
Yeah, I think anytime you can, big guys who can play are hard to find. It's a commodity that you want to try to acquire every year. And he's a big man. Like I said, he brings grit and toughness, versatility. We like the athlete, very good lateral quickness, and can play up and down the line of scrimmage. So from a big school, which we like, played against elite competition every week and played at a high level. So we're excited to get him.
Played both guard and tackle at Ole Miss. Where do you see him fitting in with the Green Bay Packers?
I honestly feel, or we honestly feel like he can play winning football at either spot. I think what we'll do is give him to the offensive line coaches, kind of see they always do a nice job of getting the best five out there. I think, as I mentioned earlier in the previous interview, I think if you just walked up on the kid, you didn't know anything about him dimensions-wise, he probably looks more like a guard. But then you watch him get out there at tackle, and he's got really good lateral quickness, and I think he's going to be able to do either one and do it at a high level. But we'll kind of have to let that play out and see where it goes.
You know what I thought was interesting, John Eric? Going back to high school, he played tight end, he played defensive end. He also was a real good basketball player, and I think that's got to speak to his athleticism.
There's no question about it. You see it in his play. He's got very impressive lateral quickness. His ability to get out there and dance with guys and kind of keep himself in front and slide and mirror. It jumps off the tape, and both when he's inside and outside. So to your point, he's a bit of an understated athlete,
One other thing for you, John Eric. Is he a finisher? That's always important. That want to put the guy in the dirt eventually.
He plays through the whistle. Absolutely.
Terrific. Thanks for the time, John Eric. Good luck the rest of the way. And for complete coverage of the Packers draft, keep it right here on Packers.com.
All right. So, Ryan says, I hope this draft can shut up all the Gutekunst haters saying that he's bad at drafting. It won't. What you're going to hear is that they reached on almost every pick. PFF is going to say they hated all the picks. And you're also obviously going to hear a lot about how they waited until the third round to touch wide receiver. And not only is that stupid, but they probably did it just to get under Aaron Rodgers' skin, which of course is nonsense, but that's 100% what you're going to hear. As far as them panning out, I mean, dude, he's had so many hits in the draft, and they still just constantly want to talk stupid stuff. So I don't expect anything to change. Goose says they need to make this go faster or have it more split up. I agree. It's pretty rough. It's also hard that, the last day is the longest. I think it's just because they know most people don't watch it, so they just throw a pile, and they're like, the diehards will just stick around no matter what. But we got to make the first day a big spectacle. It's almost like they break fans up into tiers. There's the super casuals that'll watch day one. They make it a massive spectacle, and it's a lot of fun. Day two, NFL fans in general want to watch day two because there's still some good prospects, and we want to make sure people stick around. And then day three, it's who cares? Just throw the rest in the next day. Goose says, love the excitement in his voice. Green Bay really is happy to have him. He's literally the best GM in the NFL. Probably. What's up, dude?
Did the Packers pick?
They got one more pick left. How was your birthday party?
Good. No, not mine.
Oh, I know. How was the party that you went to for somebody's birthday?
Peter.
Peter, yeah, that's it.
Look it.
How was it?
Good.
Good. Did you have fun?
Yeah.
Did you have fun, Riley?
Yeah.
Good. Don't let that hit the light. It's going to pop.
Can I have the quarterback?
I'm not sure who we're supposed to be watching here. Looks like the guard there. The guy they circled. Oh. Let's listen to Gene Charles here while we're waiting.
Jamar, congrats
He's a Packer.
on getting picked. Can you just talk about where you thought you might go, and how do you think your game is going to translate at the next level?
For one, I just want to say thank God, just for this opportunity. I'm always looking forward to, since the first day I started playing football. But, I feel like,
It's gonna be a while.
well, I guarantee that the Packers going to get everything out of me. I'm a blue-collar guy. There's nothing pretty about my game. But, I play hard and I play with a lot of heart. And, I feel like I'm going to apply that to the franchise, and I just thank them for taking this opportunity.
Can you just kind of take us through what today was like? It's been, 5 hours since the draft started today, 4 hours?
Yeah.
What's that waiting game like for you?
Oh, man. So just waiting, man. Everybody tells you, the anticipation is a lot. Sometimes I don't feel like you take it for granted as much.
All right,
but,
the poll question is
when
posted.
it hits you and you're actually in that moment, it's like, man, like the anticipation, the curiosity. You just wonder where you're gonna go, where you're gonna end up at, and just waiting up. These past 3 days and just finally hearing my name called, man, it's just a blessing. This probably is the best day of my life. Easily, being the first Sunbelt player taken off the board as well. It's just surreal right now.
Congratulations. I was just wondering, you talked about that. What were your expectations going into this week? Did you have any idea or any target for what round you might get taken or anything like that, or did you have any expectations at all?
Yeah, so, of course I was just hearing, late rounds to possibly free agency. But, at the end of the day, like I told my agent, I didn't care when I went. At the end of the day, I just wanted the opportunity. At the end of the day, it's pretty much a story of my life where I had to earn everything that I got. So, at the end of the day, I wasn't going to be disappointed if it would have came down to that. And like I said, man, I'm just excited for the opportunity, happy.
Shamar, where do you think you fit best position-wise? Do you think you can play outside and in the slot? And I guess along with that, how much do you like playing special teams too?
Yeah. So, coming from App State, man, like I said, it's a lot of blue-collar guys, a lot of under-recruited. Coming out of high school, I was a 2-star recruit. Didn't have any Power 5 offers. And, being at App State, man, it's a very effective system. We have starters that play all phases of special teams. So I have experience playing every phase of special teams willingly, I should say. And, I feel comfortable playing inside or out. I got confidence in my ability, how I move, my football intelligence, my football IQ is it's second to none. I feel like I have one of the highest IQs in the entire draft class. And I feel like I can apply that. I grasp concepts very well. And, so I feel like I'll be comfortable playing inside or out.
You're the second corner that the Packers have drafted this week, and I'm curious, even if it's just on film only, or even during the pre-draft process, did you get to know Eric Stokes at all, and how familiar are you with him? What are your thoughts on coming in with him?
Oh man, like I said, it's a lot of great players in this draft class. Period. He's one of them. Coming from the SEC, I never really met him, face to face, but eventually, we'll meet. We'll chop it up. But yeah, I'm just excited for us to go in here and just show everybody what we got. Yeah, man, I know he's pretty excited about his opportunities going pretty early like that, and I'm just excited, just to have a shot, just to hear my name called. So, I'm excited to meet him, and I'm looking forward to making a bunch of plays with him. So.
You led the nation in passes defense. How'd you pull that off?
Oh man, so a lot of that just comes from my preparation. Like I said, my football IQ is very high. Testament to a lot of my coaches and mentors that I was around, in the off seasons, and just being able to understand offenses before, and understand what I'll possibly get before it happens, and it just allows me to play just a little bit faster. At the end of the day, I have athletic ability, but once you grasp that mental aspect of the game, it makes it so much slower and it makes it so much easier to go out there and just do what feels natural at the end of the day. A lot of repetitions and a lot of the things that I was able to display on the field, and just play hand in hand, and I was just able to go out there and just show the world what I could do.
All right. What else we got here? Still got a ways to go for the Packers pick. All right, let's listen to Amari Rodgers now.
All right, Amari, just wondering how you see yourself fitting in with this offense, with some similarities schematically with what the 49ers do. I've seen you compared to Deebo Samuel, maybe built almost like a running back, but playing that kind of slot jet motion guy. Do you see yourself fitting in that role?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Just as a gadget guy, just being able to get the ball in my hands any way possible. I just see myself as one of those guys that, can line up at any position, on the outside, on the inside, in the backfield sometimes. And just one of those guys that whenever I get the ball in my hands, I'm confident I'm going to make a play. So I'm just looking forward to, them using me whatever way to help the team win. I'm going to do that.
Congratulations. I was just wondering, what's the best piece of advice you got from your dad in terms of how he helped you to get to where you are at this point?
Oh, he said, just to outwork everybody. And that, whenever you're not working, just to remember that it's somebody in another state or another country, grinding for the same goals that you want. So always, put your best foot forward and whatever work that you're putting in, and, always outwork everybody.
Hey, Amari, any normal time we'd ask you what you think about catching passes from Aaron Rodgers. I know you've had a lot going on this past couple of days. It's a culmination of your lifelong dream, but how aware are you of the situation up here, and how badly would you like to catch passes from Aaron Rodgers potentially?
Of course, yeah, I'm aware for sure. But of course, I want to catch passes from the reigning MVP, future Hall of Famer. So I know for sure I would love to have an opportunity to play for somebody like him on the field, and also Devontae too. So I'm looking forward to that.
Hey, Mari, Clemson, there was a lot of high praise, coming out of their program of you and what you meant to their program. I was just wondering, the amount of success you had there, what was that ride like? And, the amount of success you guys had, how does that set you up now? Do you feel like going into the pros?
It was an amazing ride, just being able to compete against the best of the best every single day in practice, and, going out there and playing at a high level every Saturday. I feel like it just set me up for, right now, and the winning too. I feel like that just taught me how to be successful on and off the field, and, how to approach each week like a pro and prepare as a way as to win. And, that's really what Coach Sweeney did. He told us every single week, prepare the same as if it's like for the national championship. So I feel like I'm going to carry that on to the next level and just prepare every single week like this as well.
Hey, Mari, congratulations. What do you consider the strengths of your game?
I feel like running after the catch, once I get the ball in my hands, I'm able to make plays with it. My hands, my route running, those three I feel like are the main things that I feel like are my strength. My hands, my route running, and just the ability to make plays after I get the ball in my hands.
Hey, Amari, just a quick two-parter here. What are you looking forward to learning from a guy like Devontae? And also, at the scouting combine that you were at last month, did you have a chance to speak with Eric Stokes, the Packers' first-round pick at all?
So I'm looking forward to learning from Devontae, just because I feel like he's the best receiver in the game right now. I study his game every week, You know, that's the guy that I'm looking for every single time I'm trying to learn something from a receiver is him. You know, I respect his game tremendously. And, you know, I'm looking forward to coming in and learning and hopefully turn into one of the best in the game, too, in the future. And, you know, Eric Stokes, me and him trained together at House of Athlete in Miami, so that's my guy. I'm just looking forward to, you know, getting down there and grinding with him. It's crazy because we went to Indianapolis a couple weeks ago, and we were on the same bus together, and we were just talking about, you know, we're this close to our dreams, and now we're on the same team. So it's crazy. I'm just looking forward to, you know, grinding with that guy.
Hey, Amari, how did you get back from your ACL in, 5.5 months or whatever it was? I mean, it's insane.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I just attack rehab, you know, every single day, doing rehab 2-3 times a day, most of the time 3. You know, I go in the morning before we lift it, and then come back after lunch in class and do a session, and then I paid out of pocket and went somewhere else too at night. So, you know, I was just grinding. You know, I hated sitting out, watching my brothers put the work in, but I was just working hard, you know, 2-3 times a day, and every day, you know, just creating a mindset because I hated sitting out and seeing my brothers work out and do stuff every single day. You know, I wasn't able to. So, you know, I worked hard every single day so I can get back out there.
Mari, I saw the video of you talking with Brandon Marshall, and you said your dream scenario would be the Packers in the second. I know it's the third, but did you have an idea they really liked you, or did this come as a little bit of a surprise?
I kind of had an idea, and, you know, it's crazy. It's really a God wink. You know, everybody, literally
Cash
everybody in
app.
my family told me I was going to the
Gotta
Packers.
be honest, nobody
You know,
has ever
I literally
hit
was
me up
like
on
trying to
that.
block it out.
And I
because
haven't
didn't
even
want to get
downloaded
stuff
it on
in
my new
head
phone.
and it not happen.
See if I
But
can find
everybody
out.
in my family was telling me it was the Packers, it was the Packers. And then when it happened, it was just like crazy. It was like God was
I
watching
think I got
over
it in the
my
comments
family
in the
and already,
podcast here.
you know, where I was going.
Cash
So
app is
it's actually
PackPod,
crazy. So I'm just ready for the opportunity.
PackPod.
Everybody, you said that
First
everybody in
ever.
your family was telling you going into
I
the
just
draft
told you,
that you
man.
would go to the
I just
Packers.
told you.
Who specifically in your
PackPod.
family was telling you
I gotta
that,
download
and
Cash
how
App.
did
I've
they
literally
arrive
never
to
gotten
that
a donation
conclusion out
on
of all the teams in the NFL?
Just like cousins and close friends, really. It was a lot of people, if I'm being honest. But just a fit, you know, they haven't since Randall Cobb left. Everybody in my family felt like they haven't had a slot player like him, and you know, they just felt like it was a good fit for me to go there. And you know, with Aaron Rodgers, him being a prolific quarterback that he is, and with Devontae, you know, being that he is a prolific receiver that he is, you know, just to bring me in and you know, take a little attention off of him, you know, I feel like that would be perfect. And you know, just my skill set. And what I'm able to do in the offense, I feel like it's something that will be able to help the offense for sure.
Hey, Amari, why was this a dream scenario for you?
Just like I just said, and mainly because I look up to Devontae Adams. You know, that's my favorite receiver in the game.
What, did the possibility of
you
playing
know,
with Aaron Rodgers have anything to do with that dream scenario?
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, we got the same last name, so of course that's pretty cool. That we have the same last name, and he's, you know, an amazing quarterback. I've been watching him my whole life, so it's actually amazing and surreal that I get the opportunity to play with a quarterback like him.
Amari, you talked a lot about when you were compared to Randall Cobb before the draft. You were obviously very familiar with him. How were you so familiar with the Packers and him specifically?
Because my dad coached him at Kentucky. My dad was his receiver coach while he was at Kentucky in college, and he's like a big brother to me. So, you know, like my whole middle school career, my whole high school career, he's always been in my corner, you know, giving me tips on the game and stuff like that. So just being that my dad was able to coach him in college and I've been able to stick around and, you know, be able to have him as a mentor, that's really why I'm so familiar with his game.
Hey, Mari, congratulations. You mentioned just kind of get the ball in your hands any way possible. I'm interested, though, just 6 rushing attempts at Clemson. Green Bay does a lot of jet motion stuff, does run the ball with their slot players. Is that something you're comfortable doing? Or is that just a scheme thing at Clemson where they didn't hand you the ball a lot? What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, shoot, we had Travis Etienne, so they didn't have to hand me the ball. So, yeah, I feel like I played running back in high school, so I have experience in the backfield. So I feel like I'm very confident. They were to hand me the ball off a little bit, I'll be able to make something happen with it. You know, in Clemson, I got jet sweeps, but it was toss sweeps, so they counted as receptions. So that's probably why it also says that it's only 6 carries, but I kind of saw that as, you know, as a carry.
It's a nice
in the
little
backfield.
tidbit
But,
there, toss
you know, in
sweeps.
Clemson, they did a good job of finding different ways to give me the ball and reverse sweeps and stuff like that too. And I have no doubt, you know, Green Bay is going to be able to do that as well.
Hey, Amari,
Tennessee offer you a scholarship, and if so, why didn't you go there, and what drew you to Clemson?
Yeah, they did. They offered me a scholarship, and I went to Clemson, because I wanted to win. Plain and simple. That's really what I wanted to do. I wanted to go to a program that I knew was a winning program, and that I knew I was going to be coached and turn into a player that I knew I could be. And going there with Coach Sweeney, him being a receiver coach at heart, I knew I'd be pushed to be a great receiver every single day by him. And, Coach Grisham, my last year, did a great job coaching me up too. So I knew I was going to be coached by the best of the best and play against the best of the best. So that's why I went there.
Hey, Mari, how comfortable are you with returns? And do you feel like that's something that can really be a strength for you, getting into the league now that you could potentially contribute in that way as well?
I'm very comfortable in return game. That's definitely what I love to do, especially punt return. Bread and butter. I've been doing it since day one at Clemson, so I definitely do not plan on stopping in the league. I love doing punt return so much, so I look forward to the opportunity if they give it to me.
Yeah, Mari, you were among the nation leaders in yards after the catch and broken tackles. Why are you so difficult to tackle?
Just like I said earlier, I have that running back mentality background. I played running back my whole life until my junior year of high school. So, I definitely have that mentality when I get the ball. I'm trying to go north and south to the end zone. I'm not trying to get tackled by one person because I know every inch of the game, it pays a difference. So, the more yards that you get every time you touch the ball, that's better for you. So that's really my mentality when I get the rock.
Okay. Goose says middle of the field may be our only weakness, but we could use Jackson as a tight end specialist. Maybe he'll have a use. Could be. Getting close to this pick. I know the Packers are basically the last pick anyways, but I'll tell you, as soon as this pick is done, I think I'm going to bounce. It's been fun. Any special teams demons left? I don't know. I mean, I could start PFFing every name on the list, but I'm probably just not going to do that. I think the way forward for inside linebacker is not to put them in any kind of true coverage ever. Not again. Stupid phone, so slippery. Come on, they have to take Jamie Newman, right? I mean, yeah, why not? Really stoke the flames. I wonder if the Packers would be way too scared to do that. I wonder if there's a part of them that's just like, we just can't do that. I mean, if they genuinely are trying to get Rodgers back, there has to be some fear of that. Doctor Who says, thanks, man. You got me through quite a bit of boredom with quality content. Sorry I couldn't send more. I appreciate that. I can't see that you sent anything, but I obviously trust that you did, so I really appreciate it. Whatever you can give is fantastic. I mean, it certainly makes it worth my while, because I can tell you right now, it's not easy. It seems easy. I'm just sitting here watching the draft, but this is draining. It really is. Bears just got a mountain of a man for their defensive line. Tonga. Goose says, oh, definitely after Packers pick, it's peace out time. Is Goodson still there? Let's see who we got still here. Let's go to overall. Refresh, make sure we got a fresh batch. I don't know. You see Goodson anywhere? I don't know who we're looking for. But I don't see him. They take Newman and Love demands a trade. Yeah, that would be hilarious. That would be funny. Let's go back here. Do 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 do. Is Royce talking? Here's Royce talking right now.
Guys instead of the big guys that are like 330, 340 in the SEC. So just kind of getting used to the speed, the different type of players on who I was going up against.
Jason Wilde.
Royce, you talked earlier about your background in high school. If you do you think you're still sort of scratching the surface as an offensive lineman? I mean, you got 22 starts. You still think you got a lot of upside still ahead?
Yes, sir. I got a lot of upside. Kind of just develop more as a player. Just kind of get more developed as a guard and tackle. Just kind of getting used to get more developed in my pass game and run game. Just kind of just using using my athletic ability to kind of just build off of that. And just kind of just learning more about the NFL speed and just there's always something to get better at in the next level. So.
Go ahead, Jason.
I saw you got your degree in criminal justice. If football hadn't been an option, were you going to law school, or what would you have done?
I probably would have started. I always wanted to be like a U.S. Marshal, so you got to get a couple of years experience as a police officer. So I would have probably been a police officer for a couple of years, kind of got my feet wet with that, and then hopefully try to interview for a U.S. Marshals or a DEA type of agent. So that's what I'm really interested in.
Do you guys have any other questions for Royce? All right, Royce, that's it. Appreciate your time. Congratulations.
Thanks,
thank
Royce. Almost Packer time. Goose says, I'm tired and I'm not even the one streaming. Mike says, it's good to know not the only freak out here that consumes this like candy. Street King says, the draft is definitely a mental exercise. That's for sure. Mike says, Marvin Wilson and O'Brien Goodson are still available. Make sure you check your Cash App. I'm making Packernet history with the first Cash App donation. I added that because everything I see is like Cash App, Cash App, Cash App. What's your Cash App? What's your Cash App? Everybody on Twitter is all about Cash App, Cash App. There's people that give away money or oh, I'm going to give money to somebody's Cash Apps. Apparently that's the cool thing to do. So if that's where people's money is at, I'm going to get it. And I added it to my thing, and literally nobody uses it. So this is Packernet history. You are the first and probably the last to ever send via Cash App. But I will check it out. It's asking me to enter my credit card number just as confirmation that it's me. It's dude, I don't know. I don't have it on me. So I will check that out as soon as I can. Goose says, 7th round feels like when you've had a huge meal with appetizers and a massive dessert and you eat all of it, even though you're already full, so full to the point of being sick. In shorts, it feels like. Like America. That's exactly right. Speaking of which, I want ice cream. Oh, yeah. Getting there, getting there, getting there. And then I stupidly agreed to do an interview. So at 6 o'clock, somebody wants to interview me about the Aaron Rodgers thing. It's oh, come on. I really should have just said no. I never say no to interviews, but today is I should have just said, can we do it tomorrow? Because I'm not only tired, but it's I've been down here all day. Packers pick is in. Here we go. This is it, folks. This is officially it. Now we can all go take a nap. Just eat ice cream while we sleep. Danny says, I live in Indy. My wife and I drove to Chicago and back, and you've been on the whole time. I commend you, sir. That's pretty crazy. Appreciate you hanging out, though. Drove to Chicago and back. That's crazy. Pick is in. The final pick for the Packers. Let's go. Yeah, make sure you say sorry to your wife, by the way. Apologize for me. Here comes the selection. One of these days. Come on. Oh my goodness, would you please just show the name? Crazy town. Probably shouldn't blow into the microphone, but that's weird. That stuff's on there. Says, I appreciate the content. Wife's passed out. Hopefully she wasn't driving. It's a joke. When she wakes up, just say he said sorry because you were forced to listen. They're just not going to show the pic. That's really weird. It's just sitting here. I guess that's good. Does your wife like football at least? Likes me but doesn't like Bukowski. That's surprising. I feel like I'm more abrasive than he is. Guess it depends on your personality. Dude, seriously, what is the pick? This little selection thing has been sitting here. Usually there's like a long, drawn-out 10, 15-second pause, but it's been like a minute. There it comes. Kylan Hill, running back out of Mississippi State. So that's cool. We got our running back. I'm just going to look at him real quick. And then we're going to get out. We did get a running back, so we were right about running back. And I'm excited about it because I always like running backs. That's the one position where I don't care if it's 7th round undrafted free agent. I like him anyways. So again, 2020 was down, but we're talking 3 games. So that hardly even, we're not even going to count that. So 2019, again, you can see the grades, and they're getting better every single year. A lot of inconsistency, which isn't fantastic, but let's go to the run grade so we can get some stats. 1,348 yards, 5.5 yards per carry, 10 touchdowns, not a single fumble. That's what I'm talking about. All these other guys got 3, 4, 5, 6 fumbles. Not a single one. Career average 5.6 yards, 16 touchdowns, 1 fumble. Yards after contact per attempt, 3.34 as a career. Missed tackles forced, 116. Elusiveness grade is a 90.7, which isn't too bad. Largely a zone guy, but does a lot of each. Zap, gap, and zap. Yeah, I'm not tired. Zap and gone. We'll check receiving. Not great as far as grades, but 18 receptions, 180 yards, 1 touchdown. That's a thing. We'll check blocking, and then we'll check special teams, and then we're getting out of here. Average across the board. Didn't give up any sacks. Couple hits, pressures, whatever. We'll check the run blocking. I guess that doesn't matter. He's not an offensive lineman. Special teams, nothing. He didn't play any special teams. I guess not. So. All right, I tell you what, guys, I'm gonna call it. He does not do special teams. So, anyways, again, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. It was a long grind, and we still got way more people than I thought would be here by this time. So, I'm gonna get going. I'm gonna say hi to the wife and break the bad news that I have to come right back down here and do an interview. I'm sure she'll be thrilled with that. But I will talk to you hopefully tomorrow. Tune into the podcast.